Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 401 Take Kiki back to the realm of the dead. Yasha Tianwang's green hair stood on end, like the fire of hell burning ragingly, a monstrous energy fluctuated in all directions, the sky collapsed at that time, and the terrifying light in his eyes was colder than the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. One arm was shattered, and the other was cut off. Even so, he did not waver in the slightest. The cold killing intent in his eyes turned into a real ray of light, splitting the void. Roar! The roar shook the whole field, and the sky was turbulent. The weaker alien king was almost knocked out, and the bodies of several nearby kings were about to fall. Yasha Tianwang did not retreat but advanced. A dazzling green light erupted all over his body, bones cracked, flesh and blood on his shoulders squirmed, and a new arm regenerated in an instant. The last time he was at the altar of the giant race, he was seriously injured by the phantom of the ancestor of the giant race. But it is precisely because of this that let him make another breakthrough and cultivate into an immortal body. This is the powerful Yaksha clan, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Of course, the immortal body is just an exaggeration. Even the most perverted supernatural powers of the Destiny Twins can be broken, not to mention the body regeneration technique of the Yaksha king. With both arms regenerated, King Yaksha surged with monstrous energy and blasted towards Xiao Chen, like a turbulent wave hitting the shore, like a sky full of stars falling to the earth. The destructive waves were surging, the earth continued to collapse and crack, and rocks pierced through the air. At the same time, when KK killed him, the little beast did not rush to open the lost paradise to meet Xiao Chen, but chose to stand with him and attack King Yasha. Because, anyone who sees paradise lost will retreat, for fear of frightening the Yaksha heavenly king away. The colorful rays of light shone, and the little thing swung the supernatural power of the dragon clan, sweeping away King Yasha. At the same time, Xiao Chen stepped out against the dragon with 7 steps, the battle sword in his hand turned into a shocking rainbow and slashed down obliquely, and the word, Om, Tianyan vibrated out without reservation. Boom! The sky shook, the sky was filled with dazzling light, and the great collision of the realm of perfection swept all directions, and the kings of foreign races rushing around were all blown away. The power of Xiao Chen and KK united, broke through the green light all over the sky, broke through the numerous energy waves of King Yaksha, broke through 100 times, and shattered the raging and destructive energy light curtain. Puff! Yasha Tianwang vomited blood, and was bombarded 5 times by the colorful light curtain of the little beast Kiki, and even cut off a large section of long green hair by the rainbow glow of the war sword in Xiao Chen's hand, and a long gash was drawn on his handsome cheek. The little beast, Kiki, was quickly enveloped by Paradise Lost, but King Yaksha was indeed a decisive person. Even though he suffered a big loss, his mood was still not disturbed, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he flew away calmly, avoiding Paradise Lost. At the same time, other alien kings rushed over, besieging Xiao Chen and the little beast with all kinds of supernatural powers and combat skills. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that he was about to turn into nothingness, and the power of the world of death appeared, and was about to forcibly bring him back to the world of the dead. Xiao Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Recently, due to the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, he has been staying in this world for a longer and longer time, so he neglected this problem. Now if it is forcibly brought back to the world of the dead, then those precious resurrection materials collected in the space ring will inevitably turn into nothingness. Kiki discovered his situation, and instantly shrouded Paradise Lost. Brush! The light flashed, and when it appeared in Paradise Lost, the power of the world of the dead was cut off, and there was only a faint connection with him. After a while, his evacuated power recovered, and at this moment, the power of the dead world completely disappeared. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He found an opportunity to rush out of Paradise Lost again, only to find that he was not summoned back to the world of the dead. This is really an unexpected result. Paradise Lost was able to cut off the power of the world of the dead. Although he discovered this fact that surprised him, Xiao Chen still threw the space ring in Paradise Lost just to be on the safe side. At this moment, all the kings were furious. Not only did so many people fail to win Xiao Chen, but also lost several kings. It was a great shame and humiliation. The bones of Yasha Tianwang were creaking and creaking, and he had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. The scars on his face were not healed by him, and he let the blood drip down, making his handsome cheeks look a bit hideous, and launched the most fierce attack on the little beast that flew out of Paradise Lost. At the same time, Heavenly King Shira also made a move without reservation. The bloody hair is like 30,000 demon gods, as if they have been resurrected, tearing apart the world and strangling all things. Many kings of different races around followed each other, and supernatural powers and combat skills emerged one after another. The little beast KK held the small holy tree and kept sweeping the colorful light beams towards Yaksha King, and the rumbling sound was endless. Rumbling, Paradise Lost suddenly shrouded, and 3 alien kings were trapped inside on the spot. Although the little thing is pure and kind, it does not represent stupidity. It is completely luring the enemy to go deep, using itself as a bait to attract the kings to his side. The moment the 3 alien kings were sealed into the lost paradise, their faces turned ashen. Waiting for them was Xiao Chen's bleeding sword. Puff puff, 3 waves of blood shot up into the sky, 3 big heads flew obliquely, and the headless corpse fell to the grass garden. Paradise Lost appears, the kings retreat. Xiao Chen beheaded the 3 kings, and then rushed out quickly. The opportunity to fight was fleeting, and he didn't want to miss it. The magical powers of the 8-phase world emerged, and the 8 illusory worlds overlapped and shrouded in all directions. The kings were afraid of Paradise Lost, but they were not afraid of this illusory world. Several strong men rushed into it. Rumbling, the world of 8 phases was closed, and the alien kings trapped in it wanted to break through, but it was extremely difficult. Xiao Chen led the 4 alien kings and rushed into the lost paradise without looking back. Even though the 8-phase world is not perfect, it is also the most terrifying supernatural power, but this time Xiao Chen obviously didn't really use it to kill the enemy, but just used it as a cage. The 4 alien kings were brought into the lost paradise, and they waited like a phoenix with hairy legs. A light curtain fell on the little beast Kiki, and they couldn't move a bit. Xiao Chen showed no mercy, raised his sword and dropped it, blood spattered everywhere, the corpses of the 4 alien kings were separated and died unexpectedly. This was an unbearable result. The alien king besieged a man and a beast over 20 meters away, and as a result, nearly half of the kings were lost within a short time after the battle started. The moment Xiao Chen reappeared, Heavenly King Yasha and Heavenly King Shira directly imprisoned the space, intending to forcibly teleport him to a distant place for execution. Brush. They succeeded, the 2 heavenly kings made a move, and actually forcibly teleported Xiao Chen several miles away. Seeing this result, the Golden Lion King was the first to chase after him, and the other kings of other races also killed like shooting stars. Kiki, the little beast, was in a hurry and chased after him, but was constantly blocked by King Shira and King Yaksha on the way. Xiao Chen didn't panic. With the 8-phase super speed, he could escape even if he couldn't fight. Of course, he will never fight with the kings. If he is besieged by the kings, the consequences will be quite serious, and he must quickly return to Paradise Lost. When he saw the Golden Lion approaching, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to cast the seal of the Fearless Lion. The moment the hands were sealed together, there was an earth-shattering roar of a lion. A huge golden lion, which was identical to the Golden Lion King itself, was as huge as a mountain. The 3 heads roared up to the sky at the same time, and rushed towards the humanoid Golden Lion King. This made the Golden Lion King furious, and it was an insult to use his incarnation to attack and kill him. The golden divine light shone in all directions, and he screamed all the time, shooting out thousands of holy rays of light, and at the same time, the ancient spear of Pasteur, which was dripping blood, pierced forward. Rumbling, the sky-shattering waves of energy swept across the sky, the dazzling light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes, and everyone was shocked by the energy waves and kept retreating. At this moment, another alien king made a move, attacking and killing him. Xiao Chen made a seal with his hands, and he emerged from the dust like a fairy Buddha. The ethereal eternal seal was extremely powerful, beams of light beams shot out from his body continuously, and then exploded in an all-round way, submerging the alien king in an instant, and finally annihilated physically and mentally. Xiao Chen retreated with one blow, but after leaving Paradise Lost, he felt the power of the world of death again, and his body turned into a void again. Boom! The sky and the earth shook, and unparalleled waves raged through the entire ancient ruins, powerful energy fluctuations shook the 10 directions. Two figures pierced the sky and came, and all the terror and coercion originated from them. It's the Thunder God King and the Sea God King. Two heavenly kings who have reached the realm of perfection. There's also the Fighting God King. ... Some alien kings exclaimed. The King of Thunder and the King of Sea God came hand in hand, and the King of Fighting God also flew from another direction. King Shira, King Yasha, King Fighting God, King Sea God, King Thunder God, the five most powerful men in the realm of human beings came together, and almost half of the strongest masters among the kings of the 100 clans had arrived. Yeah, the little beast Kiki also arrived, and when she realized that the situation was urgent, she quickly rushed towards Xiao Chen. No hurry. Xiao Chen secretly transmitted voice to the little thing, and said, "Go and wait for me outside the dead city, now I will return to the world of the dead." Except for God of War, the other four heavenly kings rushed towards Xiao Chen immediately. King Yasha, if you die unexpectedly today, it will be a pity for you and me. When I come back with flesh and blood, I will have a fair fight, and then I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Chen's figure slowly faded away, and the moment he disappeared, he also shouted to King Shira, "The second one is naturally you." Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen completely disappeared from this world. Several heavenly king masters in the realm of perfection rushed to penetrate the void, but they didn't touch anything. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. The little beast Kiki glared at the kings angrily, then ignored them and flew away in Paradise Lost. The kings looked at each other in blank dismay, but no one tried to stop it. This little beast was too evil, and there was a Paradise Lost. It would be impossible to keep it. Who was that person? Sea God King and Thunder God King had just arrived, and they didn't know the identity of Xiao Chen who disappeared. The potential of the Golden Lion King is unlimited, and he is younger than all the kings present. Now he has broken into the realm of perfection, and he never cares about facing the masters of heaven. But at this moment, he directly opened his mouth to reveal Xiao Chen's identity, saying, "That's Xiao Chen." All the alien kings were taken aback. It was one thing to guess, but another thing to be confirmed. They are no strangers to this name. Xiao Chen was famous in the world in the past, and directly participated in the catastrophe of false gods. He lost his voice collectively among the heroes of the world who used to control the yellow mud platform in that era. Heavenly King Yasha said in an extremely affirmative tone, "That's right, he is Xiao Chen." Yuan Kong, Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying witnessed all this with their own eyes. They were extremely shocked. A person who had been dead for many years reappeared in the world. He was swallowed by the magic well. How is this possible? But the fact is right in front of him, it must be Xiao Chen, everything is so unbelievable. Shui Wu, Jin Yi, Hai Yuntian and other human masters were also attracted by the battle here. Although they didn't see the whole battle process, they also heard the discussions of the kings, and they all showed shock. Then that skeleton is Xiao Chen. Jin Yi's peach blossom eyes widened, and then he laughed, and said, "This guy won't live in peace even if he dies, it's really kind of my wife." At this moment, everyone around knew Xiao Chen's true identity, and they were all shocked. Back then, Xiao Chen was invincible all over the world at the controls of Wangnatai. After death, he reappeared in the world, unexpectedly killing many alien kings in a row, invincible, which made people feel shocked and moved. Undoubtedly, if this news gets out, it will definitely shake the Kyushu and the quartet world. Jin Yi was very excited, he kept rubbing his hands, and said to himself, "It's no wonder Nalongwang's expression a while ago, so he already knew. He didn't die physically and mentally, and he can still be reborn with flesh and blood." Hearing Yan Qingcheng talking to herself like this, the little pterosaur Lena said happily, "Brother Xiao Chen is not dead. When I married brother Xiao Yulong, I planned to let him be the officiant." She who turned into a girl didn't know what shyness was at all. I can also be the officiant, just call me third brother, I will help you." Jin Yi was fine and approached. The little pterosaur Lena didn't appreciate it, and said, "I hate your peach eyes the most, and want me to help you send a love letter to Sister Yan, and tell you not to expect. Even if Sister Yan is married, she will marry brother Xiao Chen. You little girl, what do you know, haven't you heard of the most gentle pair of peach blossom eyes?" In the bone well of the world of the dead, Xiao Chen meditated quietly until after a day and a night, his body gradually faded away, and soon he returned to Kyushu and appeared in front of the dead city. Yeah, KK had been waiting for a day and a night, and the little guy felt uneasy, fearing that this was a dream, but when he saw Xiao Chen appearing, he immediately relaxed. Xiao Chen laughed, rubbed its furry head, and said, "Give me the little holy tree." The Nuwa ring traveled between the two worlds without being damaged, and this sacred tree also existed beyond the half-ancestral sacred artifact, so it could pass through the world of death and Kyushu safely. He explained it to the confused little beast. When he heard that he could go to the world of death, the little guy's big eyes lit up. Don't mess around, you still need to wait a day and a night. Xiao Chen didn't dare to take KK back to the world of the dead, he needed to do a safety test before that. What are you going to do, Skeleton King? The Angel King who turned all living beings upside down was furious. Please take a day trip to hell. After Xiao Chen sealed the fallen Angel King imprisoned in paradise lost into the small holy tree, he then began to squander his power crazily. Until the power was completely gone, he was pulled back to the world of the dead with the colorful holy tree in his hand. Everything was as he expected, not only the holy tree was unharmed, but also the fallen Angel King sealed inside was unharmed. After one day and one night, Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu and came outside the dead city. Kiki had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing him appearing with a treasure tree in his hand, the little thing immediately flew over excitedly. It was eager to see the world under the magic well. Everything went well. Xiao Chen took KK into the world of the dead. Returning to the world of death, Xiao Chen 2's coercion immediately made the fire creatures with a radius of tens of miles tremble. This is a world where the strong are respected, and he is already a top expert in the outer regions of the mainland. Ah, this is the world of death. The little thing looked at the death battlefield full of bones, full of curiosity, and said, is there really a king in the depths of the mainland? And there is also the ancient magic city that is very similar to the dead city. When are we going to explore the deepest part? Xiao Chen suddenly felt dizzy. This little guy must not sneak into the deepest part of the mainland by himself. If he provokes an ancient terrifying existence, it will be too much for him to walk around. I want to retreat, you need to protect me, we will leave after I am reborn with flesh and blood. Now that he has refined the blood essence of the king and collected the corpses of many alien kings, he can indeed be reborn with flesh and blood. Oh, that's fine. The little guy looked around with wide eyes, feeling novelty at everything he saw. Xiao Chen didn't waste time, and took Kiki to fly quickly to Pojun City in the eastern region, intending to retreat at Chapelang and take a look at the area he actually ruled. When flying to this area, Xiao Chen was shocked. The Pojun City had been turned into ruins and no longer existed. How so? Could it be that the War of Kings in the depths of the mainland has spread here? Xiao Chen soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the other ruling cities, only to find that they were also reduced to ruins. He looked carefully at the ruins, and found that the king should not have destroyed them himself, because the traces were obvious. If it was a king, he would probably slap it down, not to mention a city, even this area would be wiped out. When Xiao Chen carefully searched for clues in Greedy Wolf City, a broken skull rolled towards him, sending out extremely weak mental fluctuations, and said, "Brother, my dear brother, you are finally back, I want to die little brother." It was a dilapidated, nearly shattered white skull, with only a faint spark inside, swaying with the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. You are Chapelang, how can you be so miserable? He was completely beaten back to his original form, and the weakest fire creature might be able to take him down. Chapelang cried and said, "This is a little bit of fire that I differentiated, but my real body is not much stronger than this. I knew that you would come back, boss, this clone has been waiting here." What happened? It's not the grandson of the giant king. He took refuge in a certain king in the depths of the mainland, and led a powerful and outrageous skeleton to kill all directions. The area we ruled was razed to the ground by them, and all the fire creatures were slaughtered. Now I am left alone. Xiao Chen discovered his real body in an ancient cave 300 miles away from here. This guy has also evolved to the Yellow Diamond realm, but at this moment he is miserable, his bones are almost broken, and there are cracks everywhere. The cracks on the skull are more like spider webs, densely packed, and the soul fire also looks a little dim. Apparently hit hard. That grandson of the giant king is really nothing. Seeing Xiao Chen's return, Chapelang cursed angrily, saying, "He actually massacred our city, not letting a single fire creature go, and everyone was wiped out. By the way, he brought that ridiculously powerful skeleton and said that he would definitely catch you and crush you. He also threatened that unless you hide for a lifetime, if he catches you, his skull will be removed and used as a chamber pot for his pet. I ex him my ancestors, my bones were also pre-ordered by him, saying that they were captured and used to build nests for his pets." Xiao Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Heal the injury first, then we will pick off his head and use it as a chamber pot for you." I don't need it." Chapelang looked at Xiao Chen, who was covered in blood mist, in amazement, and said, "Boss, you are going to be reborn with flesh and blood. It's great, this will definitely defeat that formidable outrageous skeleton that came out from the depths of the mainland." "What kind of skeleton is that?" Xiao Chen asked. "Holding 4 broken swords, he thinks he is the best in the world, but he is the only one who respects the evil skeleton." "With 4 broken swords? Yes, there seems to be some weird name, it seems to be Zushan, trapping Xian, Juexian, killing Xian." Chapter 402 Rebirth of Flesh and Flesh. In the world of the dead, silence is the eternal theme. Even if the fire creature riots, it will soon subside. This is a desolate ancient battlefield. The reddish-brown land is full of bones, and the black mist surrounds it. It is far away from the big cities in the eastern region. There are few powerful fire creatures on weekdays. Occasionally, there are fire creatures walking around, and the joints make noises, which will make the place even more quiet. But in recent days, the evil spirit on this ancient battlefield has gradually dissipated, and the bones in the central area are bathed in dense spiritual energy, and the sun shines brightly, which is obviously very different from the past. Paradise Lost is suspended in midair, like a dream, and it is not completely cut off from the outside world. Inside, there are lush green grass, lush trees, and full of vitality. Compared with the ancient battlefield surrounded by black mist, it is undoubtedly a piece of holy land. On the ancient battlefield below, Xiao Chen was meditating quietly, blood was surging all over his body, and his bones kept making noises, as if he was reshaping his bones. The golden light of the yellow diamond bone body is flowing, but the brilliance is fading, as if it is about to turn into white bones. Suddenly, 5 colors of divine light shot up into the sky, and the bones that faded from the yellow light burst into 5 kinds of light: white, blue, red, purple, and yellow. At the same time, a majestic coercion burst out, with Xiao Chen as the center, as if a tsunami had occurred, erupting incomparably terrifying mental fluctuations, surging towards all directions, 9 heavens and 10 places. On the ancient battlefield, the vast white bones continued to crumble, as if a gigantic mountain had been crushed, and then the ground began to shake violently, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had cracked. This terrifying fluctuation shook the 10 directions like a source of destruction. The ancient battlefield was completely shattered, and huge cracks spread far away. Xiao Chen's whole body was shrouded in 5-color divine light. He was like a god of war reborn from the ashes. The yellow diamond bone body transformed into a colorful bone body, which bloomed with dazzling light. The powerful energy fluctuations were mighty, shaking the world. He finally stepped into the realm of perfection and became a colorful skeleton king. KK, who was sleeping soundly in Paradise Lost, had dim sleepy eyes. The little guy sat up from the peach tree, rubbed his big eyes, murmured a few times, and then flew out happily. Farther away, the recovered Chapelang yelled and fled in embarrassment. Woo! The earth was collapsing, and the terrifying energy fluctuations in the sky were raging. Under this destructive aura, he felt very uncomfortable, jumping and jumping. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen stood up with 5 colors of light all over his body. He completed a super evolution, and the terrifying coercion that shook the world receded like a tide. "Brother, you made too much noise," Chapelang yelled, and came running from a distance, but he was full of joy, and said, "I have evolved into a 5-color heavenly king. Oh my god, haha, now I see that the giant king dares to pick my skull and use it as a chamber pot. I asked you to find out the news, but did you find anything?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's so irritating. The giant king's bird man pretends to be a tiger. He is so powerful that he unified all the cities in the entire eastern region. He actually found a yellow diamond skull as a chamber pot for his pet. His mother's is really annoying. Isn't this humiliating the 2 of us? It's so bullying, it's completely aimed at our identities. Did you find Lao Huang?" Xiao Chen was asking him to exchange the 7 treasure tree for the yellow diamond skeleton with 7 colored broken swords. Chapelang felt a little depressed, and said, "Lao Huang is probably finished. I think the Wangzuan chamber pot may be Lao Huang's skull." Even though Xiao Chen has already reached the realm of perfection, he was extremely angry when he heard this remark. Even though the giant king in Yu realm is a super evolutionary, he is too arrogant. This is really deceptive, relying on the support of the king deep in the mainland. Even if there is a powerful skeleton with 4 swords in his palm to wipe out his opponents, it is too arrogant. "Brother, we have to avenge Lao Huang." Chapelang's mood fluctuated violently. He and Lao Huang had been together for a long time, and they already had a deep friendship. Yi, Kiki waved her small fist, which meant to settle the score now. Xiao Chen had already calmed down, patted Sha Palang's shoulder bones, and said, "Needless to say, I must get rid of them, and it won't be too late to do it after I am reborn with flesh and blood." "Brother, can you really be reborn with flesh and blood?" Sha Palang looked incredible. "Wait a little longer, you continue to pay attention to the outside world." Xiao Chen's body was shining with 5 colors of divine light, but there was also endless blood mist surging, but there was no bloody smell, and some were just the aura of blood elves churning. Sha Polang went away, KK guarded Xiao Chen's side, and began to sleep again, holding a lot of spiritual fruits and fell into a sweet dream. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged quietly, like the stone statue, motionless, as if it had existed since ancient times. The multicolored bone body was already densely covered with cobweb-like blood vessels. When he meditated quietly, the blood mist turned into a layer of flesh-like substance and enveloped his bone body. This is a process of transformation, this is a process of nirvana, and this is a process of rebirth. This sitting lasted for 3 full months. During this period, Sha Polang could only rub his hands dryly when he came back several times. Kiki, on the other hand, has no worries. Apart from sleeping, she just messes around in Paradise Lost, checking if the colorful pine nuts are ripe, and checking if the colorful holy ginseng is ready to eat. She happily eats a few spiritual fruits every day, and occasionally lazily loosens the soil and waters some superb sacred trees. Seeing that the little ancestor was leisurely every day, Sha Palang was so anxious that he asked Kiki Xiaochen several times when he would wake up. Seeing this yellow diamond skeleton dangling in front of her eyes every day, Xiao Kiki was also very dissatisfied, and finally caught him directly into the lost paradise, and punished him to help weed the weeds and water the spirit root. Sha Palang was very unconvinced at the beginning, but in the end he lost his temper when he was hit by the colorful light of the little beast, and he had to scream when he entered the depressed weeding. He still has a lot of memories from his previous life in his heart, and he couldn't help howling after seeing the situation inside. These are all goddamn grasses, and they want to get rid of them. There is no mistake. What a loser. I pull, I eat, I eat. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a skeleton body, and unconsciously put the fairy grass in his mouth. The little beast looked a little terrified. How could this master eat more than it? He even ate grass. If he found those sacred fruits, wouldn't he suffer disaster? The little guy was full of vigilance, and strictly supervised Sha Palang's work, for fear that his treasure would be stolen. When Sha Palang entered the depths of the lost paradise to pull weeds, he was completely dumbfounded. The spiritual essence of the garden was like a dream, and even though he was a skeleton, he still had the feeling of salivating. Those are rare spiritual roots in the world, and many of them can be called top-notch. He suddenly realized how stupid he was, guarding the god garden to collect weeds. Seeing his silly look, Kiki was even more sure that this guy was thinking about its baby, and solemnly warned that it belonged to it, but in the end he graciously pointed with his little paw, and if he liked to eat grass, all the grass would belong to him. ##. Sha Palang was furious. He weeds and waters every day under the supervision of the little beast, and is thrown out of the lost paradise by Wei Kiki after he is done. As the days passed, Xiao Chen's place was hazy with mist and brilliance, and outsiders could no longer see through the situation inside. But the aura of the living is getting stronger and stronger, permeating this broken ancient battlefield. The powerful fluctuations far surpassing ordinary life forms are growing and becoming stronger day by day, and the dead and silent ancient battlefield has come alive because of it. At the beginning, the place where Xiao Chen meditated was surrounded by auspicious colors and was extremely holy, but later it became filled with spiritual energy, and the breath of life continued to flow. Until the past 5 months, little greenery appeared around Xiao Chen, green buds spit out from the desolate and dead reddish-brown dead soil, and vegetation broke through the ground here. This can be called an incredible miracle. From that day on, green shoots broke through the hard reddish-brown ground and grew out of the dead soil around Xiao Chen. A month later, his surroundings were full of vitality, and many unknown plants grew. Sha Palang was dumbfounded, and even Kiki rubbed his eyes, babbling non-stop. Hey, why did grass grow instead of delicious fruit? Hearing Xiaoshu's words, Sha Palang almost stumbled. During the past few months, Xiao Chen continued to refine and absorb the collected blood essence of the king. Astonishing changes were taking place in him, and the flesh and blood continued to grow between the bones. At the same time, the life source liquid refined by the king of the alien race was also integrated into his body. The breath of life became heavier day by day, and Xiao Chen was surrounded by lush greenery. It was originally a dead and desolate ancient battlefield, but because of his rebirth of flesh and blood, there was infinite vitality. This is the power of new life, which revitalizes the dead world, and the flowers and plants within a radius of hundreds of feet are fragrant and full of vitality. In the end, vines and small trees grew out of this broken ancient battlefield. After 7 full months, this place has become a small oasis. That is, on the last day of the 7th month, the breath of life climbed to its peak, all the vegetation grew wildly, and this place has become a pure land of life. Boom! At this moment, in the very center of the oasis, a powerful wave of life burst out, and a monstrous wave of energy rushed straight up, shaking the sky, and the majestic pressure enveloped the 10 directions. A figure soared into the sky from the oasis, with black hair fluttering in the wind, and eyes shining brightly. Xiao Chen regenerated his flesh and blood, transformed successfully, and was truly resurrected. The skin shone with a crystal luster, and the regenerated flesh and blood were filled with the breath of life, saying goodbye to death completely. The majestic life fluctuations were restrained in Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, he was reborn with flesh and blood, full of the power of the living. Now he is the real strong man of the human realm. All the supernatural powers and profound meanings in the past have reached the highest level, and they are no longer barely able to display them. With divine light in his eyes and flying black hair, Xiao Chen stands alone high above the sky, feeling this body that contains infinite life force. He couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and let out a long howl. This is a long howl that has been suppressed for many years. After so many years, it can finally make a real sound again. The sky trembled, and the 10 directions trembled. Xiaopalang was completely dumbfounded and dazed, feeling that all this was incredible. Xiao Kiki yelled happily, and quickly rushed to Gao Tian. Xiao Chen suddenly laughed and rubbed its furry head, which made the little thing protest with dissatisfaction. Yeah, boss, you really resurrected. Xiaopalang felt like he was dreaming. He had lived in the world of death for many years, and this was the first time he encountered such a legendary miracle. You will have such an opportunity in the future. Then Xiao Chen smiled and signaled KK to leave temporarily, and said, I still need a transformation to prepare the sacred dragon tree. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen soared into the sky, and then blew up his body in the endless sky. Blood mist fluttered, and the newly reborn body was actually self-destructed by him. Yeah, Kiki screamed, the little guy's heart was beating wildly, and he was very worried. Xiaopalang was also taken aback, not knowing why he did this. Don't worry, I have been reborn, and now it's just a change of flesh and blood. Xiao Chen's multicolored bone body suddenly began to grow blood and flesh rapidly, and the powerful life fluctuation made the sky shake. It was not until half an hour later that everything was completely over, and the crystal-clear treasure body was full of vigor and vitality. Then, with a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, he summoned Kiki's colorful holy tree, surrounded by colorful brilliance, and the little holy tree slowly sank into his body. The original 8-tone Om word Tianyan is the power of life and death. Now that his flesh and blood are regenerated, he can finally exert his life power to the extreme, constantly vibrating the sound of the soul. In this way, supplemented with the endless essence of the dragon sacred tree and repaired with the power of life, the reborn body has reached a perfect state. It was not until 3 days later that all this ended. Xiao Chen felt that his body had reached his ideal state, so he returned the little holy tree to Kiki. Xiao Chen really felt his own strength at this moment. He had cultivated his martial arts to a great extent, mastered all the mysteries with supernatural powers, and reached the strongest peak state since he was born. Really resurrected, he is full of strong self-confidence, so what if he meets a strong man in the realm of perfection? Not to mention being king at the same level is almost the same. Xiao Chen entered the lost paradise, found some clothes that he left here in the past, chose a set to wear on his body, and finally returned to his real body. Xiao Kiki kept yelling around Xiao Chen, as if she had endless words. This was the Xiao Chen she was familiar with. The little guy was extremely happy. Xiaopalang naturally sensed Xiao Chen's strength, and shouted excitedly, Brother, let's go to the giant king to avenge him. He dared to destroy our city, and even gave our skulls to his pet as a chamber pot. Poor old Huang is tolerable. Xiao Chen put KK on his shoulder, and then tapped a beam of brilliance, rolled Xiaopalang up to the sky, and said, Let's go to Giant City. The world of 8 phases emerged, and Xiao Chen calmly walked in the void, faster than shrinking the ground into an inch. Traveling through the 8 worlds, the speed reached the extreme, surpassing the speed of teleportation. It didn't take long before the city of giants, thousands of miles away, appeared ahead. Boom! Xiao Chen pulled up a 2,000-meter-high dead mountain with great supernatural powers, and he lifted it up with one hand, and then slammed it towards the giant city in front of him. Xiaopalang was stunned and couldn't believe what he saw. He was going to destroy a huge city with one blow. Xiao Chen is reborn in flesh and blood. Let's get some recommendation tickets. Let's celebrate Xiao Dao Lux's birthday. Chapter 403 Master Tongtian. At this moment, Xiao Chen's true portrayal of pulling up the mountain and overwhelming the world, pulling up the 2,000-meter-high dead mountain, holding it up with one hand, and smashing towards the huge city in front of him. The 2,000-meter-high giant mountain is reddish-brown in color. It occupies a large area in the sky and casts a large shadow on the earth. It is like a huge meteor passing through the sky, and it bombards down with monstrous fluctuations. Before the giant mountain actually fell on the giant city, the ground was already trembling, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused huge cracks to open on the ground surface, and many rocks rushed into the air. Boom! The 2,000-meter-high dead mountain descended with an unstoppable momentum, smashed on the ground, and submerged the giant city below in an instant, bursting out a wave of monstrous energy fluctuations, and dazzling light swept across the sky. The front was completely shrouded in brilliant light, the waves soared into the sky, the earth collapsed, and the whole area seemed to be completely collapsed and destroyed. The overwhelming power surged towards all directions, destroying all obstacles in its path. The original location of the giant city became a source of destruction, and dazzling rays of light continued to erupt from there, moving towards the 10 directions. Even watching from afar still makes one's heart palpitate. The earth is completely cracked, spreading to the distance with countless terrifying cracks. Xiaopalang was stunned, so shocked that he had nothing to say. He couldn't believe what he saw. In the eastern region of the outer periphery of the mainland, the most majestic city was destroyed in an instant. This kind of power made him feel horrified. When everything calmed down, the giant city became history and disappeared completely, leaving only a corner of ruins and a huge basin. The strength of the ultimate human realm is really terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the giant city was completely wiped off the ground, making Xiaopalang have to be in awe. Who is it? Several figures soared to the sky from the ruins, and the 3 kings of the eastern region, the giant king, the king of 100 wars, and the king of beasts were all here, soaring to the sky. In addition, there is a white bone skeleton with 4 fierce swords on its back. It is calm and terrifying. In the ruins of Independence, it has not moved at all. Old Huang was really killed by the giant king's bird man. Xiaopalang was very angry because he saw the 7-colored broken sword in the giant king's hand, which belonged to Lao Huang. Xiaopalang is looking for you. I have ordered your skull to be used as a chamber pot for my pet. But when he saw Xiao Chen, the giant king's expression froze, and he said in surprise, the Protoss. Xiao Chen walked forward step by step in the void, with black hair like ink and bright eyes. Although there was no strong energy fluctuation around his body, the aura exuding from him was really intimidating and chilling. You killed Lao Huang and made his yellow diamond skull into a chamber pot. Although Xiao Chen didn't speak, Xiaopalang couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to make sure. That's right. The giant king quickly calmed down. Although he had seen that this flesh and blood Protoss was not a good person, the matter had come to this point, and there was no turning back. With the powerful white bone skeleton carrying 4 fierce swords here, he is not afraid. Then you all go to hell. Xiaopalang was furious, and his mental fluctuations were very violent. Dead, I think it's you. The giant king was full of disdain. With the king's generals as his backing, what else is there to fear? Even if Xiaopalang has the backing of the Protoss, there is no need to worry about it. Xiao Chen did not speak from the beginning to the end, but at this moment he responded with practical actions. He took a step forward, and in an instant, he came close to them and patted them with his palm. The giant king was horrified, and flew straight to the bone skeleton on the ground. The Bazon king was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and it was difficult to dodge. He directly countered with his supernatural powers. The magic cloud rolled, and thousands of white bone claws stretched out in the black mist, grabbing at Xiao Chen. However, in the face of a powerful cultivator in the realm of perfection, all this is in vain. Xiao Chen's jade-like palm directly smashed the magic cloud, and all the white bone claws were completely shattered. In the end, the palm full of magical power pierced through the void and landed on the body of the King of 100 Wars. Without a sound, the King of 100 Battles was wiped out. This is a very terrible result. One of the 3 giants in the east was easily eliminated in one encounter. At the same time, Xiao Chen stood still in the void, but his left hand had already been stretched out, as if possessing immeasurable supernatural powers. His crystal-like jade palm turned into the size of a mountain, and he quickly grabbed the fleeing Beast King. The void was shattered, and the giant hand grabbed the Beastmaster and squeezed it forcefully in the sky, making the sound of bone shattering, which was so ear-piercing. The wave of consciousness emitted by the Beastmaster was full of fear, but it only lasted for a moment, and he was silent again. The Beast King was crushed into the sky by the giant hand, turned into a handful of bone powder, and then scattered down one after another. The result was shocking. Chapelang was completely dumbfounded, and the giant king who escaped to the ground was trembling. This kind of opponent was too terrifying. If the bone skeleton with 4 swords beside him couldn't stop him, then today he would be destroyed physically and mentally. Xiao Chen landed, stood in the ruins, faced the skeleton, and said, "Master Tongtian." The white bone skeleton stood there like a fossil, motionless, sending out mental fluctuations, saying, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Master Tongtian is dead, I am not him." Xiao Chen's heart sank suddenly. How could he know the name if it wasn't him? He stared at the skeleton and said, "The battle of fate is inevitable." Clang! The 4 fierce swords on the skeleton's back soared into the sky, bursting out dazzling rays of light, scattered in all directions, and then the pattern emerged, hanging above the skull's head, emitting bursts of chaotic light. The 4 swords of Jade Immortals and the array map are all there. Yeah, Kiki had seen with her own eyes how terrifying the leader of Tongtian was, with a formation above her head and 4 swords separated, invincible. Even among the half-ancestors, there were few opponents. The little guy is about to rush over to help out with Paradise Lost. It doesn't matter. Xiao Chen signaled KK and Sha Po Lang to retreat, facing the skeleton alone. After being reborn with flesh and blood, he has no fear of powerful enemies. The war broke out. This was the most thrilling battle that Xiao Chen experienced in the world of the dead. The power of the white bone skeleton far surpasses the fire creature in the realm of fish jumping, and has reached the realm of perfection. It is at the same level as the super-evolved multicolored skeleton, and it controls the Zushan formation and 4 swords. Its combat power is so powerful that it is frightening. Zushan formation is known as one of the 5 most powerful killing formations in the history of the longevity world. Its power can be imagined. Even after the catastrophe of false gods, the formation and fierce sword are no longer as powerful as they were in their prime, but they are still extremely terrifying and have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Facing this famous killing formation that has been passed down through the ages, Xiao Chen did not hold back. Holding a battle sword in his right hand and a sacred tree of the dragon clan in his left, he fought against the bones and skeletons. This is the most intense battle in the mainland's outer regions for hundreds of years. The Jade Immortal formation rotates slowly above the skull's head, and the misty and chaotic mist diffuses out. The 4 swords of Jade Immortal, Killing Immortal, Trapping Immortal, and Juexian are divided into 4 directions, bursting out with terrifying rays of light, sweeping all directions. The battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand also shot out beams of sword light that soared into the sky, and the sacred tree of the dragon clan emitted endless auspicious rays of light, and the gorgeous beams illuminated most of the sky. This is a peak duel in the outer region of the Death Continent. The radiant sword light tears the sky and the earth, and the rosy light illuminates the eastern region. Powerful energy fluctuations swept across the 10 directions, and tens of thousands of fire creatures trembled and worshipped in this direction. The bone skeleton was calm, smashing the earth into pieces, and then he flew into the sky. The fog above his head was hazy, the 4 fierce swords opened and closed, and the chaotic sword was unstoppable, smashing 81 colorful light curtains on the sacred tree of the dragon clan. However, the palm-high sacred tree of the dragon clan seemed to have endless energy, and the rays of light swept out one after another without stopping, dyeing the hazy sky of the dead world with magnificent colors. This earth-shattering battle lasted for a whole day and night. Xiao Chen and the bone skeleton fought for thousands of miles. The 2 strong men seemed to have inexhaustible power. They fought relentlessly and destroyed 3 cities along the way. When Xiao Chen waved the sacred tree of the dragon clan, and finally flew a fierce sword, breaking into the Zushan formation, and the sword in his hand slashed at the formation that exuded the atmosphere of chaos. Chi. The slaughtering immortal sword flew backwards, and the other 3 fierce swords also swept a destructive sword energy, but finally tore a corner. How could Xiao Chen shrink back, and went straight to the Zushan formation? Lightly flicking the bone palm, the void is distorted, making the space chaotic, and avoiding a catastrophe for the formation. Swipe. The colorful rays of light swept out and rolled back 4 fierce swords. At the same time, Xiao Chen shook the original Tianyan and attacked the bone skeleton at close range in the Zushan formation. The sound of Om shakes the heaven and the earth, and the power of death in life and death pours out overwhelmingly. The colorful rays of light from the dragon's sacred tree briefly blocked the 4 fierce swords. Such a terrifying Tianyan at such a short distance put the skeletons in danger. Seal up. At a critical moment, the white bone skeleton took off the array floating in the sky and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, his eyes shot out two destructive beams, ignoring the space distance, and directly applied the destructive power to Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen hurriedly shook the power of life in Omzi Tianyan, and resolved the devastating disaster. Go! At the same time, Xiao Chen waved out the seven-colored holy tree and fixed the formation, and the two were firmly stuck together. The formation was fixed, the Zushan formation could no longer function, and the four swords were no longer as fierce as before. When the killing array is broken, Xiao Chen can naturally let go of his hands and feet and fight against the dragon, the 7 steps against the dragon, the 4 major Sanshou, and the Tianyan of the word hum, and fight against the bones and skeletons. This is the strongest opponent Xiao Chen has encountered in the world of the dead. The bone skeleton is proficient in many magical skills, and after a full half-day of fierce fighting, Xiao Chen only hit 4 swords in the air. The two strong men confronted each other with bare hands, each showing their supernatural powers. In the end, the 4 Sanshou styles, the demon-suppressing style, the cracking style, and the god-killing style came out together and merged into one. An illusory world appeared in the sky, and it seemed that several divine monuments had descended from it. Although it was a phantom, the majestic aura still gave people the strength of the soul. Under this blow, the earth collapsed, and the bones of the white bone skeleton were also shattered in many places. This is an arduous battle, Xiao Chen's pinnacle battle in the world of the dead. Are you the master of Tongtian? Facing the half-shattered skeleton, Xiao Chen couldn't help asking again, because he was a little uncertain at the moment. So what if it is, so what if it is not, everything will eventually return to the Lois. Even though the skeleton is about to be destroyed, it is also extremely calm, staring at the deepest part of the continent, and said, "There is no master of heaven in this world, it is just the projection of the king in the deep abyss of the mainland in the human world and the product of the combination of sentient beings' thoughts." What are you talking about? Xiao Chen stared at him. Do you want to know more? I'll be waiting for you in the ancient magic city deep in the continent of death. The figure of the white bone skeleton began to blur, and the figure of the Zushan formation and the 4 fierce swords also became invisible. Although Xiao Chen reacted quickly and shrouded the 8-phase world, he failed to prevent the skeleton from disappearing. Chapter 404 Allies. The white bone skull and Zushan formation changed from reality to emptiness, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen was shocked by everything just now. What is there in the depths of the mainland? He knows that the real deepest place cannot be easily entered even if it is a king. He once used the stone statue pierced by 24 swords to kill a colorful skeleton king, and found part of the secrets of King Yi Tianzhong when searching for his memory. In the depths of the continent, there are mysterious ruins of the ancient magic city, but even the king can only slightly touch that area. How arrogant are you, wanting to make my skull into a chamber pot? Your second uncles. Sha Palang walked over carrying the giant king. The giant king was completely disillusioned. He never imagined that while holding a colorful broken sword, he was knocked down by a small snow-white beast in 2 or 3 strokes, which can be described as a disastrous defeat. Now, the powerful bone skeleton carrying 4 swords has been defeated again, and the only glimmer of hope is also shattered. Say, where's Lao Huang's skull? Sha Palang angrily shook the giant king's bone body full of cracks. The giant king came and refused to cooperate. He knew that he would not be able to live no matter what. Regarding this, Xiao Chen didn't say much, let Sha Palang go away, and pressed his palm on the giant king's skull to explore his memory. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that Lao Huang did not die, and his yellow diamond bone body was preserved. For fire creatures, such a bone body is naturally a rare treasure. After the fire was shattered, it was preserved because of part of the memories in Lao Huang's sea of consciousness. The wonderful tree of 7 treasures and the broken sword of 7 colors are really extraordinary. When the giant king searched for Lao Huang's memory, he found that the treasure was obtained in a ruin. Unify the eastern region. This is what Xiao Chen said to Sha Palang when he left, and then he took KK and rushed to the sky. Myself, Sha Palang was astonished, but imagining it, it wasn't an act against the heavens. After refining the giant queen, he would reach the ultimate state of the yellow diamond, and he would be invincible in the entire eastern region. Old Huang isn't dead yet. We must rescue him, Sha Palang howled. Xiao Chen took KK across the sky of the world of death, like a long rainbow, dazzling, and the speed reached the extreme, and soon came to a desolate area in the eastern region. It is in ruins. In a great battle hundreds of years ago, a majestic giant city has since then become history. In the end, they found the giant king's subordinates here and rescued Huang, but they did not find the quasi-said Taoist related to the Qibao Miaoshu. After being severely injured, he can still regenerate, which makes Lao Huang seem like a lifetime away. After Xiao Chen rescued him, he helped him recover his fire, and told him to start attacking the city from here, join Chapelang, and unify the eastern region. Then Xiao Chen and KK left again and flew to the village of the Protoss. The entire eastern region was in turmoil, and the three kings who had ruled for decades fell at the same time, which immediately made all fire creatures have different thoughts. The eastern region has begun the process of competing for a new king. The rise of Chapelang and Lao Huang at this time is unstoppable, and soon the two will join forces and sweep the world. Xiao Chen didn't care about these, and completely handed them over to them. At this moment, he and Kiki have entered Shengkyun village, where vines and radishes are surrounded, the trees are lush and green, and there are not many vibrant oases in this area. Mr. Skull, is it really you? Tian Ya's eyes were wide open, with an incredulous look on his face. Holding Xiao Chen's flesh and blood with his small hands, he muttered in surprise, "It's really fleshy, it's not fake." A group of teenagers also came up, looking at Xiao Chen curiously. If it wasn't for Li Mu, an old man from the Protoss, they would also want to touch Xiao Chen regardless of etiquette. The other side, the Protoss girls and Lawless surrounded Kiki, all of them blushed and excited, all wanting to hug the little beast. Yeah, the little thing was extremely vigilant, his eyes widened, and he quickly broke through the barrier and flew to Xiao Chen's side. I don't want to kill both men and women, so a group of teenagers are also eager to catch Kiki. Swipe. When the colorful light curtain swept out, the restless Protoss boys and girls calmed down. Mr. Skeleton, I invite you to eat dragon meat. Xiao Tianya was extremely happy, both of them were flesh and blood, and their relationship was closer than before. Today's life in Shengkyun is no longer so difficult. Now that they can enter the world of Kyushu, Li Mu and Zhao Ying, the elders of the gods, brought back a lot of heaven and earth spirits with new rings. Okay, Xiao Chen happily agreed. He has been isolated from food for so many years, but today he should enjoy it. In addition, he has another important purpose. Shengkyun is definitely a powerful force, and even those teenagers are all very powerful, so it is very necessary to win them over. The dinner was very sumptuous: dragon liver, bear's paw, monkey's brain. These were not unusual items, and the ingredients were all from those powerful wild beasts with skills, which made Xiao Chen dazzled a little. The old man Li Mu smiled and said, I didn't kill innocent people randomly. Now that Kyushu is in chaos, I just picked up some dying beasts. I'm looking forward to your old man picking up more. Xiao Chen said with a smile. If Li Mu and Zhao Ying, the elders of the Protoss clan, make a move, I am afraid that many foreign kings will suffer. I'm not going to make a random move. Li Mu said solemnly, the water in Kyushu and overseas is very deep, it's far from being as simple as it looks on the surface. Xiao Chen was naturally very concerned about the current situation in Kyushu. It took 7 months for this rebirth of flesh and blood, and a long time had passed. He asked, is the situation serious? It's not serious, but the situation is very complicated. Li Mu shook his head and said, I saw some unfathomable old immortals fighting secretly. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never met the half-ancestor after the catastrophe of the false god, but he didn't believe that there was no such series among the hundreds of clans. Are those old antiques very powerful? Li Mu took a sip of his wine, nodded, and said, very strong. Is there a lot of people? This is what Xiao Chen is very concerned about. I only saw a few, and I don't know how many there are. Li Mu has been haunting the two worlds for the past 2 years, and as powerful as he is, he can naturally discover many secrets. Xiao Chen shook the jade cup in his hand lightly. The amber-like wine gave off bursts of fragrance, and after drinking it, he had an endless aftertaste. His expression was very solemn, and he asked, have they reached the realm of the half-ancestor? The old man of the god race took a bite of the food and said, it's hard to say, I haven't reached the state of the half-ancestor myself, so how dare I find out easily? Those people are just fighting secretly, and they didn't really fight to the death. The two chatted while eating, and Xiao Chen learned some recent news. Next to him, Kiki was like a good baby, enjoying the delicious food, surrounded by several Protoss lawless scrambling to get food for him. Old man, don't you plan to go to the depths of the Death Continent recently? Xiao Chen really wanted to pull this old man of the Protoss. Now is an extraordinary period, and the king is at war. If you have this idea, I advise you to stop it for the time being. Li Mu directly poured cold water on it. Xiao Chen nodded. Although he wanted to go to the depths of the mainland, he couldn't let go of the affairs of Kyushu. Looking at the group of energetic young men and women of the Protoss, Xiao Chen laughed and said, I think you should find something for them to do. Without a real battle, even though they are talented, they will never become masters. Li Mu's eyes widened immediately, and he said, boy, don't think about Shengkyun. The continent of death is very complicated, and Shengkyun will never be involved in any battle. He naturally knew about Xiao Chen's decision to let Xiaopalang unify the eastern region, but he didn't want to get involved too much. It is very dangerous to get involved in the great affairs of the king. The unification of the eastern region is not the final result, Xiao Chen is doing it entirely by a kind of intuition. For some reason, the king seems to have a fanatical demand for the Bone Army. Although he still can't figure out the key point, it doesn't hurt to think about unifying the external regions. Xiao Chen laughed and said, don't worry, I don't want Shengkyun to help me win the outer regions of the mainland. However, the young masters of Shengkyun really need to practice. Li Mu interrupted his words with a glare, and said, come on, don't tie them to your chariot. I said that I will not let them provoke various forces in the depths of the Death Continent. But jade cannot be crafted, and the strong need to be sharpened. I have a safe proposal. Xiao Chen smiled and toasted, and said an extremely bold suggestion, saying, you can take them to Kyushu to practice. Now that hundreds of clans are born, a golden age is coming, and the promising masters of the Protoss will definitely not bring disaster to the village of God. The good boy is still going around and trying to get our Shengkyun idea, and wants to tie it to your chariot. How dare I? In fact, I see that they have excess energy and have nowhere to vent, and you are very strict with them. This is not good. A group of Protoss boys and girls next to them were all listening carefully, and their expressions seemed to be very excited. They really wanted to enter the legendary and colorful world. The world of death is too boring. Grandpa, I'm going. Xiao Tianya was the first to call out, his big eyes unblinking, full of hope. That's the world of our ancestors, I really want to see it. The other Protoss young men and women were also very excited. Li Mu and Zhao Ying, the elders of the Protoss tribe, looked at each other and finally nodded, thinking that they could take them into Kyushu to practice. You have to take care of them more in the future, don't let them cause trouble. Li Mu glared at Xiao Chen. Let me lead the team. You don't. Xiao Chen was surprised. Since you want to hone them, let's be cruel. Li Mu didn't say anything more. Actually, there is a way to avoid the danger. You just need to create a method that can dissipate the power of your whole body in an instant. If you do that, you will return to the world of the dead in an instant. There is a way. The Protoss special attack is very exhausting. If they use it, I am afraid that it will drain the whole body in an instant. Xiao Chen heard this and said with a smile, this technique is really brilliant. It is not only a nirvana, but also an escape technique. It is tailor-made for the Protoss. During the trip to Shengkyun, Xiao Chen gained a lot. A group of Protoss masters entered Kyushu, which is undoubtedly a powerful force, and it must have a strong impact when fighting against the kings of hundreds of clans. Xiao Chen stayed in Shengkyun for a few more days, waiting for the selection results of Shengkyun. All the young people were very active, and no one wanted to enter the paradise where their ancestors lived. The results of the selection hadn't come out yet, and Xiaopalang sent people to send news that most of the eastern region had been unified, but at this moment, a secret report was received that the Angel King from the western region was dispatched forcefully and personally led the 13 strong men to enter the east. The situation was very critical. After Xiao Chen got the news, he took the Shengkyun where KK had left, and flew directly to the eastern region, and finally arrived at Baizan City before the Angel King arrived. There are 3 major cities in the eastern region, the Giant City, the Baizan City, and the Beast King City. The Giant City has been destroyed, and now the Baizan City has become the base camp for killing the wolf and Lao Huang. The King of Angels hasn't shown his real body for 20 years, and now he's marching into the east in a big way. I think he has nothing to fear. Although Xiaopalang said this, when he saw Xiao Chen's return, he was no longer anxious. At this moment, Lao Huang got a report that the Angel King led the 13 strong men to arrive, and an envoy asked to enter the city. An arrogant angel skeleton was brought into the hall, glanced at Xiaopalang and Lao Huang with disdain, and said, the Angel King is here, why don't you come out of the city to meet him? Both Xiaopalang and Lao Huang were shocked. They found that the fire wave of this angel skeleton was very powerful, and it was no longer inferior to them. Have you made a urinal with your birdman's skull? Although Xiaopalang was surprised, he never said anything wrong. The King of Angels is here, you humble. Before the Angel of Bone finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tremor from tinder, and found a young man with flesh and blood walking into the hall. He was so suppressed that he couldn't even speak. You are incompetent as an envoy. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he stepped forward, and the majestic coercion enveloped him like a mountain. With the sound of click, click, the lower body of Bone Angel completely shattered. Xiao Chen reached out and picked off his skull, then lightly flicked his fingers, and it turned into a meteor-like light beam and flew out of Bazan City. Boom! The snow-white skull smashed hard on the desolate battlefield outside the city. A few white shadows rushed over quickly, picked up the skull, and sent out a shocking wave of consciousness. Admiral Cheetah, are you like this? General Cheetah is the second strongest among our 13 strong men, how could this be? Isn't General Cheetah able to compete with those in the Yellow Diamond realm? At this moment, several figures flew out of Bazan City, and 7 or 8 bone angels rushed over angrily. However, the result is conceivable. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, all those powerful fire creatures were sent flying. However, he didn't kill him again, because he sensed a wave of powerful divine thoughts. Be merciful, we have no malicious intentions. In the distance, the 5-color divine light shone, and a powerful multicolored skeleton rushed forward, and the wings behind it also shone with rays of light. It turned out to be a powerful skeleton king. Even Xiao Chen didn't expect that the Angel King, who hadn't shown himself for many years, turned out to be a super evolutionary, reaching the realm of perfection. Protoss. The Angel King looked at him in surprise. No, I am the reborn king of flesh and blood in the eastern region. The Angel King took Kai's skull into his hand, searched for his consciousness and immediately found out what had happened. He said to Xiao Chen apologetically, please forgive his arrogance. We are not hostile, this time we are here for cooperation. Cooperate. Yes, East-West cooperation. The battle did not happen, and the Angel King and Xiao Chen walked into Bazan City together, and then entered the secret room to talk. You mean that a king will be born in the outer regions of the mainland? Xiao Chen showed an incredulous expression. Yes, there has always been an ancient legend that there is also a king in the outer regions, but he is sleeping in the underground abyss. If he wakes up, all the fire creatures in our eastern and western regions will be extinct. His awakening requires endless fire creatures to sacrifice for him. The Angel King shone with rays of light all over his body, exuding a sacred aura, but the fluctuation of his consciousness was very decisive. Kill the king. Yes, kill the king. The colorful Angel King replied in an affirmative tone. Xiao Chen had to admit that this 5-colored heavenly king was indeed an extraordinary figure. Chapter 405 Beyond the King. The thick lead cloud surged slowly, as if it was about to fall to the ground, so depressing that people were about to suffocate. The reddish-brown cold ground, like a rock soaked in blood, is dry, cold and dead. There are bones everywhere, and there is no end in sight. In addition to the human skeleton, there are also bones of giant birds more than 10 meters long, lion bones 20 meters long, and dead dragon bones 70 to 80 meters long. This is a death battlefield at the junction of the east and west, desolate and lonely, even the fire creatures rarely set foot here, because it is an ominous place. Legend has it that many powerful kings have fallen here since the endless ages, and no one dares to set foot in it as time goes by. The colorful skeleton king, who has reached the realm of perfection, does not seem to be that kind of cunning person. After 2 hours of secret talks with Xiao Chen, the alliance between the East and the West was formally confirmed. The Angel King led the 13 strong men, and Xiao Chen also rushed to this area with more than a dozen masters including Sha Polang and Lao Huang. The King of Angels suspects that the king who is about to awaken is sleeping under this land, and he can already feel an uncomfortable breath when he walks into this place, and he can vaguely feel that it is fluctuating from the depths of the ground. Xiao Chen frowned suddenly. It was only a few hundred miles away from Shengqun, and less than 30 miles away from the bone well leading to Kyushu. The bone well leads to a secluded place, and it looks like the spine of an unimaginable giant skeleton. It is said that an unrivaled king died in this area in the past. Could all this be a coincidence? As soon as the king comes out, the sky will collapse, and thousands of fire creatures will turn into dust. For the surrounding fire creatures, there is no choice but to stop them. It's here, we need to go deep underground. If he is still sleeping, we have a 30% chance of getting it. The colorful Angel King was very dignified. The 13 generals of the King of Angels, Shapalang and others began to pierce through the reddish-brown dry and hard ground cautiously. Everyone was extremely attentive, cautious and dignified, for fear of making too much noise and waking up the sleeping king. Don't be afraid, it's hard for a sleeping king to wake up, let's go and get through the strata. The colorful Angel King was very bold, and ordered loudly. As soon as such an order came out, Zhu Chang no longer tied his hands and feet, quickly blasted through the surface, and dug deep underground. There is no doubt that this is a crazy move, digging out a king, and it makes everyone tremble just thinking about it. Angel King's first battle, second battle general, and Chapelang have all reached the realm of diving. It is not difficult for such a powerful master to break through the formation, and the speed is very fast. A dark and lightless hole appeared on the ground, piercing through the ground, and bursts of palpitating and terrifying waves rippling out. If you fail, everyone will die. Xiao Chen looked at the colorful skeleton, wanting to see through his heart, and said, instead of this, it's better to stay away from this place and avoid danger. If you want to survive, you can only go deep into the mainland, but the king's world is inside. Instead of being enslaved by them there, I would rather choose to die. The Angel King's body was shining with colorful lights, and even the pair of wings on his back were shrouded in colorful lights, making him look sacred and majestic. He has achieved the body of a five-colored heavenly king in the outer regions, and he will definitely be appreciated by the king when he enters the depths of the mainland, but he would rather be a chicken head in the outer regions than a phoenix tail in the depths of the mainland. Xiao Chen nodded. This is a powerful and proud king. If the sleeping king is really killed, the situation will be completely reversed, and the strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. It is indeed worth the risk. At this moment, there was an exclamation from the dark underground. Then the brilliance was shining, and the generals under the King of Angels, Chapelang and others carried up piles of brilliant and broken bones, which turned out to be colored diamond bones. There are many dead bones deep in the earth, and there are even the bones of such a super-evolutionary. Hearing such news, both Xiao Chen and the colorful skull were shocked. It really is not easy under the earth. Continue to dig. The colorful Angel King gave such an order. As time went by, it was obvious that the uncomfortable breath was getting worse, and the fluctuations in the depths of the formation became more and more obvious. Suddenly a fierce evil spirit shot up to the sky, and Xiao Chen and the colorful Angel King also changed their colors in shock, and there were bursts of exclamations from the ground. Chapelang was the first to charge forward. With a flustered expression and trembling consciousness, he said, I dug out the big guy. The 13 war generals under the King of Angels also flew up in a panic, all of them looked shocked. Everyone's fire was beating violently, obviously frightened. What kind of big guy? Have you dug up artifacts related to the king? Angel King asked. I really dug up the big guy, king, go down and have a look yourself, the nails are comparable to hills. Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Wu Kai Tianwang changed their colors at the same time, and they rushed into the ground together. The evil spirit was fierce, like the sharp edge spit out by a sword. In the depths of the dark earth, a huge monster like a hill lay quietly there. In the blink of an eye, it really looks like a pitch-black mountain top, eerie and lifeless. But if you look carefully, you can't help but be shocked. It is indeed a fingernail, the whole body is black, with only a little bit of dim luster, exuding a terrifying evil spirit, standing there quietly. Gently tap it with your hand, and there will be bursts of sound of gold and stone. It is extremely hard and difficult to destroy. Chapelang and those angel warriors initially regarded it as an ordinary dead stone, but they couldn't break it at all, and only after digging it out as a whole did they discover the mystery. Still digging. Cheetah, the second general under the King of Angels, asked in a trance, if you dig further, won't you reveal the king's palm? Dig. Xiao Chen and the Angel King answered at the same time. All the masters who participated in the excavation were frightened. Such a giant fingernail is obviously not something that ordinary fire creatures can have, at least it is a king. Continue to dig, but did not find the phalanx attached to the king. This huge black nail seems to exist alone, which made Chapelang, Lao Huang and others feel a little relieved. But it didn't take long for everyone to calm down, and the exclamation came from the depths of the ground again, and the evil spirit became stronger. This time, he actually dug out a finger bone, which was ridiculously huge, like a small mountain, lying deep underground. Even the king of 5 colored angels didn't say anything for a long time. His second general, Cheetah, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, isn't there an ancient legend in the outer regions of the mainland? Back then, an unrivaled king seemed beyond the realm of a king, but I don't know why he disappeared on the continent of death. Could it be? Xiao Chen's understanding of the world of death is far inferior to theirs, so he listened carefully after hearing this. The colorful Angel King thought for a long time before saying, It seems that there was a supreme powerhouse named Nua and Yuchao clan who fought a world-shattering battle in this area with an extremely powerful being who surpassed the realm of kings. Maybe the bones under the ground are those. This is definitely a secret, and Xiao Chen was very shocked. The big confrontation before the endless years must be earth-shattering. If it is not bad, it seems to have risen to the level of the ancestor god. Yes, if Nua and Yuchao were revived in this world, they would definitely be promoted to that level. Could it be that the huge skeleton in the ground is the remains of the defeated being that surpassed the king? Yeah, the little snow-white beast squeezed forward curiously, and looked at the huge phalanx next to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen pinched its nose with a smile, and said, "Go to Shengqun and tell old man Li Mu the news." KK waved her little paws in protest, got rid of Xiao Chen's palm, and turned into a white light soaring into the sky. It is very necessary to tell the Shenzhou what happened here. If the sleeping king is really disturbed, Shengqun may also suffer. The more they dug, the more shocking they became. Later, more than a dozen small hill-like giant bones were unearthed, which were unbelievably large. Even the legendary king does not have such a bone body, it cannot be damaged at all, and its hardness is beyond imagination. Later, the depths of the earth under the death battlefield were almost hollowed out, and the discovery became more and more astonishing. Later, to Xiao Chen's surprise, the stratum where the giant bones were unearthed gradually stretched towards a small town more than 30 miles away, which was where the bone well was located. Now that the matter has come to this point, one does not need to think about it to know that the spine is left over from the existence that surpassed the king. However, it is difficult to speculate why it is connected to Kyushu. Most likely, it was done by the existence of Nua's ancestor god back then, and it must have been artificially sacrificed. In the end, the excavation deep in the strata did not extend to the bone well, but turned in another direction. Li Mu and Zhao Ying, the elders of the Protoss, came in person and brought more than a dozen powerful Protoss masters. In this regard, the colorful Angel King is not surprised. In fact, he formed an alliance with Xiao Chen to get the Protoss involved, because he already knew the relationship between the two. And at this time, another astonishing discovery was made in the depths of the earth. A large amount of yin jade, commonly known as death jade, was discovered under the dark and dull stratum, which was formed from the earth marrow with extremely yin qi. For people in the cultivation world, it is a rare treasure of heaven, material and earth. Putting some in when sacrificing spiritual treasures can improve a certain level. There was a sound of exclamation, and Shapalang and Angel Warlord dug out the suspected sternum, and the depths of the ground were dug into an open space. The sternum was gradually exposed, and at this moment, bursts of dense light and mist flowed out. The rays of the sun are shining, and the auspicious colors are shining. There is no compelling evil spirit, but only bursts of fragrance. Kesho nose fluttered slightly, showing an intoxicated expression, and instantly turned into a white light, rushing to the front, and then the colorful light did not fly out, and the little guy opened the way by himself. Xiao Chen, Wu Kai Angel King, Li Mu, Zhao Ying and others followed closely behind and quickly followed. Boom! There were rumbling sounds from the depths of the formation, and the huge sternum was exposed, like a naturally formed cage. The sternum was buckled deep in the formation, and there were a lot of yin jade inside, and many yin trees grew densely. Like a bright purple coral forest, it is crystal clear, the rays of the sun are shining, and it is full of auspicious colors. Among them are quite a few aged purple diamond yin trees, as if they were carved from purple jade. Bursts of sweet fragrance came, and there are very few shade trees with an age of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Only such old trees can produce crystal purple diamond shade trees. Bursts of fragrance wafted from the front. Yi! Kiki cried happily, and the colorful lights swept out one after another, and transplanted all the dozen or so king trees in the center into Paradise Lost. Angel Warlord and Shapalang also rushed over. Although they were not blessed to enjoy it, they knew it was a rare fetish. However, Kiki has already transplanted the most elite dozen king trees into the Lost Paradise, which makes them very regretful. Although there are many purple diamond yin trees, few of them actually bear fruit. Yeah, facing the glaring gazes of the 13 angel warriors, the little guy showed no sign of weakness, blinked his big eyes, and stared back angrily, as if saying that he discovered it first. The Protoss masters moved together and put all the rest into the space ring. The colorful Angel King couldn't say anything about it, because they really didn't have the blessing to enjoy it. Purple diamond shade tree likes shade. If you want to grow it well, you'd better collect some shade jade. Li Mu, an old man of the God clan, pointed out to the little beast Kiki. The little thing nodded earnestly. In the past, it also collected a few Zizuanian trees, but they all withered and died in the end. At present, he divided up the yin jade ground marrow with the Protoss powerhouse, carefully buried it in the Lost Paradise, and replanted the purple diamond yin wood tree. Looking at the purple ginseng fruits on the purple jade tree, the little thing is full of a sense of accomplishment. Now there are more and more precious trees in its god garden, and the types are becoming more and more complete. It almost collects all the spiritual roots in the world. The Protoss masters were also satisfied, it was really a bumper harvest. Although Wangshu was taken by the little beast, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. After some collection, the place was empty, except for the huge sternum. Obviously, the sternum was driven into the ground, and happened to crash into the place where the marrow was located. These purple diamond yin trees existed earlier, and it was not caused by the giant bones. The crowd continued to dig, and the giant bones that surpassed the king were scattered in the depths of the earth. Could it be that the sleeping king was absorbing the remaining energy of the giant bones? Mountain-like arm bones and leg bones were discovered one after another, which was extremely frightening. It was hard to imagine how powerful the king was back then. Li Mu, an old man from the god race, secretly transmitted voice to Xiao Chen. Although these giant bones are unimaginably hard, they have long lost any trace of energy. Come to think of it, all the essence has been refined into the spine and sacrificed to become a bone well connecting the two worlds. However, it seems to be a remnant product, and the real connection has not been realized in the end. The ground under the death battlefield was hollowed out, and almost all the bones were found, except for the spine and skull. As for the location of the spine, Xiao Chen and the people from the Shenzhou naturally knew where it was, but they couldn't find the skull anywhere. I found it, I found the skull. Sha Po Lang exclaimed from the depths of the bottom. Hearing this, everyone rushed into the dark underground. There is no need to excavate, the bottom layer is actually hollow, a huge jet black skull quietly floats there, as majestic as a mountain, shining with black light. No, only the frontal bone, and the rest are phantoms. Li Mu, an old man from the Protoss clan, frowned slightly. That's. Xiao Chen was taken aback, the huge forehead bone flashed bursts of black light, like a dark jade mirror, and pictures appeared in it. A golden ocean stretches as far as the eye can see, and a huge black skull floats in the golden sea like a giant ship. The Sea of Taboos in the longevity world, the king's ship. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded, his face full of shock. At this moment, something even more surprising happened. When Cheetah, the second fighter under the King of Five Colors Angels, flew in front of the black jade-like forehead, he accidentally stepped in and entered the sky above the golden ocean. It's the gate of space. Zhao Ying, an old man from the Protoss clan, exclaimed in surprise, using the frontal bone as a link, this place is connected to another world. There were waves in Xiao Chen's heart. This is really a test of people's imagination. The king's ship in the golden taboo sea, the bone well in the small town, the giant bone deep in the ground, all of these are inextricably linked. Chapter 406 Creepy. There is no doubt that the remains in the depths of the stratum were existences beyond the king, otherwise how could they have such power? The bones of the spine were sacrificed into a bone well connecting the two worlds, and the skull was turned into a black bone boat like a mountain floating on the terrifying golden ocean, which is amazing. The angel warrior kid entered the sky above the golden ocean, and immediately felt a destructive aura. The huge black skull in front of him floated slowly on the sea surface, possessing an unimaginable deterrent force. Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, and the colorful Angel King and his subordinates all passed through the jade mirror-like space gate and entered another time and space. We came out of the dead world. My God, we have come to a new world. The legend is true. There is a passage to the new world in the dead continent, which we discovered. ... The angel warriors are cheering. What is novel is that the world is always full of hope. This world full of light is much more beautiful than the continent of death. That's the taboo sea in the longevity world. Xiao Chen explained to the Protoss powers. Li Mu and Zhao Ying suppressed their shock, and led a dozen Protoss powers into the golden ocean sky at the same time as Xiao Chen. Yeah, Kiki was the most excited, she was no stranger to this golden ocean. The sea is like golden molten iron, it seems to be very viscous and heavy, and the occasional waves that roll up give people a destructive atmosphere, which seems to contain unimaginable power. Now, Dragon Island has long since been unsealed and descended into the human world, but the Sea of Taboo has become a sea of ghosts since that day. The golden ocean with a radius of thousands of miles is constantly floating in the ocean, from one place to another, like a giant battleship that never sinks. The golden taboo sea and the blue ocean are incompatible, and the forbidden sea has always condensed into a whole without breaking up. Now, the forbidden sea is no longer as terrifying as it used to be, destroying all creatures that enter it. Although everyone felt the destructive aura hidden in the golden ocean, they did not suffer any attack. Could the sleeping king be in that huge skull? The colorful angel king showed an extremely dignified look. He looked at the huge skull, and his heart was ups and downs. Even if the existence beyond the king perishes, it is likely that his skull contains unimaginable energy, and another king finds his bone body, sleeping in his skull will have unimaginable rewards. The old man Li Mu has seen many times, and his expression has never been so heavy like today. Looking at the black skull as big as a mountain, he said, "Since it is an existence beyond the king, I am afraid it is far from being as simple as we can imagine." Zhao Ying, an old man from the Protoss clan, nodded, and said, "We preconceived, thinking that a king discovered this skeleton and was sleeping in that huge skull. But who can guarantee that the soul of the supreme existence that surpassed the king was not sleeping in that huge skull?" Everyone was shocked. This inference is very likely to be true, and everyone's heart is beating drums. The King of Angels has established supreme prestige among the 13 angel warriors. Seeing him meditating, one of the angel warriors stood out from the crowd and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go check it out." The colorful angel king nodded silently. Under everyone's gaze, the angel warrior flew towards the king's ship, and landed safely on it without any surprise. For this, Xiao Chen knew it well. Everyone watched all this nervously, and the angel warlord cautiously walked towards the cabin. Of course, the so-called cabin was meant to enter the inside of the huge skull. Although the angel warlord was loyal, he was extremely nervous and fearful. When he was about to enter the inside of the mountain-like skull, his snow-white bone body even trembled. Everyone watched him sink slowly, but at this moment, everyone saw a snow-white bone arm waving wildly and struggling outward at the moment he was about to disappear, but he sank completely in just an instant. Just like when a big fish eats the bait while fishing, the fishing line suddenly sank. Without warning, the angel warrior didn't send out any mental fluctuations, he just waved his bone arm in fear, and disappeared completely. Everyone felt chills in their hearts, and everyone felt a chill. A powerful angel warrior under the King of Five Colors Angels was swallowed up silently like this. The huge black skull like a mountain floats slowly in the golden ocean, giving people a strong sense of depression. Xiao Chen had some idea in his mind. Caillou, Lao Su, and Buddha had all been on this ship of kings before, but no one went inside to explore it. Obviously, they all had a certain understanding of this ship and didn't want to easily provoke the mysterious power inside. I am afraid that with these people in front of them, if they want to enter the king's ship, they must pay a heavy price, and the gain outweighs the loss. The colorful angel king waved again, and 2 more angels flew onto the king's ship, heading back and forth towards the inside of the skull. Ah! The first angel warrior sank in without a sound, and the angel warrior who followed closely behind him let out an exclamation, and fell into the inside of the skull after chasing him. It seemed that he was struggling fiercely. The moment he disappeared, his bone arm swung violently. Everyone was silent about this. Only the little beast Kiki stared at the king's ship with wide eyes. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that the little thing might understand something. At the beginning, when he took KK and the little stubborn dragon to leave Long Island, he took the king's ship. At that time, Kiki was much more mischievous than now, running around on the king's boat. Once in the middle of the night, I tried to explore the inside of the bone ship, but I was shocked, and never dared to make trouble on the ship again. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, the little beast also seemed to remember the predicament he had when he was messing around, and angrily danced his little paws at the king's boat. "What did you see back then?" Xiao Chen asked secretly through voice transmission. "Yeah, I didn't see anything because I didn't go in." The little beast showed a rare expression of embarrassment, and said, "There are unclean and dirty things inside to scare me." This is a rare and deflated experience for the omnipotent little beast. Yi, seeing Xiao Chen looking at it with a smile, the little beast waved its fist angrily, and then flew towards the king's ship. Immediately startled Xiao Chen, for fear that the little guy would mess around. Brush. When approaching the king's ship, KK opened the Lost Paradise. The little guy has this to rely on, but he is not afraid of anything, and he can see that he is very cautious. Xiao Chen followed in Paradise Lost. All the powerhouses of the Protoss also flew over. The old men Li Mu and Zhao Ying learned from Xiao Chen the mystery and power of the Paradise of Mistakes, so they followed without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the colorful Angel King did not adopt a wait-and-see attitude, but also followed. Other angel warriors and fire creatures such as Sha Palang from the eastern region finally followed. KK held the Paradise Lost and descended towards the inside of the black skull. Just approaching, even in the interior of Lost Paradise, everyone felt a gloomy chill, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This is something that has never happened before. It can even slightly affect the peace inside the Lost Paradise, and it immediately makes the little beast nervous. But nothing else happened, and everyone sank into the huge skull. Paradise Lost is wide open, and everyone can clearly see everything outside. Inside the huge mountain-like skull, it was dark and cold, and the aura could be felt in Paradise Lost. Obviously, this place was an extremely ominous and murderous place. The little beast Kiki showed a rare expression of nervousness, leaning against Xiao Chen's side, blinking her long eyelashes, watching everything outside cautiously. Everyone has extraordinary strength, and the darkness cannot block their vision. The eyes of the soul are the extension of the divine sense, and the internal situation can be clearly sensed. Under Tianyan's glance, the darkness is as bright as day. This place seems to be a world of its own, nothing but nothingness. It's hard to imagine what kind of danger the 3 angel warriors who disappeared encountered. Go out and have a look. Chapelang ordered to a fire creature from the eastern region. It's not good to always let the colorful angel king's generals be cannon fodder. The fire creature that was ordered was also stubborn. He had seen a lot of life and death in the world of the dead, so he didn't feel overly afraid, and stepped directly out of Paradise Lost into the void. But at this moment a terrible thing happened, and without a sound, he disappeared in the void, as if there was an incredible terrifying force outside. Everyone paled in horror. Xiao Chen frowned even more. A powerful fire creature from the eastern region disappeared in an instant like this. It is conceivable how terrible and destructive power there is inside the skull. Several angel warriors pulled out their bone knives and bone swords one after another, stood at the exit of the lost paradise, and poked out the colored diamond swords that were harder than their bones. It was still silent, and all the swords were instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. No one dared to try it lightly again. There was unimaginable destructive power inside the huge skull. The colorful angel king clearly saw the situation in front of him, but he didn't show any signs of frustration. He said, "Whether there is a king sleeping here, or a soul that surpasses the king sleeping here, we have no hope of success. Look what's there." Xiao Chen didn't choose to retreat. They were safe in Paradise Lost for the time being. Absolute nothingness. The inside of the skull is extremely empty, as if it is connected to another world. Nothingness, nothing. That is. At this moment, Li Mu, the old man of the Protoss, looked forward with a very serious expression, and everyone heard the words and all looked in that direction. Kiki, the little beast, advanced quickly with Paradise Lost. In the center of the skull, there is nothingness. A dry and cold corpse floats there quietly. It seems to have existed for hundreds of millions of years. In the absolute nothingness, such a dry and cold corpse unexpectedly appeared, which made people feel creepy. This space has extremely terrifying power, and the corpse is safe and sound. Yeah, Kei Katian was not afraid of the ground. The nervousness just now was swept away, and she rushed to the front quickly, and the colorful light swept out, about to pull the corpse in. Wait a minute, Xiao Chen stopped the little guy. Everyone took advantage of this opportunity to look at the corpse carefully. This is a cold mummy, severely dehydrated, with shriveled skin, which is completely attached to the bones. It is most appropriate to describe it as skinny and white bones. However, unlike ordinary mummies, the skin is dark brown. The thin skin of this mummy's body is extremely sallow. I don't know why it makes people feel scalp numb when they see him. His long hair didn't fall off, it was scorched yellow like weeds. Eximan, could it be that his weed-like hair is harder than our bones? An angel warrior stared at the mummy suspiciously. When the mummy was approaching, an angel ward general poked out the colored diamond bone knife again, but it was wiped out without any accident, but the mummy that was close at hand did not change in any way. Seeing this result, everyone was even more astonished. This corpse is weird and very strange. Yeah, the little beast didn't care what happened, and directly swept out the colorful light curtain and pulled the mummy in. The surrounding fire creatures backed away quickly, startled. Even Xiao Chen was shocked. The little guy was too aggressive. The moment the mummy was pulled in, the temperature in Paradise Lost dropped sharply, and the gloomy atmosphere made everyone feel palpitations. Yeah, the little beast Kiki was very dissatisfied, thinking that the mummy had affected the peace of Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen, Li Mu, Zhao Ying, and the 5-colored angel king gathered together, while other Protoss powerhouses and fire creatures watched from behind. The dry and cold corpse was motionless, like a fossil carved from ice, but everyone could clearly sense the dense aura. Only Xiao Chen, who really understands the lost paradise, knows how terrifying this mummy is. The mummy can still emit its own breath in this divine garden, affecting this world, which is really appalling. I'm afraid, the evil spirit of the king's ship all came from him. It was impossible to tell the age of the mummy, nor his race, because the skin and flesh were shriveled and stuck tightly to the skeleton. He was of medium build, his eyes were closed at the moment, and his hair, like weeds, was sticking to his cheekbones, making him look extremely cold. At this time, an angel warrior came over and carefully chopped the scorched hair of the mummy with the bone knife in his hand, trying to see if it was really harder than the bone body. An extremely terrifying thing happened. When the bone knife slashed on the grass-like hair, the purple diamond bone knife turned into flying ash inch by inch, and spread directly to the body of the angel warrior. He shattered silently and turned into nothingness. This result was too terrifying, and everyone couldn't help but retreat, quickly moving away from the dry and cold corpse. Even the little beast Kiki was startled, nervously grabbed Xiao Chen's lock of long hair, stared at the mummy with wide eyes. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. Paradise Lost, which made Banzu lose his smile, conceal all the laws of supernatural powers, but a dead body can emit destructive power here, it is extremely terrifying. Chapter 407 Encounter. No one dared to touch the mummy anymore, and after a long time, everyone walked up slowly, sizing up the evil corpse cautiously and carefully. How could this be? At this moment, there was an exclamation, and Shapalang probed the bone knife into the void outside Paradise Lost, and found that the bone knife had not been destroyed. Everyone changed their colors and turned their heads to look at the mummy. Could it be that everything before was because of him? Several angel warriors also walked to the exit and poked out the bone knives, but nothing happened. A courageous archangel warrior even flew out of Paradise Lost, but was safe and sound. Now, when everyone looks at the mummy, there is a creepy feeling. This dry and cold corpse looks strange and terrifying. Inside the huge skull, the destructive power actually originated from him. The little snow-white beast blinked its big eyes and scratched its head, it didn't know what to do anymore. In the end, everyone searched the huge skull carefully, but found no other artifacts. This is a dead ancestor, I think it's better to throw it here. Shapalang suggested. Zhao Ying and Li Mu also showed serious expressions, but they didn't say anything. The colorful angel king thought for a moment and said, take it out and have a look. Yeah, the little beast Kiki looked at Xiao Chen, saw him nodding, immediately soared into the sky with Paradise Lost, and quickly flew out of the huge skull. When they came to the high sky, several angel warriors wanted to fly out of the lost paradise, but the two of them turned into flying ash just after they left the god's garden. Everyone was stunned on the spot, and chills rose in everyone's hearts. Don't go out, only this divine garden can block part of the destructive power of the mummy. The Angel King hastily stopped several other angel warriors, he completely saw the horror of the mummy and the wonder of Paradise Lost. Up to now, everyone has seen the horror of the mummy. He is clearly exuding unimaginable destructive power. Paradise Lost can suppress most of it, but some of the power spreads outside. Without the protection of God's garden, all living beings will be wiped out near the source of destruction. How so? Everyone was stunned. A mummy is so terrifying, if he is alive, what kind of power should he have? Roar. At this moment, from the depths of the golden sea, bursts of dragon roars came, and the sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even the golden sea roared. This is the sea of taboos, and the destructive atmosphere is overwhelming. Although you can't feel it in Paradise Lost, you can feel it just by looking at the paleness of the sky and the earth, and the lack of light of the sun and the moon. Wherever the golden waves passed, the sky was torn apart. In the depths of the distant sea, a mountain-like ancestral dragon boat rides the wind and waves, soars and rushes straight to the king's boat. Wherever it passes, golden waves roll up to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. The huge skull floating in the taboo sea is already so strange, and now there is another huge ship that looks like an ancestor dragon, how can it not be shocking? There shouldn't be a similar terrifying evil corpse in the ancestral dragon ship, right? Everyone present couldn't help but think of this question. However, things were far more complicated than everyone thought. At this moment, the sky suddenly rolled with lead clouds, and the clouds were densely covered with bloody lightning. The sky above the forbidden sea was completely torn apart, and blood rained down. Looming indistinctly, above the tumbling demonic cloud, a gloomy and huge ancient castle is looming, like a ferocious ancient monster, emitting a majestic coercion, making the world tremble. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. When Longdao was still there, he had already seen the ancient castle looming above the dead city, and he didn't want to see it again today. The ancestral dragon ship, the king's ship, the taboo sea, the dragon island, the sky monument, and the suspended castle are all inextricably linked. Closing Paradise Lost, Kiki quickly made such a decision. The evil corpse was motionless, but everyone's hearts were trembling. At this moment, everyone could feel an extremely eerie aura surging in the peaceful lost paradise. The divine garden that concealed the power of the half-ancestor turned out to be such a mummy when it faced the challenge for the first time. But what makes people feel a little bit more at ease is that there was no accident. Although the eerie aura made people feel chills down their spines, the sacred and peaceful aura in Paradise Lost weakened for a short time, and then gradually began to grow stronger. After all, Paradise Lost had the upper hand and could suppress this dry and cold evil corpse. It is impossible to say how much potential Kiki's parents have left for her god garden. The wealth inherited by the little thing is immeasurable. Yeah, KK muttered in a daze, then blinked her big eyes and circled around the mummy, tightly grasping the colorful sacred tree, as if she wanted to give the mummy a bite. Don't move. Xiao Chen stopped the little guy, and let him open Paradise Lost. Everything was as expected, the different phases were caused by the mummy, and his breath was cut off when Paradise Lost was closed. At this moment, the ancestral dragon boat disappeared, and the gloomy castle in the sky also disappeared. Send this corpse back to that skull. Protoss Elder Li Mu suggested. The five-colored Angel King was also very calm, and said, in order to avoid a catastrophe, it is indeed necessary to send it back, otherwise the consequences are not something we can bear. Kiki was very obedient, and under Xiao Chen's signal, she sent the evil corpse back to the huge skull floating in the sea. The little guy didn't want to park such a gloomy mummy in the divine garden. How do we go back? Are you going to live in this new world? ... The Tinder creatures were both happy and disappointed. If you want to go back, it's very simple, just exhaust your strength. Li Mu, an old man from the Protoss, suggested. Really, the results prove that, indeed. Although there are some differences between the Gate of Space and the Bone Well, they are generally the same. The colorful Angel King and the angel warriors under his command disappeared from the sky one after another. Before the return of the gods, Xiao Chen called Zhao Ying and Li Mu aside alone, telling them to keep the secret of the Bone Well and not to be discovered by others. In the end, Chapelang and the Protoss all returned to the realm of the dead, not because they were unwilling to explore the new world, but because they wanted to discover the mystery of the Gate of Space first. Undoubtedly, after a while, the fire creatures and gods who appeared here today will reappear above this sea to explore the novel world of longevity. Everyone disappeared, and the huge mountain-like skull also braved the wind and waves and rushed into the distance. Xiao Chen looked at the jet-black king's ship with a contemplative expression, seemingly gaining nothing, but his heart was full of ups and downs. This place is definitely a peerless killing field. Today is not empty-handed for him, on the contrary, he thinks it is a huge harvest, but he hopes that he will never use everything here in the future. If he is really forced to that time, it means that he is in an extremely bad situation. I hope I don't need to set up a peerless killing array here. Xiao Chen and KK cut through the sky and flew towards the longevity continent. Without wasting too much time, a hazy land appeared ahead, and the boundless continent exuded a majestic aura, which shocked people's hearts. The illusion was shattered, and the world of longevity shrank many times, leaving only the real area. When Xiao Chen came to the longevity realm, his first goal was naturally the Heavenly Emperor City. In the vast southern wilderness, fierce birds and beasts are rampant, and there are many dangers hidden in the dense primitive forest. Tiandi City is located in such an area, surrounded by endless primitive mountains, lush and green, steep mountains, towering ancient trees, and howling monkeys and tigers. The majestic Emperor of Heaven is located in the southern wasteland, like a sleeping ancestral dragon. The invisible aura shakes the surrounding fields, making the fierce beasts in the primitive forest dare not approach here easily. On the bustling street, there is a lot of traffic, the sound of hawking and hawking come and go, people come and go, shoulder to shoulder. There are many shops on both sides of the road, and many businessmen from the mainland come here to buy rare treasures, making this huge city that is already famous in the mainland even more prosperous. Xiao Chen was walking on the bustling street with a smile on his face, spending a lot of money to buy delicious food for the little beast. The little guy ate happily, hugged a lot of various snacks, and didn't know which one to eat first. It wasn't until I sat down in a specialty restaurant on the snack street adjacent to Dushu Street that the little thing's little paws were truly freed and he began to bury his head in eating. The happiest thing in the world is that cats eat fish, dogs eat meat. Fat man, I go to fight beasts every day. A fat man embraced, hugged the cat in his left hand, and led the dog in his right. Passing by on the street, he looked like a typical playboy. Fatty's eyes are very sharp. When he passed by the special flavor restaurant, he happened to see the little snow-white beast eating on the table, and his eyes were immediately attracted. This little white tiger looks really good. Fat lord, I like it at the first sight. I misread it. It should be a white lion of different species. The fat man strolled in, marveled, and said, I have such a good appetite. I bought so many snacks, can I eat it all? Hey, why does it look so familiar? A long time ago, I had a friend who had a similar little snow-white beast. Not to mention how it looks more and more like it. Under the protection of a group of followers, the fat man came closer, stared at KK carefully, and said, "Hey, there is such a coincidence that this little beast is exactly the same as the one I saw before. I like it, fat man. Whose is this? Can you sell it to me?" Although Xiao Chen didn't turn around, after hearing this familiar voice, he already knew who the fat man behind him was. "Hey, the more you look at this little guy, the more pleasing to your eyes." The fat man squatted down to look at Kiki carefully, and stretched out a fleshy hand to touch it forward, saying, "It's exactly the same as the one I saw before." Kiki's small face was dark, and she was so long that she threw a piece of rice cake on the fat man's face. "His second uncles, the other one threw me like this before." The fat man didn't get angry, instead he laughed, wiped off the rice cake sticking to his face, and said, "That's great, even the personality is the same." Kiki was a little depressed, watching the fat hand touch again, pressing the table full of delicious snacks on the fat man's face at once, and then angrily waved the little beast's claws, and threw the fat man into the street. There was an uproar in the audience. Fatty's entourage was about to rush forward. "Don't act recklessly." The fat man who was thrown on the street jumped up and rushed in, drove a group of followers out, stared at KK in a daze, and then ran to the other side of the table to see Xiao Chen's appearance. Is it really you guys?" Fatty showed an incredulous look, and shouted excitedly, "I heard, you are no longer in this world. I really didn't expect it. Fatty Zoog, you really haven't made any progress. After so many years, you are still a standard dude." Xiao Chen smiled and turned around, facing his old friend Fatty Zoog. "Are you really, still alive? I'm not dreaming." The fat man stammered a little incoherently, "Madam is incredible." It took him a long time to calm down and ask what happened all these years. "Some things are hard to say clearly." Xiao Chen smiled and said it in a few words, "It would be too shocking to tell the truth. Fatty Zoog hasn't seen you practice, why hasn't he seen you grow old? Fatty Zoog at this moment is still as young as he was back then, and even has a few pimples on his face. He is a veritable young fat man." He rolled his eyes and said, "What time is it? Haven't you heard that money can make Motui ghosts? Although I am fat, I have a low level of cultivation, but I have plenty of money. I can't buy any kind of elixir. As long as I have money, I can live for 10,000 years." It has to be said that Fatty is very resourceful and is not a direct descendant of the Zoog family, but in the end he won the competition and became the current head of the Zoog family. "You really know how to enjoy yourself. You play with cats and dogs in your free time, and you go to fight animals when you are looking for excitement. It's really leisurely and happy." Xiao Chen is really envious. He has been born and died for so many years, and he has never enjoyed the fun that ordinary people should have. Hearing these fat people, he sighed and said, "Oh, I'm muddling along. Being forced to swallow my breath by the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan, I can only have fun." "What's going on?" Xiao Chen heard that the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan frowned, and the little beast Kiki's eyes widened angrily. "How could you forget what happened back then?" Long Tang, a dragon master, intensified the conflict and imprisoned Kiki. Strictly speaking, everyone was played by the Southern Wilderness Dragons back then. In the end, after KK escaped, her body was crushed to save Xiao Chen, and her soul fell into hell. Xiao Chen fought bloody against Tiandi City, KK was killed. Not only did the Dragon Clan refuse to save him, but in the end Long Tang even intercepted and killed Xiao Chen, almost killing him physically and mentally. In recent years, the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan has changed their low-key attitude towards the West, and has emerged powerfully. Now they are simply the uncrowned kings of Tiandi City. Damn it, my Zoog family's Xuanwang Beast Palace has been taken over by him and them. Even a small handyman of the Dragon Clan dares to roar at me. Fatty Zoog was very angry when these things were mentioned, but he didn't dare to shout out loud and kept his voice very low. Most of the powerhouses in the longevity world have entered the Kyushu, and now the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan seems to be really honorable. With a faint smile, Xiao Chen said, Go to Xuanwang Beast Palace to have a look." Fatty Zoog shook his head and said, "Let's go to the Hall of Shameful Flowers in the moonlight. There is a lot of excitement there today. You should still remember Bingchen and Fire Dance. That damned dragon servant wants to occupy them. I heard that 2 mysterious masters have come to the Hall of Shameful Flowers in the moonlight." Xiao Chen naturally did not forget Bingchen and Fire Dance, and asked, "The handyman of the Dragon Clan is so rampant." "Of course, I can only swallow my anger. That damned slave played with Long Tang's son until he grew up. He is so arrogant. Some things need to be settled. Xiao Chen pinched Kiki's nose with a smile, and followed Fatty Zug to the palace of closed moon shame. In the resplendent closed moonshine flower hall, a group of high-spirited cultivators looked like they were there. One of them came over with arrogance and said, "Hey, Fat Zug, why are you here to join in the fun?" Hearing this, Fatty Zug's face was very ugly. Xiao Chen asked, "This is the slave." "It's a slave's slave," Fatty Zug said with hatred, keeping his voice very low. "Hey, this is a top-quality chinchilla. My master will definitely like it, so I will take it away." The servant of the dragon family directly grabbed KK on Xiao Chen's shoulder. The little snow-white beast was annoyed at the time, but before it could make a move, Xiao Chen slapped it. Puff! Like a ball of mud, half of the famous Jia Ding's body disappeared after being photographed by Xiao Chen, turning into blood mist. Ah! With just a scream, the famous servant passed out. Swipe! The figures flickered continuously, and everyone surrounded Xiao Chen. One of them, wearing purple clothes, strode over and stared at Xiao Chen and Fatty Zug coldly. "Boy, you are dead. You dare to attack the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan, and you don't want to inquire about it, it's really boring." The servant who next to him pretended to be a tiger, and angrily reprimanded Xiao Chen. "Is the man in purple the son of Long Tang or the servant you mentioned?" Xiao Chen asked. Fatty Zug knew that he would definitely not be kind today, but the matter has come to this point. He is not a person who is afraid of trouble, and said bitterly, "It is the slave who played with Long Tang's son since he was a child." "Friend, where are you from?" The young man in purple was very calm, as if he had everything under control. Xiao Chen smiled, stretched out a finger and shook it, said, "Call your master, no, call Long Tang." "Who are you?" The purple-clothed young man looked very deep, as if he really was a peerless hero. He stared at Xiao Chen and said, "Sickness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. Some self-righteous people are actually as weak as ants in front of the Dragon Clan." Xiao Chen was very speechless. Could it be that the more half a bottle of vinegar, the more self-righteous? Seeing the pretentious appearance of the young man in purple, he didn't find it funny, but felt goosebumps all over his body. "Stop talking to him, take him down." Someone next to him shouted, who seemed to be a master, rushed over first, and the other servants also rushed up. It could be seen that they were a group of vicious slaves. Xiao Chen didn't like talking nonsense. One slap after another, the sound of puff puff kept ringing, and the evil slaves fell one by one, and those who saw something bad happen couldn't avoid it even if they wanted to back away. The young man in purple finally felt fear, and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "I am." "You are just an evil slave, want to occupy Bingchen and fire dance. Find Long Tang." As soon as Xiao Chen pointed it out, with a poof, one arm of the purple-clothed youth was completely shattered. Brush. The young man in purple has reached the realm of longevity, and his cultivation base is not weak. Naturally, he saw Xiao Chen's fear, so he rose to the sky enduring the severe pain. But what was waiting for him was a giant palm the size of a house, which slapped down from the top of his head. Boom! One slap wiped out his body and spirit. "Go and find Long Tang," Xiao Chen said to a trembling evil slave. The only remaining evil slave who could still stand yelled, turned his head and ran out of the Hall of Shameful Flowers of the Closed Moon. Xiao Chen. At the same time, two people rushed out from the depths of the Palace of Shameful Flowers. One was handsome with a sick look, and the other had a pair of huge horns on his head. It was the sick Lu Mu and the little fat Niu Ren. "You are still alive." Both of them looked incredible. Nalong Wang didn't tell them about Xiao Chen. They rushed over quickly, and they hugged each other. Several people talked excitedly, until after a long time, they walked side by side into a hall of the Palace of Shame on the Moon. They were all filled with emotion, recalling all kinds of past events in those years. "Get out of the people inside." There was a roar, and a young man in white with dragon horns led the big master to rush out of the hall. "You are Long Tang's son. You are not qualified to bring your father here." Xiao Chen shouted coldly through the jade curtain. "What are you?" The young man in white yelled angrily, "Get out." Without any words, Xiao Chen disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared in front of the White Dragon Clan in an instant, and slapped him with a slap. Boom! The body of the young man in white was torn apart, his words stopped abruptly, and the surrounding dragon masters were in an uproar, and their expressions changed extremely. Xiao Chen returned to his seat, and shouted coldly, "Call Long Tang, I'll wait for him here." Chapter 408 Fighting Dragon Clan. Clean and neat, Xiao Chen slapped the dragon youths to pieces with a single slap, causing everyone to change color. The young master was killed. "How dare you swing the butcher knife at my dragon clan?" Those Dragon Clan cultivators outside the hall were in chaos. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who would dare to provoke the Dragon Clan in recent years? It is shocking that someone would dare to act like this today. Chi. There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and 3 dragon masters who were shouting loudly were shot dead by the sword light on the spot. The noise immediately subsided, and those people retreated full of fear. The dragon cultivators disappeared like a tide, but the atmosphere in the hall was lively. Several old friends met unexpectedly, and they didn't feel pressured by the powerful Dragon Clan. Everyone was very excited. The last time Niu Ren and Lu Mu were hunted down by Yasha Heavenly King for thousands of miles, they were killed from the east to the cold and bitter place in the extreme west, and then had to escape from the human world back to the world of longevity. Does Niu Pangpang have a calf demon king? Xiao Chen joked. I'm in the prime of my life, full of youth, why do I need a small oil bottle? Niu Ren chuckled, looking simple and honest, but no one who knew the details dared to underestimate him. This is the famous Bull Demon King, a man of influence in the past 20 years. Lu Mu's face was a little pale, his body seemed to be like this all the time, although he was still healthy, but there was always a sick look on his handsome cheek. He laughed when he heard this, and said, Niu Pangpang has a hard knot, and he has been deeply in love with Miss Lu Rian for 20 years, and he wouldn't marry her if it were not for her. Xiao Chen was taken aback when he heard the words, then laughed, and said, Lu Rian is the sister of Dugu's sword demon, does Niu Pangpang want to be Dugu T Pimple's brother-in-law? The little fat man Niu Ren shook the huge horns on his head, laughed naively, and said, don't listen to his nonsense. But no matter how you look at it, it seems to be trying to cover up. Dugu sword demon. Fatty Zug was surprised when he heard this, and said, I haven't heard anything about him for nearly 20 years, so I don't know where he is now. Yes, Dugu's sword demon has disappeared for almost 20 years. I don't know if there has been an accident. Lu Mu said with some emotion, there is also a real monk, who left too early. If he can live until now, he must be a man of the world in terms of his cultivation. Back then, there were so many masters in the cultivation world, but now hundreds of clans come out together, why don't you see those people? Xiao Chen felt a little strange, there seem to be very few cultivators nowadays. Niu Ren raised his head and took a sip of wine, and said, those people know how to preserve their strength best, and a large number of masters of cultivation have returned to their own world. But now the Sifang world and Kyushu are not a natural barrier. Although it is still not easy to travel, they can go back and forth smoothly after paying a certain price. Those people will definitely come back. Jingle, the sound of wearing rings sounded, and 2 young and beautiful women walked into the hall. One was passionate, with a bumpy figure, which was extremely graceful, and the other was quiet and fresh, beautiful, as moving as a snow lotus. It was Huowu and Bingqin. They were cultivators, and after so many years, the years hadn't left many traces on their bodies. Huowu floated over like a cloud, and sat beside Lu Mu. She was extremely affectionate, and said with a charming smile, thank you brother Lu Mu for protecting you. Bingqin was also very grateful and saluted Lu Mu and Niu Ren. The voices of the 2 beauties were crisp and sweet, as touching as big pearls falling on a jade plate. Huowu and Bingqin saw Xiao Chen on the other side. Although they hadn't seen the front, they already recognized that this was the person from the past. As far as their cultivation is concerned, they can't understand the secrets of high levels, but they can still understand the ordinary news from the world of longevity. They have already heard that Xiao Chen died in Kyushu, and they were surprised to see it again today. Fatty Zug laughed and said, there are new people forgetting the old ones, didn't you see us 2 brothers? Are you really still alive? The shrewd and beautiful Oren seemed a little clumsy. It seems that every time you meet an acquaintance, you have to be surprised for a while. This situation cannot be avoided. Xiao Chen sighed with a smile. The fragrant wind came, Bingqin stepped forward, and Huowu was even more enthusiastic, leaning on Xiao Chen's side, and the 2 women insisted on toasting a few glasses of wine. Not long after, there were bursts of tinkling zither sounds in the hall, as beautiful as fairy music, and then fiery and unrestrained dancing followed, singing and dancing gracefully. Bingqin and Fire Dance showed their talents to the fullest. The golden wine in the jade cup had a crystal luster and was fragrant. Xiao Chen held the wine cup and leaned back on the precious chair. The fur of the rare beast was soft and loose, which made his whole body relax. For so many years, he struggled to survive in the world of death, and everything in front of him seemed like a dream, and he could finally enjoy everything of the living like an ordinary person. Fine wine, delicacies, music of the piano, hot dancing. All these made him feel the reality and beauty of life, which was in stark contrast to the lifeless, monotonous and boring world of death. Next to him, Kiki was also drinking sweet fruit wine happily. The little guy's big eyes blinked and sparkled, and his eyes were full of little stars. Yee, it's delicious. The little guy used to not drink at all, but he tasted fruit wine for the first time today. Little fat man Niu Ren shook his wine glass and said, "Did we go too far today? Don't lure out the old dragon from the deepest part of the southern desolation, otherwise we won't be able to eat and walk around." Lu Mu shook his head, and said with a smile, "After the catastrophe of the false gods, the illusory half-ancestors died forever, and the real half-ancestors also disappeared. I think the old dragon probably did the same. I'm afraid he left the southern wilderness because of some things. Otherwise, how could the southern wilderness dragon clan be allowed to be so chaotic and unrestrained?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have entered Kyushu several times, and I have questioned many people, wanting to know the whereabouts of the half-ancestors back then, but no one seems to have seen them these years. Today, I am here to settle grievances with Long Tang, and to test whether the old dragon is still deep in the southern desolation." A voice like the sound of heaven came, and the fragrance wafted. A peerless beauty with a devil figure and an angel face walked into the hall lightly. The black dress fluttered like petals, making her graceful body even more exquisite and undulating. "You are Hua Huang." Fatty Zug was very excited. He had already heard that Hua Huang had come to Tiandi City. The Palace of Closed Moon Shame and Wild Goose has branches in various famous cities in the Changsheng continent. Some people say that they belong to the same family, while others say that they are hostile to each other. It is difficult to clarify the real relationship between the two. The Flower Emperor of the Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Closed Moon and the Emperor of Flowers in the Palace of Shenyu Luoyan have always been mysterious. Although they are well known, few people can see their true faces. Legend has it that they are the most beautiful women in the world. Back then, when Xiao Chen first set foot in the Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Closed Moon, he had heard rumors about the Flower Emperor, but he had never seen the true face of Mount Lu. The peerless enchanting girl was extremely light. She floated into the hall with a smile, like a butterfly dancing. "It's you." Both Xiao Chen and Niu Ren recognized the woman in front of them, but they didn't expect Hua Huang to be her. "My name is Yao Yao, and I'm also what you call the Flower Emperor." It turned out to be a peerless demon girl from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Several people in the hall had seen her tricks more than 20 years ago. Only Lu Mu knew the details of the Hall of Shame on the Moon, because his grandmother was the head of the branch hall of Tiandi City, but he was not involved in it. He practiced outside since he was a child, so his knowledge was limited. The bewitching beauty dominates the world and turns all living beings upside down. At this moment, her bare feet are like snow, her jade toes are crystal clear, she is smiling lightly, charming, she is really a peerless beauty. "Bing Qing, Huo Wu, you should thank the young masters present here." Yao Yao's smile was extraordinarily sweet and seductive. Obviously, she had been observing in secret for a long time, so she was not too surprised to see Xiao Chen who had come back from the dead. She came forward with a charming smile and sat beside Xiao Chen, chatting warmly with everyone. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Palace of Shameful Flowers of the Closed Moon trembled slightly, and a palace next to the hall was smashed to pieces by a purple gold hammer the size of a house. The purple gold sledgehammer with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters stood quietly on the ruins, shining with a cold light. A tall figure descended from the sky, burly and muscular, with lumpy muscles, containing infinite power. The most peculiar thing is that he had a dragon tail. "The person who killed my young master came out to die." He waved and raised the huge purple gold hammer in his hand, as if he was dancing a scarecrow, as if he hadn't expended any effort. "This is a dragon man, a hybrid offspring of dragon and human race." Fatty Zug whispered. Everyone walked into the courtyard together. Xiao Chen frowned, and said, "Long Tang's arrogance is really big. Does he want me to kill all the people who come to die one by one before he comes forward? I am General Zidian of the Dragon Clan of the Southern Wilderness." The dragon man glared at Xiao Chen, and said, "How dare you challenge the majesty of the Dragon Clan? I will take your soul and sacrifice it to the young master." Yao Yao chuckled and said, "Long Tang is only the 4th generation of the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan. The dragon blood he inherited is not pure. If his son is the young master, what are the 3 little dragon kings who really have the blood of the Dragon Clan? Are you a general of the Dragon Clan? I think it is a miscellaneous general. You poor maidservant, die." The purple gold sledgehammer slammed down, the void split open, and streaks of purple lightning struck wildly. Lu Mu came out in front of the crowd, and said, "Yu leaps to the sky and dares to speak so boldly." Brush. The cyan light curtain rolled back up to the sky, enveloping the purple-gold giant hammer with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters in an instant, and the space was slashed vertically and horizontally. The miscellaneous dragon general danced a dragon shadow, and the dragon tail behind him soared, like a magic whip, tearing apart the world and sweeping towards Lu Mu, with an astonishing momentum. Lu Mu didn't despise him, and intentionally asserted his prestige, and directly swept out a piece of blue light, submerging him inside, and the most terrifying space god was on display. Space Knife Rain. Within a radius of 10 feet, Lu Mu became the absolute master, imprisoning the dragon man, and thousands of cyan rays of light interspersed vertically and horizontally, like meteors and rain of light. Ah! The miscellaneous general just had time to let out a scream, and was pierced by the space knife rain in an instant, chopped into countless pieces, and finally turned into a blood mist. Lu Mu stroked lightly, a big gap opened in the sky, and all the blood mist was swept into the dimensional space. Even Xiao Chen was a little surprised when all the masters of the dragon clan who came following the miscellaneous dragon generals changed their colors. Lu Mu is definitely a cultivator with potential. The law of space is known as the law of the gods, and the same level as the king. Sooner or later, his strength will reach a level that ordinary people can't imagine. My dragon clan lives in a corner. Who exactly wants to trouble our clan? A middle-aged man in his 30s walked in the void, walking step by step from far away, surrounded by a group of dragon masters. Fatty Zug sneered in a low voice. The slaves under his command dare to rob beautiful women, occupy other people's beast palaces, and act like victims. It's really disgusting. Yi. The little beast KK flew up to the sky angrily, and stared at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him with wide eyes. Long Tang's expression froze, and the moment he found the little snow-white beast, he felt very uncomfortable. Little guy and I went back to the southern wilderness. Anyway, you have cultivated my clan's supernatural powers. Even if there were some misunderstandings, we are no longer outsiders. Hearing this, Xiao Chen soared into the air, with long hair dancing wildly, staring at Long Tang, said, "If you had this intention, you wouldn't have sat and watched it be killed 20 years ago and then chased me afterward." How is it possible? Seeing the figure in front of him, Long Tang was stunned. He involuntarily stepped back a few steps, pointed at Xiao Chen, and said, Why are you still alive? Are you surprised? Xiao Chen looked at him closely and said, "I've let you down, God can't accept me." It's impossible. Long Tang stared at Xiao Chen, as if he didn't believe what he saw. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Xiao Chen, who was played by him back then, and he was not on the same level as him at all. However, too many things happened later. During the catastrophe of false gods, Xiao Chen died for the illusory half-ancestor. How could he not know such a big thing? Seeing each other again, he felt very uncomfortable. Thinking of the catastrophe 20 years ago, he was somewhat afraid. Let's end it completely today. Xiao Chen's words were calm, but the momentum was overwhelming, making people breathless. You finished with me? This is really a joke. Long Tang showed a look of contempt. Even though he knew Xiao Chen's past, he still looked down on the little character, who was once under his control from the bottom of his heart. He has the psychological advantage of being a dragon, and his arrogance is born. He said coldly, "Without the yellow mud table, you are nothing. In my eyes, you will always be a card, a pawn." Xiao Chen was not angry. He took steps in the void, walked forward, and said, "Then let's speak with strength. If you want to fight with my master, pass me first." A dragon man rushed forward quickly. Xiao Chen didn't stop, regarded him as nothing, and moved forward without haste. With a single point, the bright light curtain from the attack was instantly scattered, and at the same time, a blood hole appeared on the forehead of the dragon man, and fell to the sky. However, the dragon masters around were all dead men, not afraid of death, so they rushed up together. But all of this was in vain. Xiao Chen was calm, he shot at will, blood and blood rained in the sky, and the dragon master in front of him was vulnerable like a scarecrow. Pointing out, one person must be pierced, and one palm is slapped out, and half of the person's body must be smashed to pieces and disappear, as casually as if swatting a fly. 10 kills in one step. In front of him, the masters of the dragon clan are like exquisite porcelain, vulnerable to a single blow. Xiao Chen seemed a little impatient. The consonant sword wave popped out, and the 20 or so dragon masters who rushed up in front collapsed one after another with bang bang bang, turning into blood mist in the sky, and their bodies and spirits were wiped out. Such a method made everyone feel cold in their hearts. This is an elite expert under Long Tang. Death is indeed so worthless. Xiao Chen's footsteps stepped on the void, sending out very rhythmic fluctuations. The sky and the earth trembled slightly, and then there was a rumbling sound, as if stepping on the real earth. The sound of his footsteps merged with the pulsation of heaven and earth, causing this small world to vibrate with his steps. Bang bang bang. The remaining 17 dragon masters were shattered by the terrifying pulsation of the world, and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Show your true strength, don't hide your clumsiness in front of me. Facing Lang Tang, Xiao Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He never believed that Long Tang had only reached the realm of longevity as it appeared on the surface, and he must be suppressing and hiding his strength like the little stubborn dragon. Roar. There was a dragon roar, and Long Tang burst out with a destructive aura, and rushed towards Xiao Chen. The two powerful men turned into two bolts of lightning in the sky, and a fierce battle broke out. Dragon chi filled the sky. A huge image of a dragon was like a dark cloud, covering most of the sky, dancing vertically and horizontally, besieging Xiao Chen inside. The scales around him were like thousands of swords, bursting out hundreds of millions of beams of light, submerging Xiao Chen inside. Xiao Chen has cultivated a peerless martial art, assisted by the world of 8 phases, as if standing in another world, guiding all the sword glows in the sky to the 8 overlapping spaces, and no beam of light can approach him. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack, and the consonant sword wave swept across the 10 directions, and the phantom of the dragon he hit shattered in an instant, and directly attacked the body of the dragon. Soaring dragon stretched across the 9 heavens. At this moment, his whole body was covered with black scales. Although he had a human body, he was extremely terrifying. He showed a half-breed dragon body. The destructive atmosphere was overwhelming, the sky trembled, wind and thunder blew up everywhere, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. When Xiao Chen looked at each other, he never underestimated the enemy. The 4 great Sanshou, the world of 8 phases, and the Tianyan of Om moved together, and all kinds of supernatural powers emerged one after another. Even though Long Tang had despised Xiao Chen in the past, he still had to cheer up at the moment, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life if he was not careful. The fierce battle turned the sky above Tiandi City into a forbidden area. The sky shook, and all directions were shocked. Half a quarter of an hour later, a dragon roar came out, and the 2 strong men separated. Xiao Chen held a bloody dragon's horn in his hand, while Long Tang's eyes were breathing fire. His long hair was messy, and a dragon's horn in his hair had been broken off. Boom! At this moment, a giant seal the size of a mountain flew from far away and smashed towards Xiao Chen. Fanshan seal! Yao Yao exclaimed. This important treasure has been spread throughout the world of longevity, and most practitioners know its origin, and it is the supreme treasure of the Guangchengji lineage of the original sect. You don't need to think about it, you know that people from this line have arrived, looking for Xiao Chen's bad luck. Xiao Chen offended too many people during the false god tribulation. Chapter 409. The Fanshan seal is as white as jade, carved like bright jade, and the whole body emits thousands of rays of light. But it was as big as a mountain, exuding a destructive aura, covering the sky and the sun, and smashed down violently. Such a majestic and huge mountain is a treasure in ancient legends. No one dares to underestimate it. In the history of war, there are very few people who dare to fight head-on. The sky and the earth collapsed, and the clouds in the distant sky also collapsed, and the palpitating waves moved in all directions, shocking people's souls. Facing the legendary Ling Bao, Xiao Chen looked dignified, but before he could make a move, the little beast had already moved. Kiki soared into the sky, grabbed the colorful sacred tree, and swept out a rainbow light, like a comet across the sky, towards the seal of overturning the sky. Like the shattering of the bright moon in the sky, it sprinkled the holy brilliance all over the sky, like the stars falling to the ground, swaying brightly. The sky is dazzling. KK blocked the sky-shattering seal with a colorful holy tree, and collided with it again and again. It was as if thousands of fireworks were blooming, and the sky was filled with magnificent colors, colorful, and the big mountain-like seal was fixed in the sky by a palm-high tree, which surprised everyone. The sky-changing seal, which was shining all over the body, suddenly burst out with monstrous energy fluctuations, and finally broke free from its restraints, and flew towards the far sky. In terms of the level of Lingbao alone, the Fanshan seal is naturally not as good as the 7-colored holy tree, but the person behind the control of Chongbao has powerful mana, and he took the treasure seal back. Boom! Fan Tianyan suddenly saw coming through the space again, appeared suddenly again, and smashed towards Xiao Chen. Yeah, Kiki got angry, and rushed up holding the colorful sacred tree, and at the same time quietly opened the lost paradise, trying to take away the seal of heaven. Tens of thousands of auspicious colors collapsed into the sky, and the owner of the overturning seal sensed something strange. Bao Yin quickly rushed to the sky, but shot 13 divine swords, each of which was 20 meters long, arranged in a demon-subduing array, attracting the power of endless stars, trying to trap and kill the little beast. Kiki didn't receive the overturning seal, and immediately widened her eyes angrily. The colorful holy tree swept out the holy light curtain continuously, causing 13 divine swords to form a demon-subduing formation to quickly shrink and suppress it. The void collapsed, and the 13 divine swords shot out hundreds of millions of rays of light, twisted into a bright net, and submerged the little beast inside. The endless brilliance surged away, piercing through the void and tearing it apart, but the little thing was safe and sound, and it was impenetrable. Brush. Paradise Lost was open to the limit, sweeping across the sky. The 13 divine swords were retracted in an instant, and the radiant demon-subduing formation was broken. Clang. 13 divine swords were inserted into the lost paradise, and the little beast Kiki swept across with the colorful holy tree, and the spiritual energy was absorbed by the precious tree. After a while, the 13 divine swords shattered inch by inch and turned into dust. The overturning seal pierced through the void and disappeared, never to appear again. Xiao Chen knew that there was a master of interpretation and teaching in Tiandi City, and he had already discovered his whereabouts, and a contest would be inevitable in the future. Long Tang's eyes spewed fire, and a dragon's horn was broken off, which was a great shame and humiliation. Ha ha! Xiao Chen laughed loudly, threw the bloody dragon horn in his hand towards Lu Mu, and said, "This dragon horn is still very tender, it should be far more effective than velvet antler, take it to soak in wine later." Roar! On the spot, Long Tang's face was extremely livid, with a black mist emitting from it, his long hair stood on end, his whole body was covered with scales, shining black light, he transformed into a humanoid tyrannosaurus and charged towards him. His hands have turned into dragon claws, extremely sharp, each blow makes the space collapse, the tyrannical attack contains endless power, colliding with Xiao Chen's god's hand, unexpectedly made a clanging sound. Xiao Chen opened and closed, and bumped into Long Tang head-on. The Lingxi sword wave did not sweep out, but just scraped off a large black scale of Long Tang, blood sprayed, and blood stained the sky. Long Tang was furious, and with a long howl, the Dragon Clan's unique skill, Dragon Song was spread. The sound of the dragon chant sounded like a hurricane sweeping through the southern wilderness. In the primitive mountains in the distance, the endless wild beasts heard the roar of the king of all beasts, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. At such a short distance, if an ordinary person is attacked by the Daolong Yinku, the 3 souls and 7 souls will be shaken out of the body, but Xiao Chen has an extraordinary talent in this area, because he is proficient in the original octave, and immediately greeted him with the word, Om. The space is being annihilated, and destructive black holes appear one after another between the 2 powerhouses, and all light is swallowed into them. Long Tang let out a scream, most of the scales on his body were broken, and he flew back like a blood man. Long Yinku was defeated by Omzi Tinian, he was hit hard and his body almost collapsed. Xiao Chen followed like a shadow, and the god-killing style and the demon-suppressing style rushed over. Bang bang, Long Tang vomited blood from the beating, his hair was disheveled, 7 or 8 of his left sternum were completely broken, and his right shoulder was even shattered. Click, the other dragon horn was also broken by Xiao Chen and caught in his hand, the dragon's blood dripped down in the sky like a rain of blood. Put this one away too, and take it to make wine. Xiao Chen shook his hand and threw the dragon horn in his hand down. Long Tang's face was ferocious, with bursts of blueness. He was really angry to the extreme. The chess pieces he played with in the palm of his hand and despised by him had now reached such a level, which made him mad with hatred. If he had known this, he shouldn't have played with it back then, and killed it directly. Dragon leaps over the gate of heaven. Long Tang roared fiercely, displaying the strongest divine skills. When a fish leaps over the dragon gate, it turns into a dragon, and when a dragon leaps over the heavenly gate, what will it become? At this moment, Long Tang gave the answer, and the aura of annihilation enveloped the sky above Tiandi City. A hazy shadow trail is like a long river of thousands of miles, running across the sky and earth, churning up waves of energy, and the majestic coercion frightens the 10 directions. I can't see what it is, but among the tumbling dark clouds, I can occasionally see a few mountain-like giant claws, smashing the world and tearing towards Xiao Chen. Boom! The endless coercion shook the world, and the primitive mountains below were all shattered, while the Tiandi city glowed dimly, resisting the destructive aura in the sky. This ancient city is really weird. Everyone finally knows the reason why it has stood up for endless years. It can protect itself from the invasion of external forces. Long Tang obviously wanted to go all out, and he didn't hesitate to destroy all living beings within a radius of 10 miles. The surrounding mountains continued to crumble, like countless meteorites falling on the ground. Xiao Chen, who was in the storm, was full of light all over his body, and the Big Dipper light curtain possessed him, like a battle armor, covering his whole body, and the combat skills recorded on the sky tablet, like dreamy empty flowers, were continuously displayed. In the end, a sky monument appeared in Xiao Chen's right hand, and with the waving of his arm, he kept hitting the huge monster in the magic cloud. The incomparable behemoth was smashed to pieces by the stone tablet in Xiao Chen's hand, and let out a long and shrill howl. The 10 directions trembled, and the sky trembled. Boom! The majestic giant shadow completely disintegrated in the sky. Long Teng's face was ashen, his body was pierced with terrible wounds, and he almost collapsed. Kai, as soon as Xiao Chen pointed out, the lower half of Long Teng's body was instantly shattered and turned into a blood mist. I'm unwilling, I was defeated by you. He gritted his teeth, facing the opponent he despised in the past, and said in a hateful voice, "You low boy." Xiao Chen raised his right arm calmly, and Long Teng finally cried out in horror, saying, "Don't kill me, I belong to the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan, if you kill me, your crimes are heinous." "Then I'll be guilty." Xiao Chen smiled calmly, swung his right arm casually like swat a fly, a sky monument fell down, Long Teng screamed in horror, his mighty dragon body disappeared in an instant, not a single drop was left. After reaching the realm of perfection, Xiao Chen has a deeper understanding of the ancient methods of the Tianbei. The combat skills that could not be used in the past can now be handy, and many techniques have reached the perfect state. The killing of Long Teng in the first battle caused shock waves in the hearts of many cultivators in Tiandi City. It is shocking that the legendary dead man returned with force. In the palace of closed moon shame and flowers, the silk and bamboo are melodious, the songs and dances are graceful, and the cups are intertwined. Xiao Chen, Lu Mu and others are having a good time drinking and chatting. Come, taste the wine soaked in dragon horns, what's the difference? Huo Wu was as charming as a flower, pouring wine for everyone with a coquettish smile. That's right, it contains the essence of a dragon, and I feel like my blood is about to boil. The fat Niu Ren's eyes lit up at that moment. I think you are boiling with the blood of a beast. Yao Yao has a face that crowns the world, and her skin is like stagnant jade. She is about to break, and said with a smile, then drink more. Saying that, she flirted with the pretty maids around and asked them to arrange the room. Don't bother me, I'm not Jin Sinyi's 13 seconds, I keep myself clean. The little fat man smiled naively, but he rejected Yao Yao's arrangement in an unquestionable tone. Xiao Chen savored the fine wine and said, "This is just the horn of the dragon man. Another day we will go to the pterodactyl island in the world and kill the real sacred dragon for wine. This is not a joke, 100 clans has killed many human masters, Xiao Chen is indeed going to catch dragons and kill turtles. This place is singing and dancing, full of joy, but some families in Tiandi City are gloomy. People from the Hai family and the Reagan family who used to have grudges with Xiao Chen in the past are terrified in their hearts. They never thought that the dead people would come back to life." At night, the closed moon shame flower hall was brightly lit, and when everyone toasted and talked, the terrifying dragon energy came, and all the cultivators in Tiandi City felt this powerful wave. The strong dragon clan is here. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the direction of the hall of shameful flowers of the closed moon. Swipe, Xiao Chen, Lu Mu, and Niu Ren all flew to the sky. The two old men in front led a group of dragon masters, standing coldly above the sky, staring at them. "It's you," a young man of the dragon clan exclaimed in surprise, and then he and other young people of the dragon clan came out at the same time and walked forward. Xiao Chen felt a little familiar, and then suddenly remembered that this is the three-headed little dragon king of the Southern Wilderness Dragon Clan, who had appeared with the little stubborn dragon back then. "You are still alive, how is the Nalong king?" After a few casual conversations, the three dragon kings turned around and retreated, facing the two elders of the dragon clan. He said, "Long Teng deserves to die. He has gone too far over the years, so let's forget about it." Although the two dragon clan elders were extraordinary and saintly, they were very respectful to the three young dragon kings. Hearing this, they nodded and led many dragon clan masters to retreat in an instant. However, when they left, they gave Xiao Chen a fierce look, with undisguised killing intent. The three young dragon kings looked back and also left through the air. No one expected that the expected battle would subside like this. The cultivators in Tiandi City got the news immediately, and some families were even more afraid. That night, the Hai family and the Reagan family sent invitations to invite Xiao Chen to the banquet tomorrow. Xiao Chen waved those people away directly. Not long after, important figures from the two major families came to the Hall of Shameful Flowers of the Closed Moon to ask for an audience. I don't have time now, tell them to go back. Xiao Chen sent a message that he didn't want to see the important figures of the two families at all. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the two major families sent more than a dozen wooden boxes, and when they were opened, they turned out to be all heads, which turned out to be the demigods and masterminds who besieged Xiao Chen back then. Xiao Chen sighed, didn't say anything, and waved his hand to send the person away. The two families were living like years, fearing that Xiao Chen would wash the Heavenly Emperor city with blood and kill all the members of the two families, waiting for the news with trepidation. See you in Kyushu. After spending the day in Tiandi City, Xiao Chen decided to enter Kyushu. Lu Mu and Niu Ren still have some things to deal with, and decided to return to the human world after a while. Today, although it is still difficult to enter Kyushu from the longevity realm, it is still possible to go back and forth between the two realms after sufficient preparation. Yao Yao laughed like a silver bell, and said, since you are all going to enter the human world, then I will go there to have a look. On the occasion of parting, Kiki filled the lost paradise with big and small bags of delicious food. Xiao Chen pinched its furry ears, and said with a smile, I only stay in the dead world for a few days, so what? Xiao Chen and KK successfully entered the world of death. When they came to Shengkyun, the Protoss had already selected experienced practitioners. The first batch was only 7 young masters. Xiao Tianya was impressively in line, the little guy blushed and was very happy. Xiao Chen felt speechless. After Tianya was born, he fell asleep for more than 100 years before awakening. He has a very powerful potential. In fact, his potential has already been awakened, but he is young and doesn't know how to use his own power. Old man Li Mu pampered the little guy's head. Tianya immediately puffed up her chest, her little face was as red as a big apple. The Protoss is a peculiar race. Babies after birth will fall into a deep sleep, and the longer they need to wake up, the greater their potential. The real ages of the 7 young Protoss powerhouses in front of them are all over 100 years old, but the oldest one who awakened is only 30 years old, and the youngest is Tianya, who is only 7 years old. You must be careful, there really is a half-ancestor among the hundreds of clans. Li Mu said such an astonishing news. Zhao Ying, an old man from the Protoss clan, nodded and said, they seem to be making some rules. Don't break the rules and make them angry. Otherwise, even if you can use the power of the dead to escape, it will be very dangerous. This is really not good news for Xiao Chen. It has been more than 20 years since he has dealt with the Banzu. It is difficult for a master of that level to guess how terrible it is. Before leaving, Xiao Chen threw the fallen angel girl king sealed in Paradise Lost and the corpse worm that had sucked the king's blood into Shengkyun, and asked the 2 old men to train them and prepare them to go to the battlefield in the future. 7 young Protoss masters, 4 men and 3 women, were all very excited and eager to enter the Pure Land where their ancestors lived, Kyushu. After entering the Bone Well, a group of people successfully passed through the space, entered Kyushu, and appeared outside the dead city. What a long yellow river, what a beautiful scenery. The 7 Protoss boys and girls flew up to the sky, and immediately shouted when they saw the surrounding scenery, all of them were extremely excited. I want to eat dragon meat, let's kill the pterosaur. No, I want the red monkey brain to kill a magic ape. The bear paws of the Earth Bear clan are still delicious. I decided to hunt the Earth Demon Bear. I heard that the wings of the angel family are delicious. I think it would be better to go to heaven and catch some angels. ... Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. How did the 7 young Protoss youths who seemed to be honest at first seem to have changed into a group of people after entering Kyushu? This is simply a group of troubled boys and girls. Immediately, his head was as big as a bucket, and he felt that trouble was coming. Only the little beast Kiki seemed to have found a confidant, her big eyes almost narrowed into a crescent shape, and she moved over happily, listening to the discussion of this group of troubled men and women, and kept nodding her head. Chapter 410 Heaven. At this moment, Xiao Chen regretted a little. He really didn't know whether it was a powerful fighting force or a group of headaches for bringing this group of Protoss young men and women to Kyushu. A few boys and girls were chattering, noisy, each with their own opinions. They were simply a group of troublemakers, all looking like they were afraid that the world would not be chaotic. What was even more annoying was that Kiki seemed to have found a bosom friend, muttering a few words from time to time, introducing them to the strengths and weaknesses of the hundreds of tribes in Kyushu. It's against the sky. Xiao Chen grabbed the little snow-white beast by its ears, pulled the little guy back first, ignored the little thing's ferocious protests, and suppressed it under the armpit very authoritarian ly. Then he said to the 7 Protoss problem men and women, "Follow me honestly, and you are not allowed to go anywhere." Uncle. A 17 or 18-year-old girl opened her mouth to say a sweet uncle, which almost caused Xiao Chen to stumble, and said depressedly, "Am I that old?" Uncle. The little girl smiled softly, and said in a coquettish voice, "I really want to taste the taste of angel wings, why don't you take me to heaven to catch one or two?" She leaned forward and shook Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen suddenly felt a layer of goosebumps, stepped back quickly, and said, "I have something to say. Go to Dragon Island to catch a pterosaur. No, go catch a magic ape, the monkey's brain will be greatly nourished." Several problematic men and women gathered around and made a lot of noise, but the matter returned to the original point. If I say no, then I can't. Xiao Chen couldn't help showing coercion, these guys are too worrying, and they really can't be subdued if they don't show some skills. Uncle, you are too authoritarian. A Protoss teenager protested cautiously. That's right, our personal freedom cannot be restricted. A Protoss echoed in solidarity. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "I am doing it for your own good. Hundreds of clans are born, the golden age is coming, and masters are coming out in large numbers, making Kyushu very dangerous. It is not the paradise you imagined at all. Uncle is a tyrant, we have to resist." A Protoss girl jumped out, stretched out her pink arms and waved vigorously to call. "Okay, if you say I'm a tyrant, then I'll suppress you." Xiao Chen saw how uncooperative these troubled men and women were, so he planned to catch 2 typicals first. Unexpectedly, the naughtiest girl named Binglin encouraged everyone, saying, "For freedom, let's escape together." Zooming, the girl with the best relationship with her, responded immediately, saying, "Resist the tyrant, brothers and sisters, let's disperse and escape." Swipe. The 7 Protoss problem men and women flew in all directions in an instant, and escaped completely. Xiao Chen released KK who was suppressed under his armpit, and said, "Hurry up and chase them, and take them into your paradise lost." As a result, the little guy whimpered and refused to move. Annoyed, Xiao Chen pointed at its forehead, and said, "Hurry up." So, the little thing chased after it slowly. Xiao Chen himself also started to hunt down this group of problematic men and women. Bashong was extremely fast. In an instant, Bashong World detained one person, then sealed his cultivation, and chased in the direction of KK. From a long distance, he heard the little beast muttering, "Come on, run." Xiao Chen was so angry that this little thing was actually helping outsiders escape, he chased after him with 8-phase speed, and the 2 most lively troubled girls Binglin and Zooming who fled in the same direction turned out to be "Tyrant, let us go." Ignoring the protests of the 2 problem girls, Xiao Chen unceremoniously knocked the little beast Kiki on the head and said, "Open paradise lost." The little guy held his head and mumbled, dawdling, and reluctantly opened it. Xiao Chen threw all 3 Protoss people in, and said to the little thing, "Don't let one go, or you will be punished and not allowed to eat for a month." Relying on the extreme speed of the 8 phases, Xiao Chen captured all the 7 problematic men and women of the Protoss and threw them into paradise lost. Of course, the 7 seemed to know that this guardian had good intentions. They felt that they were wronged and did not resist fiercely. If all of them fought against him, they would be in big trouble. Xiao Chen decided to go deep into Kyushu to understand the situation first. After all, he has been away for 7 or 8 months, and he no longer understands many things. 2 days later, when he appeared in a small town, he was going to let a few Protoss problem men and women come out to enjoy a sumptuous meal, but the little beast Kiki lingered, hesitated to open the lost paradise, and finally wanted to sneak away. "What's the matter? Open it quickly, you won't hide anything from me." He looked at the little guy suspiciously. When Kiki bit the bullet and opened Paradise Lost, Xiao Chen became extremely angry, grabbed the little beast by the ear, and said, you let them go, you little traitor." "No," KK whispered, "there are still 2 left." Bang bang bang. In the distance, a large bronze tripod kept shaking, and it seemed that there was a person in it. Xiao Chen walked over and moved the big copper tripod away. Xiao Tianya's face was flushed, and he crawled out from inside, and a majestic-looking big man from the Protoss also jumped up immediately. Only the youngest, Tianya, and the oldest Protoss man were detained. Xiao Chen found out after some research that under the bribe of the 2 troubled girls, Binglin and Zooming, after promising 10 pairs of devil bear paws, 5 pairs of angel roasted wings, 3 original dragon legs, and 2 pairs of phoenix fried wings, Xiaoshu happily let them go on the same day. The others followed suit and made promises one after another, making deals with Kiki, and in the end they were all freed, and escaped from Paradise Lost without anyone noticing. Why didn't you run away? Aren't you so stupid? Xiao Chen looked at the Protoss burly man named Kier, with a very asymmetrical name. He was obviously tall and handsome, but he chose such a soft and weak name. Kier was a little embarrassed, scratched her head, and said, I'm different from them. Looking at the oldest burly man, Xiao Chen nodded and said, it's rare, there is finally someone who can make people worry less. I'm old, I'm already in my 30s, and I'm different from those foodies. I want to grab a god king as my wife. Xiao Chen was speechless for a moment, and wanted to slap him angrily, but this master is not a kind person, at first glance he is the master who can cause disaster. It's fine if you kill a foreign king, but this guy actually wants to capture her as a wife, making it easier for this kind of humiliation to cause great hatred. After dozens of generations of reproduction in our village, we are already close relatives. We can't marry each other. We need new blood to join, so I want to find a heavenly king who has reached the realm of perfection to be my wife. Kier, a Protoss man, smiled innocently. Xiao Chen's nose almost crooked. Who are these people? How did the elders of the Protoss Li Mu and Zhao Ying be selected? Not only did he pick out troubled girls like Binglin and Zooming, but he also gave away this treasure. He looked at Kier with an unfriendly expression and said, the realm of perfection, you are quite demanding. Kier, the big man of the Protoss clan, scratched his head, smiled honestly, and said a little embarrassedly, not high, not high, my grandfather said that only heavenly kings who have reached the realm of perfection can barely marry our Protoss. If you say you are fat, you are still out of breath. Xiao Chen had already gritted his teeth. This is the end of the matter, everything is clear. Kier also wanted to escape from Paradise Lost, but he annoyed Xiaoshu because of a sentence, saying that he would snatch a few lowly from the God King's family as wives for Kiki, but Kiki sealed it with a dark face and held it under the big copper tripod. As for Xiao Tianya, he couldn't move after entering Paradise Lost, drooling while looking at the garden full of spiritual fruits, and naturally couldn't escape the fate of being trapped in a big copper tripod by little things. You, run away too. Xiao Chen pointed at Kier, a Protoss man, and said, the 7 have already run away to 5, and I don't care if you are one more. Without another word, Kier jumped out of Paradise Lost, fled, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're really obedient. Xiao Chen was amused, then looked at Tianya, and said, do you want to escape too? Little Tianya blushed, and said, if you beat me to death, I won't leave. He stared at the garden full of divine fruits, swallowing hard. Kiki's awareness of urgency is very strong. She picked 3 or 4 spiritual fruits and stuffed them in his arms, and directly threw him out of Paradise Lost, beckoning him to run away, for fear that her god garden would be missed by house thieves. You little traitor, you're just trying to tear down my platform. Xiao Chen tapped its forehead and pointed. I'm not leaving. Tianya was very straightforward, ready to stay by their side. This made KK frown, and angrily warned Tianya not to go too far. On the east coast, the stormy waves beat the shore, and the rocks pierced through the sky. Kiki tried her best, and was struggling to close the huge stone statue, causing the surrounding sea area to be full of turbulent waves, and the waves rolled up to smash the clouds in the sky. Fishermen living on the seashore have never seen such a terrible tsunami. The big waves are really connected with the dark clouds in the sky, which is really shocking. Fortunately, the waves were very strange and did not roll up to the shore. It seemed that there was a magical force blocking the heavy waves. The huge stone statue, wearing 24 battle swords, has stood still in the sea for 2 or 3 years. Today, it makes a rumbling sound and is slowly rising from the ground, slowly rising towards the lost paradise. Not only did the huge stone statue have cracks inside, but it could also be seen from the outside that there were many cracks spreading like cobwebs. It was obvious that it could not hold on for long and was about to shatter. Even though KK was shrouded in Paradise Lost, it took a lot of effort to put away the huge stone statue. One can imagine how extraordinary the stone statue is. Boom! There was a tremor in Paradise Lost, and the huge stone statue was brought in, standing in the center of the divine garden, as tall as a mountain. The aura in the God Garden is dense, much denser than the aura in the outside world. After the stone statue stands here, there are rays of light lingering on it. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that a lot of spiritual energy melted into the stone statue from the crack. Seeing such a scene, he was very surprised. Could it be that the stone statue pierced by 24 swords can still be repaired? A few days ago, Xiao Chen was very heavy when he heard that there was a half-ancestor among the hundreds of clans, but now that he has mastered the stone statue, he suddenly felt confident in his heart. Yeah, KK muttered in a low voice, why haven't they come back yet? Don't we need to look for it? Xiao Chen scolded. If you didn't let them go secretly, would you still have to look for them? They owe me a lot of delicious food, such as angel wings, original dragon legs, demon steak. When Xiao Chen heard the words, he knocked on him immediately, and said, "You have been worrying about this for a long time." However, after hearing about those legendary delicacies, Xiao Chen also became concerned, and said, "After getting those delicacies, I will charge you half of the tax." The little snow-white beast suddenly muttered angrily, humming and chirping, and refused to agree directly. But for the divine fruit in Paradise Lost, the little beast is not stingy with Xiao Chen, allowing him to pick it. Every day Xiao Chen has acupoints that are deified. Let's share half with me too. Tianya has now become KK's little tail, following behind him all day long, begging for spiritual fruits. Hearing this, the little beast immediately looked up at the sky, ignoring his request. Those guys are really worrying. Xiao Chen had a headache and really let it go. If all 7 of them died, Li Mu, the elder of the Protoss clan, would have to fight him desperately. I thought it was a powerful force, but I didn't expect it to be a group of ancestors who caused trouble. Yeah, Xiaoshu suggested in a low voice, let's go to heaven and see. They finally agreed and want to eat angel roasted wings. Xiao Chen tapped it on the forehead, and said, I knew you were not worrying, let's go. They rushed overseas, and according to the information they received, they flew into the sky. It is said that heaven floats in the clouds, it is beautiful, it is a peaceful and pure land, it is the holy garden of the angel family. However, there is another ancient legend that the angel family is a tool of war, created by a supreme being, and heaven is the home of the holy god who created the angel. If the latter legend is true, then it would be very scary. The angel race is a famous and powerful race. If they are just puppet-like war tools, then the person who controls their destiny is definitely an unimaginable terrifying existence. There are white clouds in the high sky, like a large cotton field, and Xiao Tianya yells, all he sees in the dead world are lead clouds, and there have never been such white clouds. Ahead, an ethereal piece of land looms, quietly suspended in the sky, looking like a dream. Xiao Chen and the others hid in Paradise Lost, and the little beast KK looked at Tianya a few times like guarding against a thief, and then drove Paradise Lost carefully into the pure land of heaven. Only Paradise Lost can shield Banzu's perception, so that he can safely enter the depths to explore the secrets. This place is really a peaceful and pure land, with flowers in full bloom, yaosao on the ground, and a beautiful river flowing slowly among the grasslands. The picturesque scenery makes people feel peaceful and relaxed after seeing it. From time to time, I saw the little angels busy picking fairy fruits in the orchard. They danced lightly, as if they were not working, but enjoying. Of course, I also saw a lot of powerful angels practicing, and all the mountains were occupied by powerful angels. Xiao Chen frowned. He had already sensed very violent energy fluctuations around several mountains, and saw with his own eyes the terrifying scene of an angel wielding a war sword. A radiant sword glow directly penetrated the sky and the ground. He stood at the exit of Paradise Lost, secretly sighing that this family is really not simple. Then, as he went deep into the pure land of heaven, Xiao Chen saw several majestic and tall sacred mountains with palaces standing on them. Although he didn't feel strong energy fluctuations, a sense of depression was pervasive. Obviously, there were stronger people practicing in seclusion. Going further inside is the magnificent temple that hangs directly in the air. The 9 temples are like 9 suns, shining brightly, exuding terrifying coercion, but all the angels passing by here are cautious and respectful. Xiao Chen and the others didn't stay here, but went deep into it, and saw an ancient and ordinary palace in the center of the pure land of heaven, without the slightest coercion or energy fluctuations, it quietly suspended in the sky. No angel dares to come and go here. Occasionally, those who pass by from afar will kneel down and worship here. Bird God, get out of here, how dare you kill my successor, I'm coming to kill you. He was extremely arrogant, cursing loudly in this holy place in the pure land of heaven. Bird God, hurry up and give us an explanation, or we will demolish your paradise and pure land. Another childish voice sounded, equally arrogant. Who dares to block the unbridled curses in the holy land of heaven? This is really a peerless and bullish character. Xiao Chen was very surprised, and KK also widened her eyes. Chapter 411 The Bastard Half-Ancestor. A sloppy young man with yellowish hair and a malnourished and frail look slobbered at the palace in front of him, cursing, God Bird, get out, I'm here to kill you. Beside him, there was a chubby child, only 8 or 9 years old, although he looked delicate and smooth, but he was fanning the flames, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, and said, If I knew this bird god was not a good thing, I would tear down this piece of paradise first. The yellow-haired delinquent boy rolled up his arms and sleeves, raised his arms high, and shouted, "Give it to me." A huge hand with a radius of hundreds of feet manifested, driving the monstrous dark clouds. Bursts of thunder erupted, the shaking sky trembled, and fell straight down. Boom! The power is unimaginable. The holy mountains in the four directions are like melting ice and snow. Dozens of them collapsed in an instant, and disappeared in an instant. And in the middle of the sky, the seemingly ordinary palace also trembled, debris flew, the palace door collapsed, and dust and smoke arose. A corner of the palace of the Holy Land of Paradise was blown away. Bad boys and chubby children were extremely arrogant. They dared to stand in front of the temple and make a scene. There were very few people throughout the ages. Heaven and sky, people and outsiders, don't bully people too much. A majestic voice came from the ancient heaven, like thunder shaking, stirring in the entire sky. Zillawala, the ruffian-like young man didn't care about it. He did his own thing, and neatly demolished a temple into ruins, shouting, "Your second uncle, you dare to tell me that you are too deceitful after killing my descendants? I will not finish with you today." In the distance, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It turned out that it was really Tianwei and Renwiren. These two half-ancestors of the human race appeared here after disappearing for so many years, and they were in a mess. "I've bullied you today, what can you do to me?" The outsider had a pretty face and an immature voice, but with an experienced look, he rushed into the holy land of heaven and began to demolish the temple. "It's too deceiving. Don't think I don't know. Your apprentice has been dead for thousands of years. Don't blame me for bad debts." A huge shadow with a height of more than 10 feet soared into the sky, surrounded by divine light, and couldn't see his true face clearly, but the supreme coercion spread across the entire sky. Tianwei and Renwiren went straight to the giant shadow, shattered the void, and knocked the holy god into the air. Large cracks in the sky that were more than 10 kilometers long burst out. It is conceivable how terrifying the power is. Although many angels have discovered the situation here, no one dares to approach. "Today I came here to beat you, the pig-headed bird god. The downfall of my apprentice back then was directly related to you." Tianwei changed his sloppy demeanor, and stood there like an ancient magic mountain. The pink and white outsider was even more shocking. When he recited the divine mantra silently, several huge meteorites flew from the sky. His small white hand stretched out, and immediately refined the huge stars into the size of a millstone. Holding several meteorites, he slapped the holy god in front of him. Boom! The holy god, who couldn't see his true face, moved thousands of feet across the air, avoiding the bombardment of the stars, but Tianwei approached his side through the space, threw a refined mountain from his sleeve, and ruthlessly covered his face. Boom! The majestic mountain range manifested itself and collapsed on the high sky, but the holy god was also disgraced, dancing wildly in anger. "You bird god is so thick-skinned, you smashed the mountains into pieces, you are really a model of shamelessness and invincibility." Tianwei teased. "The 7 orifices make perfect for that holy spirit, and the clay figurine is also a little bit angry, let alone him who is aloof. But even if he got angry, it would be of no avail." The two half-ancestors, Tianwei and Renwiren, suppressed him and beat him, as if vowing to destroy him. At this moment, endless death energy surged from the sky, the demonic cloud rolled, and the waves surged into the sky. A snow-white skeleton, like an ancient fossil, came riding the endless lead cloud. Xiao Chen, who was peeping in Paradise Lost, was shocked. This is definitely a half-ancestor, or a king. Boom! In the other direction, the evil spirit rushed straight to Xiaohan, and a Shira with red hair flew up, eyes glistening with cold electricity, looking at the world with contempt, with an air of supremacy, surging blood mist, also flew to heaven. Ban Zhu, another half-ancestor. Tianwei, people outsiders, stop, you come here to find fault deliberately, aren't you just dissatisfied with the rules we made, why are you so violent? The snow-white old skeleton shouted into the sky. You old bone has already been reborn with flesh and blood, and you are still shaking a skeleton frame. It's really boring. The outsider curled his lips. However, the war also stopped. The eyes of the half-ancestor of the Shira race flashed with blood, and he said in a concentrated voice, "When we made the rules, the half-ancestors of the human race were all gone. Is it interesting to come out and make a scene now? Fuck you, uncle." The words of the irate Tianwei stunned Xiao Chen in Yuan Kong Lost Paradise, and almost laughed up to the sky. This half-ancestor who is like a bad boy really doesn't have the demeanor of a peerless master, he is simply a hooligan. While I was working hard outside the sky, you were huddled in the backyard. How dare you tell me if it's interesting or not? Tian Weishan's words immediately made the half-ancestor of the Shira clan furious, and a terrible wave surged all over his body. The void around him instantly turned into continuous black holes, and endless destructive auras rushed out. Red-haired boy, do you want to fight? After the unblocking of Kyushu, I have already recovered to my peak state. Are you afraid that you, a red-haired Shira, will fail? The half-ancestor of the Shira clan burned his internal organs and smoked his 7 orifices. He had seen a bastard, but he had never seen such a bastard half-ancestor. He wanted to face life and death on the spot. What the hell, do you really want to fight? My brothers Caillou and Xingtian are coming back too, so let's make an appointment to discuss and let you red-haired guy know why flowers are so popular. The half-ancestor of the Shira clan and the holy god of the Angel clan wanted to slap this bastard to death. They really had the urge to bite him twice. What are you staring at? I am a true hero. The 2 half-ancestors who were about to explode were stopped by the king of the skeleton race. He moved the joints of his spine and said slowly, we didn't have a terrible fight back then, and we all regretted it. Now that the half-ancestors of the human race have returned, the rules that were made before can be rediscussed. Well, let's talk about it. Tian Weishan and Renwiren nodded in agreement. Under the mediation of the Skeleton King, the holy gods of the angel race suppressed their anger and led a group of people into the holy land of heaven. Just when Xiao Chen was hesitating whether to leave, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and Tian Weishan appeared outside Paradise Lost, looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, and said in surprise, it's you. He showed an incredible expression, and said, why are you still alive? Back to life by luck. Seeing that he also had a lot to say, Xiao Chen couldn't wait to ask. Ancestor god Xuanyuan flew into the sky to fight against Hongjun, what was the result? Hearing this, Tian Weishan shook his head lightly, and directly sent a divine thought to Xiao Chen's heart, saying, there is no result, I killed it in the depths of Tianyu and disappeared completely. What about the other half-ancestors? Xiao Chen was shocked and asked with his spiritual sense. They were all lost in the depths of the star field. Only me and the outsiders returned, and everyone else disappeared like the ancestor Xuanyuan. Tian Weishan saw Xiao Chen's resurrection, full of endless doubts, and asked about the process. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything, and sent out a divine thought, telling about his experience in the world of death. Even though Tian Weishan was a half-ancestor, he was stunned. After a long time, he said to himself, the skeleton clan hides really deeply. They have known the secret of the world of death for a long time, but they have never revealed a word to the outside world. He thought for a long time before he came back to his senses, and said, the Kyushu and the quartet world will turn into battlefields, elites from all races will be born, and the trial battle will begin soon. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen was very surprised and said, why do you want to do this? In the future, there will be a great war that threatens the Kyushu and the 4 worlds. This is only to select the real elite, the survival of the fittest, and the survival of the fittest. Tian Weishan's voice was very flat, but Xiao Chen felt the cruelty and severity. In the trial battle, wouldn't many masters die in vain? How can such a loss be endured? For those who perform outstandingly, their heroic souls will not be destroyed even if they die, and Banzu will reshape their bodies. Tian Weishan said very seriously, if elites have 2 lives, the winner of the final battle will be given a great gift. What gift? Several of the final victors may climb to the half-ancestor realm. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. It would be extremely cruel to risk his life for the position, but it can be expected that even with a sharp sword, everyone would flock to him. Xiao Chen came back to his senses very quickly. He knew that a major event was about to happen in Kyushu and the Sifeng world. You and I go to the temple to listen to the various rules. Xiao Chen walked out of Paradise Lost, took the little beast KK, and walked towards the Temple of Heaven with Tian Weishan. Boom! Endless coercion enveloped Xiao Chen and KK, and the voice of the angel holy god came out, saying, if you are not a half-ancestor, you can't take a step into this palace. The eyes of the half-ancestor of the Shira clan, the Skeleton King, and the Angel Saint were like divine swords. They pierced the void from the central hall and looked directly at the outside of the hall. The terrifying eyes stopped on Xiao Chen for a long time, and then glanced at Kiki. If the trial war starts, this little beast can't take Lost Paradise into battle, or don't blame us for being ruthless. The half-ancestor of the Shira clan stared at KK gloomily. The king of the Skeleton clan also exuded a powerful coercion, saying, even the half-ancestor can seal it, so naturally we can't bring Lost Paradise into battle, otherwise I will have no scruples when I make a move. Angel Holy Spirit nodded yes. Everyone hoped that the members of the clan would win in the end and get a half-ancestor, so naturally they didn't want to see such a powerful stumbling block as Kiki. I have demolished half of a ruined palace, what dignity is there? Come in with me. Tian Weishan took Xiao Chen's hand and walked inside. Those with mortal bodies who do not reach the realm of the half-ancestor are not worthy of entering this temple. The angel Holy Spirit unexpectedly became tough, without giving in at all, and coldly glanced at KK and Xiao Chen. Although the Skeleton King and the half-ancestor of the Shira clan sat still, they had secretly resisted the outsiders in the palace. At this moment, Yuankong came over with a murderous aura, and an old yaksha with fluttering sleeves came through the space, and said to Tian Weishan outside the door, "This is the palace left by the ancestor gods. How can ordinary people who are not in the realm of the half-ancestor enter at will? The reason is that another half-ancestor from the alien race came, and the 4 half-ancestors gathered together with arrogance, wanting to show some color to Tian Weishan and Rinweiren." Tian Weishan sneered and was about to explode, but Xiao Chen held him back and said, "I won't go in." He didn't want to be an excuse for the Banzu to fight. "Kiki, let's go." Xiao Chen walked out with the little beast. The angel holy god, the Skeleton King, the half-ancestor of the Shira clan, and the half-ancestor of the Yasha clan cast their merciless gazes at him at the same time, unexpectedly confining the space, and their murderous intent was undisguised. "If you want to attack me, just say so." Tian Weishan raised his eyes at that moment. The outsider also stood up and said with a sneer, "I think it's great to have a large number of people. It's not bad to have a big fight like this, lest Buddha and Lao Tzu, 2 good old men, come back and not do anything to you." Xiao Chen stepped into Kiki's Paradise Lost and said, "Let's go." Ignoring Banzu's blockade, Paradise Lost drove them into the distance. The 4 half-ancestors of the alien race had nothing to do with Ji Yujing, but their eyes were full of murderous intent. The angel Shungshan said, "Let them go, but if you take Lost Paradise to the battlefield, then don't blame us for being ruthless." The half-ancestor of the Shira clan, the Skeleton King, and the half-ancestor of the Yasha clan all nodded in agreement. After staying away from the pure land of heaven, Kiki was still panting, waving the little beast claws towards the back. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to get angry. They are powerful, let's not provoke them for the time being. If we can't beat the old ones, can't we still beat the young ones? After the trial war started, I made them cry so hard." KK pointed to the huge stone statue in the Lost Paradise. Xiao Chen shook his head, and said with a smile, "This secret weapon can't be used now, and I will give a certain half-ancestor a surprise when the time comes." After not finding Binglin and Zooming and other problematic boys and girls in heaven, Xiao Chen took Kiki and flew towards Kyushu. Jiangnan Water Town, a 1,000-year-old town, runs through the whole town with flowing water. The water is the street, and the shore is the city. There are awning boats going back and forth in the water from time to time. The big showdown between the elites of hundreds of clans is about to begin. Xiao Chen takes Xiao Tianya and KK to visit the ancient town, feeling the last quiet time. This is the 1,000-year-old town of the human race. What a charming water town, it's just bullshit. The good time before the trial war was wasted here. On a black-roofed boat, several Yasha and Shira were cursing. Seeing a boat blocking the way ahead, a strong man of the Shira tribe shouted, "Get lost." Boom! The ships ahead exploded, clearing a channel for their ships. Xiao Chen, who had already landed, turned his head and was furious. An old man who was rocking the boat was torn apart in the spray, blood stained the water, and he regarded human life as worthless. At the same time, Xiao Chen found that on a light boat behind him, Heavenly King Yaksha was standing with his hands behind his back, coming down the current, following the big boat of several Yaksha and Shira floating down. There was another ship blocking the way ahead, and Shira on the big ship yelled again, "Get out!" Death! Xiao Chen stepped forward and yelled coldly on the bank. Shira, who was about to commit an attack, should be completely destroyed, turning into a cloud of blood mist and floating on the river. Chapter 412 10,000 laws are invincible, and the sword fire burns the sky. With a sip, a master of the Shira tribe was wiped out on the spot, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Several Shiras and Yashas raised their eyes on the spot, staring at Xiao Chen and Xiao Tianya on the shore. They didn't know Xiao Chen, who was regenerated with flesh and blood, but when they saw the little snow-white beast, they were stunned. One Shira shouted, "Who are you?" Xiao Chen ignored him, standing on the bank of the river, staring at King Yasha. Yasha Heavenly King is standing alone on a small boat with his hands behind his back. His tall and burly figure is like an unattainable mountain. A few Shiras and Yashas were regarded as air, filled with anger in their hearts. They leapt up the river bank like beams of light, and surrounded Xiao Chen as fast as lightning. Still ignoring them, there is only one Yasha King in Xiao Chen's eyes at this moment. King Yasha on the light boat was also staring coldly at Xiao Chen on the shore, and there was a terrifying energy surging between the two. Click click. Electric sparks shot out from King Yaksha's green eyes, which directly distorted the void, and a terrifying energy surged secretly. And Xiao Chen's eyes also shot out terrifying beams of light, like lightning bolts dancing. A Yasha and a Shira standing between Yasha King and Xiao Chen, before they understood what was going on, collapsed in the void in an instant, and the two strong men became victims of this secret battle in the blink of an eye. The other Shiras and Yakshas suddenly changed color and retreated like phantoms. Who are you? King Yaksha stood with his hands behind his back, still calm in the face of a powerful enemy. Xiao Chen didn't speak, but took a step forward, and appeared in the river in an instant, standing on the bank of the light boat, and shot at King Yasha. Unmoving like a mountain, moving like lightning, the knife in his palm cuts off King Yaksha's neck like a dreamlike empty flower. The light boat flew like a shuttle, leaving an afterimage in the river, and retreated tens of feet in an instant. King Yaksha was still standing with his hands behind his back. Buzz! Xiao Chen stepped forward like light like a shadow, and chased after him in an instant. The hand of God was crystal clear like jade, splitting the void, and slashing down diagonally. King Yaksha finally couldn't stand with his hands behind his back, and retreated in the air, but the light boat under his feet was still stuck to the soles of his feet, soaring to the sky. King Yaksha stood on the light boat with a murderous look, took the initiative, drove the light boat forward, and shouted, "Break it!" The iron fist shattered the void, and thunder and lightning, like purple waterfalls, fell from the high sky and drowned towards Xiao Chen. The deafening thunder shook the ancient town, the vast purple thunder light shrouded Xiao Chen, and the terrifying thunderous aura made people shudder. 8 hazy worlds emerged, and the world of thunder appeared like a dream, and the purple clouds and mist surged, absorbing all the purple brilliance in the sky. Xiao Chen turned into a sky-shattering rainbow, rushed forward, shouted loudly, and the thunder shook for 9 days. All the purple lightning that had just been absorbed into the thunderbolt burst out, and it was even more fierce than before. There was an extra powerful evil spirit from the thunderbolt, blasting Yasha Tianwang. 2 beast-like green lights shot out from King Yaksha's eyes, tearing open the dimensional space directly, causing all the thunder and lightning to split into another world, leaving him unscathed. Xiao Chen's attack didn't stop. At the same time, the buzzword Tianyan was like the sound of destroying the world from ancient times. It was majestic and majestic. It stirred between heaven and earth, making people's souls tremble, and it had already locked King Yaksha. 10,000 laws do not invade. Sensing the danger, King Yaksha shouted loudly, causing the sky to tremble. His whole body was shrouded in green light, as if he had been detached from this world. Own word Tianyan, like the Milky Way pouring down the 9 heavens, destroying Fang Tianyu, the light boat was instantly wiped out, but in the shattered black hole, the Yaksha king lingering in green light was safe and sound, as if in an independent world, detached from all living beings. Peerless supernatural power. 10,000 Dharma is invulnerable, just like its name, all kinds of attacks come, but not a single leaf touches the body. It's you, Yellow Diamond Skeleton King. No, maybe you should be called Xiao Chen. Yasha King stared at Xiao Chen. Gujing Wubo's face finally changed, and said, "I didn't expect, it was really you, and you were resurrected with flesh and blood." As soon as this remark came out, several Asura and Yasha below were in an uproar. This person turned out to be Xiao Chen, which made them feel unbelievable that a person who had been dead for more than 20 years should reappear in the world. Without saying a word, Nalong took 7 steps, and with each step, the void under his feet would inevitably collapse, and the entire sky trembled under his feet. Such power and power made one's heart palpitate, as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. King Yaksha's eyes flashed with cold electricity, his green hair flew up, and with a long whistle, his aura instantly rose, as if an ancient demon god had awakened. The destructive aura oppressed all directions, and he rushed towards Xiao Chen instead of retreating. The two powerhouses fought the fiercest battle. Yasha King's hands were shining with green light, turning into green agate repeatedly. They were so bewitching that they could resist Nalong Kibu. With each palm shot, it will be drawn against the trajectory of the 7 steps against the dragon, so as to beat the strong with the strong. With every blow, the sky seemed to be collided with stars from outside the sky, shaking the earth, and the destructive aura spread across the field, making people fearful. Nalong's 7 steps were about to be completed, and after 7 steps, Xiao Chen directly smashed the world and brought King Yaksha into the dimensional space. In a gray and lustreless world, the two powerhouses began to fight freely without any scruples. The dimensional space with a radius of hundreds of miles is enough for 2 people to stretch their hands and feet. Ni Longfu took the sixth step out of the 7 steps, and a mountain range rumbled in the dimensional space, and the smoke and dust rushed up all over the sky, and instantly turned into fly ash. At the same time, King Yaksha was also affected, his face turned red, and traces of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. When he stepped out of the 7th step, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Infinite Demon Fist." The jasper-like fists were crystal clear, as if carved from chalcedony, exuding an aura of annihilation, blasting violently on Xiao Chen's 7th foot. Boom! The terrifying coercion directly cracked the ground below, like a hurricane blowing through a sandcastle made of sand and dust, and dozens of mountains on the surface were instantly wiped out. After the 2 strong men clashed together, they flew upside down at the same time. Xiao Chen's right foot was broken, and the blood was dripping continuously, unable to bear any more force. King Yaksha's right fist was also shattered, with green light shining in stubbles. Click click, the sound of joint movement came out, and the broken bones of Xiao Chen and King Yaksha went up in an instant, so that the terrifying resilience of the human realm made the body intact in a moment. The war restarted. Xiao Chen attacked with the hand of God and Nalong's 7 steps, King Yaksha responded with infinite magic and martial arts skills, and at the same time added the supernatural power of, all magic is not invaded, faintly standing in an invincible position. Boom! The hand of the gods and the 7 steps of Nalong shook the infinite magic and martial arts, and the sky collapsed and the earth was split and the water flowed backwards, and the dimensional space was devastated beyond recognition. The sound of buzz came out again. When Xiao Chen used the hand of heaven to suppress King Yaksha's ancient combat skills, he suddenly blasted at his invulnerable body within a short distance. Boom! The destructive original Tianyan bombarded Yasha King firmly. Even though he had the magic power of inviolability, Yasha King was also thrown backwards by the sudden Tianyan, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. "You made me angry, I'm going to kill you." King Yaksha's green hair danced wildly, and a compelling green light lingered around his body, like a raging hellfire. Xiao Chen shook the Lingxi sword wave, and the sword light swept out, causing the lead cloud in the distant sky to evaporate in an instant. 10,000 Dharma does not invade, the world is invincible. King Yaksha yelled, crashing towards him like a big mountain, ignoring Lingxi Janbo. It was indeed 10,000 Dharma invulnerable, not a single leaf touched his body, Janbo automatically turned into nothingness in front of him. King Yaksha's power is overwhelming, and his body is full of green flames. With a step of thousands of feet, he approached Xiao Chen in an instant, and shouted, "Sword fire burns the sky." A fierce green sword appeared in his hand. It was radiant and surging with a monstrous green flame, distorting and collapsing the sky. He swung fiercely, and on the ground, dozens of huge mountains were turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye under the aftermath of the vibration of the green fierce sword. The terrifying energy can be imagined. The green fierce sword swept across Xiao Chen, and the sky was full of flames. Wherever it passed, there was nothing to take back, and everything turned into nothingness. This is the magic skill of Yasha King, sword fire burns the sky. The fierce green sword can annihilate the space, and the green fire of hell burns everything in the sky, and even the sky collapses and distorts. Xiao Chen was swept away, the sky was full of flames burning around him, and the bright sword energy tore through the heavens and the earth, surging around him. At this moment, Yasha King is simply invincible. In his hand, a green light shot straight at Xiao Hen's murderous sword, opened wide and closed, invincible. The whole world was submerged in the nether green fire, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, leading all the way to the depths of the earth, and the underground magma spurted up and rushed to the sky. The sword fire burns the sky, exuding the aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, penetrating the sky and the earth. It is simply unstoppable and irresistible. Scary wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body, the bones were exposed, and many of the wounds were directly scorched. Under the supernatural skill of sword fire burning the sky, he was in a dire situation. Yasha Heavenly King has the supernatural power of, all magic is invincible, and all kinds of attacks are difficult to attack, making him invincible in an invincible position. He also has the magical skill of, sword fire burning the sky, and his attack power is almost unmatched among the kings of hundreds of clans. Kiki was secretly anxious and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. At this moment, after careful consideration, Xiao Chen decided to let go of the 4 Sancho and use the supernatural powers he was exploring to counter this terrifying opponent beyond expectation. The 8-phase world is the source of his magical powers, and all other magical powers are based on this. After the rebirth of flesh and blood, he worked hard to understand and explore, and finally discovered the original 8-phase magical powers again, but it is only in the exploration stage and has not yet been truly perfected. The origin of the 8 phases is 8 hazy worlds, overlapping and emerging at this moment, surrounding Xiao Chen in the center, temporarily isolating the monstrous green fire of the netherworld, but the sword energy of destroying the world is still sweeping over. The origin of the 8 phases, the gate of the world. Following Xiao Chen's shout, a mysterious portal appeared in the 8 hazy worlds that overlapped in the sky, and it was tightly closed, with majestic pressure surging in the sky. Go to hell. Yasha Tianwang is brave and invincible. With a step of thousands of feet, he came to the front in an instant, swung the fierce sword in his hand, the ground below collapsed, and the hot magma rushed up to 1,000 meters into the sky, rolling towards Xiao Chen together with the sky full of fire, and the destructive sword energy made the soul tremble. Sky. Xiao Chen only drank one word, the gate of Tianxiang's world suddenly opened, a frantic breath erupted, and an invisible force behind the mysterious portal crushed forward. It was as if a piece of the sky had been crushed down, the endless ghost fire was suppressed, and the terrifying sword energy was blocked, and the terrifying energy fluctuations pushed towards King Yasha. I am invincible by all means, and the world is invincible, what can you do to me? The king of Yasha, with his green hair standing on end, and the brilliance in his eyes, held up his sword to fight. Boom! The sky trembled, King Yaksha flew hundreds of feet backwards, and at the same time, Xiao Chen was also sent flying thousands of meters away. The fierce light in King Yaksha's eyes was shining brightly, and he stepped on the void, hitting like a comet, and the fierce sword in his hand was even more fierce. Land. Standing in the sky, Xiao Chen yelled again. The mysterious portal in the world of terrestrial phenomena suddenly opened wide, and a heavy breath filled the air, like the earth behind the earth emerging from the sky. Boom! The sky and the earth trembled, Yasha King and Xiao Chen flew thousands of feet backward at the same time again. The two masters launched a peak duel. Xiao Chen keeps opening the door to the world. Endless blue water spirit gushes out from the gate of the water phase world, annihilating the endless green fire in an instant, and a world-destroying hurricane blows out from behind the gate of the wind phase world, hitting the emerald green sword light, making clanging sounds. The gates of the 8 worlds were opened one by one, bombarding King Yaksha. This piece of dimensional space is about to collapse, the earth collapses, magma surges up, the sky is shattered, a doomsday-like scene. When Zishang shook, a black hole opened, like a swamp emerging from the sky, with endless power, trapping King Yaksha inside. Click! The door of Lei Zhang's world was opened, and thousands of lightning bolts blasted out, smashing the fierce sword in King Yaksha's hand. Boom! In the end, the door of the mountain world opened, and a radiant sacred mountain flew out, smashing hard into King Yaksha who was deeply trapped in the swamp. Boom! King Yasha vomited blood, and the magic power could not hold on anymore. Boom! The world shattered, and the dimensional space collapsed. Yasha King tried his best to break free, escaped from this space, and returned to the real world. Xiao Chen chased after him. Yi, Kiki the little beast and Tianya clapped their hands and cheered. Several Shiras and Yashas in the ancient town turned pale with shock, and they didn't see each other for half an hour, but the King Yasha unexpectedly fled with disheveled hair, covered in blood, and fled in embarrassment. The magic power of inviolability was broken, and he couldn't re-exhibit it in a short time, so he fled at extreme speed all the way. Xiao Chen chased after him with the speed of 8 phases, and was about to catch up. King Yasha suddenly yelled, "It's so close to the end of the world." It is another rare supernatural power, not to attack the method, but to escape from life. Although Xiao Chen has the 8-phase extreme speed, there is always a certain distance between him and King Yasha. It seems very close, but the distance is eternal, giving people the feeling that they are so close. The speed of both of them has slowed down. As long as Xiao Chen gets close to a certain range, he will be affected and keep a certain distance behind King Yasha. Before they knew it, they had come to the top of the Yangtze River, stepped through the river water, and rushed all the way to the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. "I don't believe I can't kill you," Xiao Chen yelled. The 4 major Sanshou shot one after another, a sky tablet appeared in his arms, and fell towards the front. Boom! A solid blow hit King Yaksha on the shoulder, and with a click, that arm turned into blood mist and was shattered in the air. The pursuit of thousands of miles has shocked many cultivators on both sides of the Yangtze River. That's King Yaksha, he is being hunted down. It's really the invincible Yaksha King, he will be hunted down. Many people showed incredible expressions. Why does that person look more and more familiar? King Yasha, who was killed by the king, fled in defeat, and Xiao Chen became the focus of everyone's attention. That person is really familiar. Who is it that defeated the invincible Yaksha King across Kyushu? Seems to be Xiao Chen who died 20 years ago. What? How is it possible? Chapter 413. The two powerful men galloped on the waves, and every time King Yaksha took a step, there would be huge waves surging in the Yangtze River, and there would be bursts of thunder. But in front of Xiao Chen, all the white waves fell straight into the river, completely imprisoned by a powerful field, unable to hit him. Kai, a sword light tore through the void and shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertips, like a dragon submerging in the Yangtze River, splitting a channel in the turbulent river, splitting towards King Yaksha's back, and the waves rolled up tens of meters high. If it hadn't been imprisoned by Xiao Chen, it would have swept to both sides of the strait, causing a terrible disaster. Yasha Wang Changxiao, so close to the sky, was brought to the extreme. The eternal distance was always between him and Xiao Chen. The sword light hit the air, splitting a long and large crack in space. Not all attacks will be distanced by the supernatural powers so close to each other. The four major Sanshou posed a powerful threat to King Yaksha, and his left arm was chopped into pieces in this way. At this moment, Xiao Chen bombarded him with the power of the original world, and the gates of the world opened one after another, surging with majestic coercion, overwhelming power, sweeping the Yaksha king in front of him. Today, King Yaksha is really in a state of embarrassment, and his magic power of invulnerability has been broken. At this moment, he can only rely on his sword to burn the sky to resist. The whole body is full of green lights, and endless fires are burning around him. The Yangtze River seems to be boiled wherever he passes. But Zhang Wufenshen could only resist for a short time. After all, he was seriously injured. Under Xiao Chen's fierce attack, he was gradually exhausted, and he might be killed at any time. The original 8 sounds were cast out frequently, and Yaksha King's right shoulder was pierced with a bang, forming a huge blood hole that was transparent from front to back, and his right arm went limp at that moment. This is the brave and invincible Yaksha King. If he were replaced by other strong men, he would have been destroyed by the sound of Om Zetianian. King Yaksha's long hair was stained red by the splashed blood. For the first time, he felt that he was about to die, but he was very unwilling. Recently, he had achieved great supernatural powers. Chasing and killing all the way, Xiao Chen and King Yaksha went up the Yangtze River, arousing huge waves, like a vast ocean swept up into the inland river, which attracted many practitioners on both sides of the strait to exclaim. It was even more shocking to recognize that the fugitive was Queen Yaksha. The majestic master of the Heavenly King is absolutely invincible among the kings of 100 clans, but today he is in such a state of embarrassment. Anyone who sees it feels incredible. Is Xiao Chen really resurrected? A few people were surprised when they saw its appearance. King Yaksha was defeated, which was great news in any case, and caused a great shock on both sides of the Yangtze River. And Xiao Chen, who was suspected of being resurrected from the dead, reappeared in the world, and was also hotly discussed in a small area. The two powerful men headed up the Yangtze River, and soon rushed out of Kyushu and entered the western plateau. Amidst the rumbling and thunderous battle, King Yaksha had more than a dozen transparent blood holes in his body. This place is a no-man's land, extremely empty. Xiao Chen has no scruples at all when he makes a move. He smashes the sword and burns the sky with supernatural combat skills, and the death of King Yaksha is in sight. Ah! King Yaksha yelled up to the sky, his long hair fluttering, and his immeasurable magic fist and sword fire burned the sky together, tearing the earth apart. The plateau collapsed, and endless boulders flew up from the depths of the collapsed strata, gathering together to form a wave of rocks like a vast ocean, sweeping across the entire world. Terrible earth and rocks swept across the 10 directions, containing Yaksha King's unwillingness and fighting spirit, sweeping across the sky, the masters of the human realm desperately. The power is extraordinary. This is a fight between trapped beasts. The world collapsed. However, Xiao Chen didn't take half a step back because of this, and his murderous intent went straight to Shaohan, vowing to take the life of King Yaksha. He had comprehended the essence of the ancient technique of the Tianbei, and along with the display of ancient combat techniques, a huge shadow of the Tianbei broke into the endless waves of earth and rocks. Boom! There was a sound that shook the world, and the earth-shattering waves of earth and rocks were pierced, as if a calm passage had been opened up in the endless waves of energy. The shadow of the sky tablet crossed the void and fell fiercely towards King Yaksha. King Yaksha roared up to the sky, pretending to be crazy. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still sent flying out by the shadow of the huge sky tablet. The 10,000 laws inviolability divine ability cannot be exhibited in a short period of time, and he does not have a perverted martial body like Xiao Chen's, so it is naturally difficult to resist this overwhelming attack. Not only the arms were wiped out, but dozens of bones in the whole body were also shattered, and the internal organs were already ruptured, and it was difficult to support them. I don't want to die. King Yaksha was still unwilling to die in such a situation, burning his life energy, and fled on the plateau to the bitter cold southwest. The endless snow peaks blocked the way of the two strong men, and the cold air was surging. Although it was the midsummer season, there was heavy snow here, and the cold air flowed across the sky like a blade. "Goodbye, King Yaksha." Xiao Chen raised his right arm and shouted, "Rest in peace among the snow-capped mountains." A loud shout immediately triggered an avalanche, like thousands of horses galloping among the high mountains, and endless snow waves poured down the sky and covered the earth. When Xiao Chen swung his sword down, a huge sky monument swept towards King Yaksha. Boom! The sky shook and the earth shook. Where the sky monument passed, dozens of 10,000-meter-high snow peaks were cut off by the huge sky monument's shadow, and rolled down rumblingly, crushing King Yaksha. Boom! King Yaksha was submerged by snow waves and fell between the peaks called Everest by the locals. His body was torn apart. The supreme coercion descended on the earth, and all the snow-capped mountains were shaking. A thin old Yasha with fluttering sleeves and green hair stood on end, appearing in the sky above the snow-capped mountains, glaring at Xiao Chen. Terrifying fluctuations, like the shaking of the stars, like the turbulence of the vast sea, all directions are moving, and the half-ancestor of the Yasha clan appears. Bold, a powerful mental wave that shocked people's souls hit Xiao Chen's body like a huge mountain, and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. If he didn't have the supreme martial body, if he was another cultivator, his body and spirit would have been wiped out under the attack of Banz's spiritual sense. Yeah, Kiki, who was watching the battle from behind, rushed quickly and opened the Paradise Lost, trying to envelop Xiao Chen in it. In Paradise Lost, the little beast is invincible, even the half-ancestor can't do anything about it, but the old Yasha obviously knows all these things, and his right hand gently cuts through the space. So close. Xiao Chen and KK were separated in two worlds. Although Paradise Lost can break through all methods, it can't change anything unless Xiao Chen is really enveloped in it. Kiki used Paradise Lost to wipe out Lao Yasha's supernatural power field, and approached quickly, but the void where Xiao Chen was located was also moving away at an extremely fast speed, and there was an eternal distance between the two. The little snow-white beast looked angrily at the thin and withered old Yasha in the sky. Xiao Chen coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, stood up straight, wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, and said, "The dignified half-ancestor of the Yasha tribe, seeing that the younger generation is invincible, can't help but make a move. Come, you and I will fight for 3,000 rounds, please come and watch the battle." Although he said it jokingly, it was more powerful than the blade, and the old Yasha couldn't help but blush. However, the murderous aura soon spread out, making the icy snow-capped mountains even more chilling, and a voice like gold and stone echoed mercilessly in the snow-capped mountains. "The trial war has not really started yet. You attack your opponent, breaking the taboo. Even if I kill you, no one can say anything." The half-ancestor of the Yaksha clan locked Xiao Chen, and it was obvious that he really wanted to kill, and the huge pressure seemed to descend like a mountain of billions of dollars. Injury, where do you start? According to this statement, can it be understood that the Kyushu and the Quartet world should be peaceful at present, and disputes and wars are not allowed? But why do I see Shira and Yasha treat people's lives like nothing, and kill innocent people indiscriminately? Is the big taboo you set a double standard? Only state officials are allowed to set fires and people are not allowed to light lamps. Are you provoking the majesty of the half-ancestor? Old Yasha's face sank like water, and the endless pressure enveloped him, and the snow mountain under Xiao Chen's feet collapsed. In the avalanche, 8 hazy worlds around Xiao Chen emerged, and 8 mysterious portals aimed at Lao Yasha at the same time. I really don't know how to live or die. I wanted to give you some hardships and spare your life, but I didn't want you to offend the dignity of the half-ancestor repeatedly. Now I will smoke your 2 souls and 6 souls, so that you understand that the half-ancestor is not allowed to blaspheme." A big green hand in the sky, with a radius of hundreds of feet, grabbed Xiao Chen in the shape of a claw. The terrifying coercion caused the surrounding snow peaks to shatter continuously, and the snow waves roared like a tsunami. "Old Yasha, you are too much. Do you treat my human race as nothing?" Tian Weishan came out through the space, raised his arms, and a mountain-like big hand greeted him. Boom! The 2 big hands met in the air, and hundreds of large cracks in space were torn out in the sky, each of which stretched out for more than 10 miles. There were endless mountains below, many of which collapsed, and avalanches continued, like 10,000 horses galloping. Tian Weishan with scorched yellow and long hair, like a delinquent boy, stood above the snowy mountain, looking at the old Yasha in a hurry. The half-ancestor of the Yaksha clan let out a cold snort, stretched out his right hand, and swiped in the void. The remnants of the Yaksha king on Mount Everest gathered together and flew up to the sky. He shot out green lights one after another, submerging into the body of King Yaksha, Swipe his hands again and again, shining brightly, and finally a cocoon of light formed outside King Yaksha's body. Click click, Yasha King broke out of the cocoon, intact, dead and reborn. He glanced around coldly, and after understanding the situation in front of him, he showed a serious smile to Xiao Chen. Before the trial war started, you are trying to reshape his body and save his life. This is a serious disorder. Tian Weishan squinted at old Yasha. The old Yasha didn't speak, but glanced at Xiao Chen, and said, 1 month later, the trial battle will start. If you attack without any reason during this period, your 3 souls and 7 souls will be directly obliterated. The crime of blasphemy against the half-ancestor will be exposed this time. Tian Weishan turned his face when he heard this, interrupted his words, and said, what hurt the enemy, what blasphemed the half-ancestor? Speaking of this, he suddenly made a move, a huge palm appeared out of thin air, grabbed King Yaksha, the half-ancestor's divine power surged, King Yaksha's body creaked, and his joints trembled. The newly revived King Yaksha tried his best to resist, but he couldn't hold back the power of the half-ancestor, and the bones of his whole body were about to shatter. What are you doing? Old Yasha was startled. He offended the dignity of the half-ancestor, and he looks so arrogant in front of me, he should be killed according to your words. Stop, the old Yasha yelled, then I'm just like you. I reluctantly exposed this time, and this time is no exception. Tian Weishan threw King Yasha down the snow mountain heavily. The half-ancestor of the Yaksha tribe glared at him, his beard and hair all stretched out in anger. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly started to move, and even the half-ancestor would change his face at the 8-phase extreme speed. He was so fast that he shot at the same time in the god-killing style, the cracking style, the demon-suppressing style, and the chaos-reversing style, and a huge monument swept across the falling King Yasha. Boom! The Yasha King, who had just been rescued by the half-ancestor of the Yasha tribe, was completely wiped out as if he had been beaten, and there was not even a trace of residue left. At the same time, KK came across the space, Paradise Lost opened and took Xiao Chen in. The two cooperated seamlessly, even the furious old Yasha was a step late, the giant green claws brushed past them, tearing out thousands of big cracks in space, shattering dozens of snow mountains in front of them silently. In front of the half-ancestor of the Yaksha clan, slaughtering the Yaksha King, this slap is too loud. Regardless of whether King Yasha was killed or not, what happened today has already planted a thorn in the old Yasha's heart. At this point, Xiao Chen directly slaughtered King Yasha. He decided to take Kiki back to the world of the dead, and come back after reaching the half-ancestor realm. The old Yasha had just rescued the Yasha Heavenly King, but was killed by Xiao Chen again. Even Tian Weishan was stunned, he didn't expect Xiao Chen to dare to do this. The old Yasha's eyes stood up and his beard trembled. He sealed off the 10 directions, cut off this space, and blocked all escape routes. The old Yasha was completely enraged, and the startled little snow-white beast quickly closed the lost paradise, leaving only a gap to peek out. A crazy half-ancestor is very scary. If some taboo ancient methods are sacrificed regardless of the cost, the trouble will be unimaginable. However, Tian Weishan laughed loudly, landed down, and said, Old Yasha, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you? This is a fair fight between them. You got involved for no reason, and the result cannot be changed after all. Tian Weishan, get out of the way. Old Yasha's face sank like water. What if I don't get out of the way? Tian Weishan also sullen on the spot, confronting each other. Although the half-ancestor of the Yaksha clan was thin and dry, he was full of vigor and energy. There seemed to be hundreds of millions of stars shaking at the same time above the snow-capped mountain. Can you keep him for a while? Can you repay him for a lifetime? Can he stay in Paradise Lost for the rest of his life? The voice of the old Yasha was very cold, and said, I will give him a chance to walk out of Paradise Lost. If he does not die within half an hour, the account between me and him will be lifted. Thanks for what you said. Tian Weishan's temperament changed drastically at that time. He was like a mountain, he no longer looked like a frivolous bad boy, he was undoubtedly a peerless master, ready to fight. The old Yasha said indifferently, his speed is comparable to Banzu's. It is not impossible to persist for half an hour. I gave him a chance to survive, and it depends on whether he can grasp it. Xiao Chen didn't even want to stay in Kyushu after killing Queen Yasha. He decided to return to the world of death and come back after reaching the half-ancestor state. He never expected to hear such words from the Yasha clan's half-ancestor, so he stood at the exit of Lost Paradise and said, if you keep your word, it doesn't matter if you extend half an hour to half a month. Banzu has no jokes. Old Yasha's face was extremely cold. Don't bet against him. Tian Weishan changed color and said, Even if you have extreme speed, it will be difficult to escape the pursuit of Banzu. If it was another half-ancestor, I would not dare to do this, but I am somewhat sure of escaping from the pursuit of the Yaksha half-ancestor. Another soft slap slapped Yasha Banzu on the face, but he had already calmed down. Gujing said calmly, then come out and try. In Paradise Lost, Xiao Chen told KK secretly, then he rubbed Tian Ya's little face and said, be honest, don't cause trouble. Xiao Tianya curled his lips and said, I don't know who is causing the trouble. Brush. Xiao Chen flew out of the lost paradise, rushed to the distance with 8 phases of extreme speed, and said, Yasha Banzu, come and see me off. The old Yasha's face was extremely cold, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised, and he chased him through space. It can be said that the world is so close. Are you really catching up? Xiao Chen turned around in astonishment. The old Yasha was getting closer and closer, and he was about to catch up. They flew hundreds of miles away and had already flown into the sky over Kyushu. Seeing that he was about to catch up, the half-ancestor Yaksha began to confine the space, and was about to kill Xiao Chen. Thank you for sending me off, the half-ancestor Yasha. Let's just bid farewell, and see you in the future. Xiao Chen followed the method instructed by the old man of the Protoss Li Mu, instantly dissipated all the strength in his body, and was summoned back by the power of the dead world in an instant. Disappear out of thin air. The half-ancestor of the Yaksha clan was astonished, and then his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. Make an advertisement for someone. The Lost Empire, ISBN 1399868. Brief introduction. War, destruction, friendship, family affection, and love all blend together to form a cruel yet tender picture. Chapter 414. Gathering of Old Friends. The 7 orifices of the old Yasha were full of smoke, and a junior who was in the realm of a human being disappeared out of thin air before his eyes, making him feel hot on his face. If it was another half-ancestor, I would not dare to do so, but I am somewhat sure of escaping from the pursuit of the Yaksha half-ancestor. These words seemed to be still echoing in his ears. This is no longer a soft slap, but a solid hard slap. What do other half-ancestors think of this? Didn't he laugh at his incompetence? He didn't want to stay here for a moment, he wanted to leave through the void. But someone came to make trouble for him, and slapped him again. Tian Weishan appeared not far away through the space. With a look of flowing air, he laughed and said, Old Yasha, you are really kind-hearted, why don't you give me a treat too? The half-ancestral spirit of the Yaksha tribe stretched out his beard and hair, pointed at Tian Weishan, speechless, snorted heavily, and walked away without looking back. King Yaksha was strong all his life, but in the end he ended up dismal and fell into the snow mountain. Xiao Chen successfully returned to the world of death. He had to admire the secret technique of the Protoss, which could dissipate all the power of the whole body in an instant. Of course, he did not learn the special skills of the Protoss. Must-kill skills, innate skills, which belong to the exclusive combat skills of the Protoss. In Shengkyun, he saw a few problematic men and women, except for Xiao Tianya who was still in Kyushu. All of the 7 had already escaped with a nirvana. Binglan and Zooming suffered some minor injuries, while the others were seriously injured, especially Kie, who was the most seriously injured. If he came back one step later, he would surely die. I don't know how high the sky is and the earth is thick. How many of you dare to enter the important land of hundreds of clans, and enter the central area of the God Island? Fortunately, you didn't meet the Banzu, otherwise you will definitely be wiped out. Even if you have the ultimate skill, you will not escape your life. Old man Li Mu counted down a few people, but he did not severely reprimand him. On the contrary, he had a somewhat relieved look on his face. Breaking into the important place of the God Island of hundreds of clans is not something ordinary people can do. It is conceivable that the gods are so talented. Did you get the dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Xiao Chen teased some questionable men and women, but all of them rolled their eyes. Only the big man Kie smiled innocently, scratched his head and said, I almost caught a wife of a heavenly king. Seeing that he was covered in bandages, like a mummy, the old man Zhao Ying gave him a slap in the face, which immediately made him grin his teeth. Almost caught a heavenly king who is in the realm of perfection as a wife. This Protoss man is really ridiculously strong. Xiao Chen had to re-evaluate the innate strength of the Protoss, and asked, have you fought against a heavenly king who is in the realm of human beings? The Protoss man nodded honestly. Binglan curled her lips and said, 20 strokes were enough to blow him away. He was seriously injured and dying. I'm ashamed to say that he almost caught him. Shui Meng also smiled and said, that is a veritable dominatrix. Even if you can really marry back and be our sister-in-law, I'm afraid you will never be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. Is that woman very fierce? Xiao Chen couldn't help asking, unexpectedly there was a female heavenly king, which I had never heard of before. It's old-fashioned, isn't it? Can the women of the Yaksha tribe not be strong? Binglin gave him a blank look, as if she was still brooding about being imprisoned in Paradise Lost. Female Yaksha king. Xiao Chen was stunned. He had always used dominatrix to describe a strong woman, and he didn't need to think about how terrifying the real female Yaksha king was. It is really a headache to kill a Yaksha heavenly king, and a dominatrix appears again. After resting in the dead realm for a few days, Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu, accompanied by Kier and 6 other people. If you want to compare the West Lake to the West Lake, it is always suitable to wear light makeup and heavy makeup. Because it is midsummer, it is impossible to enjoy the broken bridge and remnant snow among the 10 scenic spots of West Lake. Walking on the Sioux Causeway, there are flowers and trees planted on both sides, green willows like smoke, hibiscus in full bloom, wisteria in full bloom, good birds singing in harmony, the wind is beautiful and the sun is beautiful, and the artistic conception is moving. Binglin, Zooming, and other Protoss men and women were chattering, and they were all very intoxicated by the beautiful scenery, which could not be seen in the world of death. Xiao Chen led them here to find Kiki. Before leaving last time, he made an appointment with Xiaoshu to meet at West Lake. However, when boating on the West Lake, I didn't find small things in the end of the world. There won't be any accidents in Tianya? Big Han Kie asked worriedly. Xiao Chen patted his forehead and said, for those 2 little guys, the beautiful scenery here is no different from the wilderness. Their paradise is not here. Led by Xiao Chen, a group of people came to the bustling streets of Hangzhou. They didn't stop at the silk and antique streets. They walked directly to the food street. There was no surprise, and the weird combination was soon discovered. Xiao Tianya was carrying a bamboo basket in a funny way, holding a hairy crab in one hand, and a grilled chicken wing in the other. His face was flushed, and his mouth was full of greasy food. As for Kiki, she stayed comfortably in the bamboo basket, her face full of intoxication, surrounded by all kinds of food, and her 2 little paws were almost overwhelmed. Naturally, the 2 little guys had no money to pay the bill. On this gourmet street, they would go along with their magical powers whenever they saw any delicious food. Xiao Chen walked over quickly, and gave each of them a blow on the forehead, which immediately made the 2 little guys cry out in pain and protest ferociously. Don't be a thief next time, you have to pay the bill. Xiao Chen said while borrowing a piece of silver from a pot-bellied merchant, and threw it in the snack bar they just visited. Crash! With a wave of the little beast Kiki's paw, the silver rain fell on the bamboo basket, and Xiao Tianya was so pressed that he almost sat on the ground. Boss, what are you doing? Keep it, you will have to pay for the food you buy in the future. The 2 immature voices made Xiao Chen completely speechless. A group of people around were touching their pockets, all casting angry glances. Let's go back, don't play like this. Xiao Chen whispered. Didn't you just do that? The 2 little guys looked at him innocently. Sensing the murderous gazes around him, Xiao Chen waved his hand and returned all the silver taels. Then, grabbing the ears of the 2 little guys, they fled with a group of Protoss men and women. Fleeing in front of a tea house, Xiao Chen suddenly saw an acquaintance, a handsome man with blonde hair, being greeted and walked up to the tea house. Others laugh at me for being crazy, and I laugh at others for not being able to see through. But, I can't see through myself. The handsome blonde man sat on the tea house and cursed angrily. Jin Sinyi, you bastard, after you sealed me, you sold me to the black coal mine in Jizhou. It took more than 20 years of hard work to do it. How many 20 years can you have in your life? Your second grandfather, I will never stop with you. Mine owner, calm down, you have a lot of money now, just find a few masters to make that 300 million gold. The entourage next to him flattered and enlightened. After Xiao Chen led a group of Protoss men and women into the tea house, he was finally convinced that he saw the right person. It was really the cheap old man Tati who was the reincarnation of the sun god. After a group of Protoss men and women sat down beside them, Xiao Chen said to the Jizhou visitors, Tati, the boss of the black coal mine. Snap! The teacup in Tati's hand fell to the ground at that time, his pants were wet and he was dazed and ignorant. He pointed at Xiao Chen tremblingly, and said, it's you. How is it possible, aren't you dead? Xiaobing, don't talk nonsense. Kier, a Protoss man, stared dissatisfiedly. What, biscuits? Tati was terrified when he saw Xiao Chen by accident today, and he was even more puzzled when he heard Kier say so. In our hometown, people who talk like you are called sesame seed cakes. Kier explained patiently, with a straightforward look. A group of men and women with Protoss problems were laughing. At this moment, the door of a private room next to him was pushed open, and a wretched man in silk and satin, blinking a pair of peach blossom eyes, shaking his folding fan, pretending to be suave, came to Toddy, shook his head and chanted a poem. Don't, others laugh at my wife for being crazy, me. I laugh at others to see through. Toddy sat down directly on the ground, pointed at the smiling and stuttering man in front of him, and said in a voiceless voice, gold. Jin 300 million. Yuan. Fate, it's been more than 20 years, Toddy, we met again. Jin Sini's pair of peach blossom eyes completed the two crescents with a smile, and said, how are you doing these years? Toddy was about to cry. He sat on the ground and looked at the coffee table in a daze. He said in a daze, tragedy, life is like a coffee table, full of cups and utensils. Why did I meet you again? Toddy burst into tears. Jin Sini patted Toddy on the shoulder generously, and said, this is fate. If you are destined, you will come and meet from thousands of miles away. However, when Jin Sini turned his head and saw Xiao Chen's table, he immediately felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and retreated more than 10 meters away with a whoosh sound. The hairs all over his body stood on end, and he stammered, ghost. Another biscuit. Kier came to the conclusion foolishly. Will the 300 million be safe? Xiao Chen raised his glass and smiled at Jin 300 million. You, are you really alive? Jin Sini took 2 steps closer. Haven't we already met in the ancient ruins? Then that yellow diamond skeleton is really you, but how could it be reborn with flesh and blood so quickly? Jin Sini showed an incredulous look, and finally walked over without fear, and at the same time shouted to the private room, Brother Hi came out to meet the guests. When Kier, the Protoss man, saw Hai Yuntian, his eyes straightened, he clenched his fists, and said, I've never been so excited before, it's her. Jin Sini blinked his peachy eyes, followed his gaze, and then kindly reminded, Brother, that's a man. Seobing, go ahead, pretend I can't tell that a woman is disguised as a man. Kier pulled Jin Sini aside and said, don't make money with me. The Protoss man began to wink at Hai Yuntian who was coming. Jin Sini walked to the side depressed, but when he saw the appearance of Binglin and zooming, his eyes lit up at that time. While talking with Xiao Chen, he moved his steps there. He enthusiastically asked about Xiao Chen's situation, and at the same time he sneaked in to ask 2 beautiful Protoss girls, with a pair of peachy eyes, and said, where is the little lady from? Binglin glanced at him, and said honestly, hell of death. You have a personality. Jin Sini felt that he was choked, and laughed dryly, but then asked with a deadpan face, how old is Fang Fang? 109. Zooming replied casually. Jin Sini smiled embarrassingly, feeling that he was choked twice. He should adopt a curve strategy, and greeted Xiao Tianya next to him with a smile, and said, little brother, how old are you? Xiao Tianya tilted his head, carefully counted on his fingers, and finally said very seriously, 115 years old. PFF'd. Jin Sini spewed out a sip of tea, and said, this is such an unlucky kid, at such a young age, he just tells lies and fools people. I was already 115 years old, I slept for 108 years, and I grew up for another 7 years. You can't really be a biscuit, right? Xiao Tianya looked serious. Jin Sini looked at a group of Protoss men and women with strange eyes, leaned close to Xiao Chen, and asked in a low voice, is there something wrong with them? Seed cake. A group of Protoss men and women rolled their eyes at him at the same time. Being despised by a group of people, Jin Sini showed a rare gloomy expression, turned his head and shouted at Toddy, Tuotuati, come here, beat Brother G's back. Finally, he found a punching bag. Toddy walked over in a daze, stared fixedly at the beautiful Hai Yuntian, and said, is your sister okay? It's okay. The cold and aloof Hai Yuntian was really uncomfortable sitting here, and being stared at by Kier was a little creepy, as if sitting on pins and needles. Seeing this situation, Jin Sini finally muttered proudly, what kind of eyes, you can't tell the difference between men and women. Go to the side of the biscuits. Kier immediately stared back. Squeak. The door of another private room opened, and the little fat man Niu Ren pushed the door out, waving his huge horns, and said, brother, I'm back, it's such a coincidence to meet here. Niu Ren and Lu Mu walked out one after another. And there was another person behind them, like a demon god, tall and burly, with extremely sharp eyes, but what was a little out of place was that he was born with a pair of horse ears. Xiao Chen was very surprised, he had already recognized that person, it turned out to be Yu Wenfeng, one of the 4 heroes of the southern wilderness back then. Back then, Yu Wenfeng, Dugu Sword Demon, Qilao, and Zhao Chongyang were called the four top young masters of the southern wilderness, but their fates were different. The mighty Dugu Sword Demon has disappeared and has not been seen for 20 years. Poor Qilao lacked stamina, and he was killed by King Yaksha's 5 moves. Zhao Chongyang has unlimited potential and has risen strongly. Even in the Golden Age when hundreds of clans came to the world, he still stands proudly among the peak powerhouses. As for Yu Wenfeng, he is a tragic character. He was defeated by Xiao Chen first, and then in Yindu. After more than 10 years of continuous defeat, but this person seems to have a never-say-die spirit. He has been defeated and fought repeatedly. He completely disappeared from the world 5 years ago and does not want to reappear today. Xiao Chen could see at a glance that Yu Wenfeng's cultivation base is very terrifying now, and he may completely rewrite the record of repeated defeats and battles. He has perfectly integrated with a powerful horse king soul. Cha, the bull's head and the horse's face are gathered together. Jin Sinyi walked over with a smile, and was about to touch Niu Ren's giant horn. Xiaobing, little fatty Niu Ren spat out the 2 words with a smile, which immediately made Jin Sinyi's face turn green. It was the first time he felt so awkward being called these 2 words today. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's rare that so many acquaintances get together." At this moment, many people came up the stairs again, and they were surprised and happy to see each other. They turned out to be Nalong King, Qinglong King, and Black Dragon King, and there were several old friends behind them. 10-year-old bedwetting Chen Hengjin, Shaoli Fidao's successor Wei Dao, fateful twins mastering supernatural powers Chu Xingquang, Huo now with the title of Vulcan, Tianmo Palace Demon Banshee, Dugu Sword Demon's brother-in-law Ah Shui, Longevity Realm Roman Empire Master Samo. They were all old friends, and there was a big gathering of masters. After seeing Xiao Chen, they all showed incredible expressions. Chapter 415, The Battle Begins. How is it possible? How is it possible? Except Yao Yao and Nalongwang, all the masters who walked up to the tea house showed incredulous expressions and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. It was hard to imagine that a person who had been dead for more than 20 years would reappear in the world, and they had to be shocked. Some people were not very close to Xiao Chen in the past, and some even had a life and death battle, but as time went by, hundreds of clans were born, and those grievances back then were nothing, and now all clans need the strength of unity. "You're really not dead." Samo, who was blonde and shawled, walked up to him and punched Xiao Chen. Everyone gathered around. Xiao Li's flying Dao successor, Zhu Dao, held a crystal-clear knife between his fingers, only 3 inches long, pierced the void and flew out in an instant, shooting like lightning. Xiao Chen emerged into the world of 8 phases, confining the space. Brush. The crystal-clear knife suddenly turned around and returned to Zhu Dao's hand. He looked at the world of 8 phases fixedly, and said, "That's right, it's really you." The tea house suddenly became lively. These people were all influential figures back then, and they met again after many years passed. Yeah, even the little beast Kiki was very happy, not acknowledging his life at all, waving his little paws to greet everyone, and the Changni Dragon King kept mumbling happily, as if he had endless words. "It's a miracle that you die and come back to life again. I didn't expect to be able to see you in this world. How on earth did you do it?" Today's reunion made Xiao Chen deeply moved, but some things cannot be told frankly, all kinds of things in the dead world are too unimaginable. Xiao Chen felt a little surprised that so many old friends appeared at the same time. After asking, he found out that it was Yao Yao, an outstanding disciple of Tianmo Palace, who contacted him. Soon, Kyushu and the world of the 4 directions will become a trial battlefield, and to prepare for a rainy day, Yao Yao wants to unite everyone's strength to deal with the crisis in the future. "Now I finally believe that you killed the mighty Yaksha king." The blonde handsome man Samo laughed and said, "Many cultivators on both sides of the Yangtze River have rumored that they saw your figure. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect to see you today." Happy to the hearts of the people, King Yaksha called himself the King of Heaven, brutal and bloodthirsty. Zilao and Kanasi brothers and sisters died in his hands. Now King Yaksha is finally destroyed, their spirits in the sky can rest in peace. Ah Shui was a little sad after speaking. Killed a Yaksha king, but now there is a Yaksha queen. This dominatrix is even more powerful, so powerful. Chu Xingquang said with a frown. "That's my wife." After discovering Hai Yuntian's Adam's apple, here, a Protoss man, finally had to accept the reality in frustration. Hearing everyone talking about Queen Yasha, he couldn't help but speak. "Don't get me wrong," Xiao Chen hurriedly explained to everyone, "this is a friend of the Protoss and our ally. Do you know why I will contact you? Yao Yao's black hair is like a waterfall, icy muscles and bones, and on her charming face, a pair of big eyes are full of water, shining with a bewitching light, said, "The King of Thunder, the King of Sea God, the King of Earth, King Shira, and Queen Yaksha, the 5 masters of the Supreme Realm have joined together and want to implement a targeted eradication plan in Kyushu. Anyone who resists will be shot and killed, forming the Heavenly King team." Everyone gasped. The situation is not as grim as usual. The combined strength of the 5 Heavenly Kings who are in the realm of perfection is unimaginable. Who can stop it? No one can beat it wherever it passes. Yao Yao's country looks heavenly and fragrant, turning all living beings upside down, but at the moment there is no trace of charm, and he said very seriously, "It is conceivable that they are not the only team of Heavenly King Masters but who on our side has reached the realm of perfection." Everyone looked at Xiao Chen together. "I have just reached the 2nd level of the Supreme Human Realm. If I face 5 Heavenly Kings at the same time, I will definitely die." Xiao Chen was very calm, but explained seriously, "It would be great if KK could participate in the battle, but I have received warnings from several half-ancestors of other races and I am afraid it will not be able to contribute." Everyone else was silent, except for Xiao Chen. None of them had reached the realm of perfection. "I have stepped into the realm of perfection," Kier, a Protoss man, suddenly said, which surprised everyone. Although Kier has already stepped in, he is still not a master of the Supreme Realm after all, and he is still unable to compete with several Heavenly Kings. "I think there is one more person who has probably stepped into the realm of perfection," Lu Mu said suddenly. "Who?" Everyone looked at him together. "Wu Zanyun," Lu Mu replied calmly. "Lao Lao Wu was seriously injured in the last battle with the Sacred Dragon King. He, and Wu can step into the realm of perfection so soon." Jin Sanyi didn't quite believe it. Lu Mudao. After that battle, he said that he would abolish all supernatural powers and the mark of the inheritance of martial arts with no distractions. "I think he can reach the realm of perfection." Xiao Chen's heart moved. What Lu Mu said was very likely to come true. No one knew how powerful and terrifying the pure mark of martial arts was better than him. But it is impossible for him to walk on that path, and now he is a fellow practitioner of martial arts, soul, and supernatural powers, and he is no longer able to concentrate on martial arts. Everyone has their own unique path, and this is his choice without regrets. This is just your conjecture. Things that cannot be determined cannot be taken seriously. Huo Ling was very cautious, he felt that everything should be weighed carefully. "I think there is probably someone who has reached the realm of perfection." Niu Ren looked at the crowd and said, "I don't know if you still remember Dugu Sword Demon." How could everyone forget how powerful Dugu Sword Demon was back then? Hearing this, someone said at the time, "Being strong in the past doesn't mean it's still strong in the past 20 years. Sometimes, potentials may not be able to continue to be unleashed." "Yeah, let's take a step back. Even if he has reached the realm of perfection, so what, can anyone find him?" Niu Ren laughed and said, "We can't find it, but it doesn't mean others can't find it. Dugu Sword Demon's uncle is here. I think he should have news." Ah Shui shook his head and said, "I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for 3 years, but he should live in seclusion in the world." Lu Mu asked, "Do you think he has reached the realm of perfection?" "It's hard to say. I rarely saw him draw his sword in the past few years, but I have a feeling that everything around him can become a peerless sword." Another unknown missing master. Someone shook his head. "I wonder if you have forgotten a few people." Yao Yao laughed. "Which people?" "Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xinyan, Kang Hai." As soon as Yao Yao said this, everyone in the room started to discuss. These 4 people have risen strongly in the past 20 years, and they have shown extraordinary combat power. Everyone agreed that 1 or 2 of them should have reached the realm of perfection. Back then, before Xiao Chen died, he often heard about their names, but until now he only saw Zhao Chongyang and Shui Wu, so he immediately said, "Then find a way to contact them." "Actually, there are 1 or 2 more, but, don't say anything." Summer shook his head. Ju Dao nodded and said, "Some people have completely disappeared, and they can no longer be found." "Actually, you have ignored a very powerful woman." Jin Sanyi interrupted suddenly. "Who are you talking about?" Chen Hangjin asked suspiciously. "Zhao Linner, queen of 999 provinces, she has so many destructive weapons in her hands that she might be able to kill even a human being." Zhao Linner. After Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu, he wanted to go to her to settle accounts several times, but was delayed due to certain things. Hearing this, he was taken aback. That's right, the ultimate weapon possessed by the Empress of Kyushu is truly incalculably terrifying. Recalling the glorious past, discussing the severe situation in Kyushu today, and talking about the dangerous situation in the future, everyone spoke freely and expressed their views. On the day when everyone gathered, several alien kings came to Hangzhou City, wanting to use this as a base when the trial war came. Hearing the news, Jin Sunyi smirked at that time, took Tati's hand, and said, "Tuotuati, bring those brothers here, and I will deal with them." Looking at the handsome face in front of him, but with an extremely obscene and wretched smile, Tati wished he could step on it a few times. Don't look at brother like this, I won't bully you in the future, I will give you a chance to make meritorious service today. The Tree Man King, the Mountain King, and the 100-Flower King, the 3 kings of different races, stand on the bank of the West Lake, and they are all very moved, and they are ready to occupy this place by force, and temporarily use it as an exclusive place for cultivation. At this moment, a beautiful blonde man came striding forward and shouted from a long distance, "The 3 kings are about to face disaster." The Shuren King widened his eyes and scolded, "Who are you? Scary talk, do you think we are scared? There are more than a dozen strong men in Hangzhou City who want to take the lives of the 3 kings. If you don't believe me, please follow me." What a joke. The Mountain King also sneered, and said, "You want to take our lives? 1 kills 1, 1 pair kills 2. Take a good breath." Jin Sunyi manifested in the sky, and said to Tati on the ground, You let me down so much, you can't stand such a small test." "Who are you?" the tree man shouted. Swipe. There were figures flying in the sky, and in an instant more than a dozen people came and surrounded them in the center. The 3 alien kings suddenly felt something was wrong, the energy fluctuations of these people were not weaker than them. Around the 100-Flower King, the sky was filled with crystal clear flower petals. He soared into the sky and shouted, "Who the hell are you? The one who killed you. Speak wildly, do you dare to fight with me?" King of 100 Flowers seemed very conceited. A figure flickered in the sky, and the 5 of them flew forward immediately. "I'm talking about fighting alone." King of 100 Flowers glared at the crowd. "Of course Dang Dang is fighting alone. You alone are fighting the 5 of us." Jin Sunyi smiled obscenely, and took the lead in attacking. "Rush out." The Tree King and the Mountain King next to each other looked at each other, and they were about to break through the air. "But Yao Yao, Lu Mu, Niu Ren and many other masters are here, how can they give them a chance to escape, and cut off their way in an instant?" Xiao Chen reminded. "Temporarily save their lives, so that another half-ancestor will not come and make excuses to do it, and then kill them when the trial war really starts. Now they are imprisoned." "You." 100-Flower King just roared, but was suppressed by a fierce attack to suppress the second half of the sentence. Kai. Jin Sunyi rode a white divine donkey on his crotch, and held a large kitchen knife in his hand. He almost cut off Bai Huawang's head directly, and a large part of his long hair was cut off, flying down in the sky. There is no suspense about the outcome of this battle, and the 3 alien kings were quickly sealed by everyone. Everyone was overjoyed, the power of the joint battle was unquestionable, with so many masters gathered together, even if they were facing a few heavenly kings who were in the realm of perfection, they would not be invincible in a single battle. Boom! Violent energy fluctuations came from a distance, and an improbable Big Bang erupted in the distance. It's the direction of the imperial capital of Kyushu. This seems to be Zhao Liner's destructive weapon. Big explosions continued to occur, and the sky seemed to tremble. Go and have a look." The crowd flew all the way towards the imperial capital hundreds of miles away, using their speed to the extreme. Xiao Chen has 8 phases of extreme speed, so he rushed to the forefront naturally, and soon came to the vicinity of the imperial capital. He sucked in a breath of air, and the entire imperial capital was covered by a huge energy mask, protecting the entire city inside. But outside the imperial capital, the energy was surging and the waves were raging. Many mountain ranges in the distance completely collapsed and turned into dust. Many fertile fields were destroyed, and all the people living outside the city disappeared. This is a catastrophe. The villages and towns around the imperial capital were all destroyed and turned into ruins, and it is unknown how many lives were wiped out. In the sky, the 5 masters stood motionless like mountains. They were King Shura, King Earth, King Sea God, King Thunder God, and Queen Yasha. 5 masters of the supreme realm came here, coercing the 10 directions. This is a powerful force that makes people feel frightened. Not long ago, everyone was still talking about the 5 heavenly kings, and they didn't want to see them that day. Targeted elimination. Do you want to start from the imperial capital? If it includes not only cultivators, but also ordinary people, that would be too much. Boom. From the energy mask of the imperial capital, a black beam of light suddenly shot straight at Xiaohan. Even if it was as strong as the 5 heavenly kings, they dodged immediately. However, as the black light swept across the sky, King Shira took a step slower. The moment he was hit by the black light, his body wobbled repeatedly, and he almost fell into the sky. A bloody hole appeared on his right chest. Today I swear to destroy this capital. King Shira's long hair stood on end like a red flame. It's so loud, do you want to wipe out the Kyushu? Xiao Chen silently appeared behind King Shira, and at the same time as he spoke, the hand of God had already come down. The void was pierced, and King Shira's red hair was like tens of thousands of red poisonous snakes, winding towards Xiao Chen's arms behind him. The berserk power emitted dazzling light and sent King Shira flying dozens of feet away, but his bloody hair swelled against the wind and wrapped around Xiao Chen's right hand. The tens of feet long bloody hair danced wildly like a terrifying blood river. The bewitching red light rushed straight into the sky, trying to crush Xiao Chen's arm. Boom! Xiao Chen's sword was like a rainbow, breaking the blood-colored hair, and falling all over the sky, dyeing the sky red. It's you. Not far away, Yasha Tiano screamed, swooped down, and rushed towards Xiao Chen. She had already learned about Xiao Chen's appearance from Yasha's half-ancestor. It could be said that the enemy was extremely jealous when they met. At this moment, Jin Sanyi, Nilongwang, Lu Mu, Niu Ren and other brigades arrived, and at the same time, several alien kings including the War King Ma Baoao appeared from the other direction. Farther away, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xini, Kang Hai, and the Golden Lion King were also flying towards them at high speed. The devastating energy fluctuations here have attracted many experts from Kyushu. The death of endless creatures caused the clouds in all directions to move, and all the powerful cultivators were alarmed. At this moment, a loud voice came from Gao Tian. Since the large-scale battle has begun, the trial battlefield will open ahead of schedule. A loud voice reverberated over Kyushu. There is no doubt that it was Ban Zhu announcing, the Great War has begun. Calling for recommendation tickets, please support me. Chapter 416. The loud voice swelled in the sky of Kyushu, shook the world, and spread to every corner, and the trial battle officially started. In the imperial capital of Kyushu, the energy fluctuations are as vast as the sea, causing turmoil in all directions, and all the strong people have sensed the extraordinary aura here. Around the capital city of Kyushu, endless creatures were destroyed, resentment and evil energy were intertwined, forming a raging wave, and finally turned into a huge ghost, standing in the sky and rushing towards the 5 great masters in the sky. This is a destroyed creature, and the resentful soul will not disperse after death. Boom! The Earth King, Sea God King, and Thunder God King, the 3 supreme masters, looked at the world with contempt, each with a tyrannical blow. The huge ghost in the sky collapsed on the spot, and all the resentful souls were wiped out. Ah! Yasha Tianu's voice was piercing and piercing, as if she wanted to pierce people's eardrums. She was dancing wildly with green hair. Although her face was extremely beautiful, she was extremely ferocious at the moment. The Infinity Demon Fist is unparalleled in the world, smashing the sky and smashing the ground, making the sky tremble and the earth crumbling. Bang bang bang! The immeasurable magic fist collided with Xiao Chen's God's hand continuously, and the Emerald Yasha's green eyes shone with hatred, exuding the aura of an unrivaled demon king, who was even more fierce than the Yasha king. When facing Xiao Chen, use strength to resist strength and strength to resist strength. Chi chi chi! Although King Shira was separated by dozens of feet, his bloody hair surged out, sweeping towards Xiao Chen like a river of blood. 30,000 blood hairs cut through the void, like 30,000 blood-colored sharp swords, shooting out tens of feet-long blood-ons, condensing together to form a terrifying blood field, making the world tremble. Boom! The blood field collided with Xiao Chen's buzzword Tianyan, and a thunderous bang erupted, shaking the sky and the earth immediately. The endless khaki-yellow rays of light rise from the earth, exuding a vast and deep aura, like a continent slowly rising into the sky, and the majestic pressure shakes all directions. This is the Earth King's astonishing method. Turning his hands into clouds and hands into rain, he confines the essence of the earth, condenses it into a substantial and thick earth essence, and rushes towards Xiao Chen like a vast and boundless continent. Huge stone cones suddenly rose into the sky from the Mengmeng khaki yellow earth essence, rising to hundreds of meters in length in the face of the wind, like a mountain of swords rising into the sky, rushing towards Xiaohan with murderous aura. Facing several heavenly kings, Xiao Chen's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like sharp sword lights. At this moment, he unreservedly played the four major Sancho styles: the killing style, the reverse chaos style, the suppressing magic style, and the cracking style. The earth-yellow continent that rushed into the sky was severely cracked, and a destructive aura erupted, surging in all directions. Wherever the misty yellow aura passed, it shattered all tangible things, and the heavens and the earth were cracked. Kill. At this moment, the Thunder God King also came to kill, and the purple thunder and lightning pierced through the sky and the earth, as if there were thousands of purple dragons dancing wildly, each of which was as thick as a house, with a huge momentum and extremely terrifying. Boom! The sky was deafening, thousands of purple lightning tore through the void, spreading towards Xiao Chen, trying to make him disappear in the purple lightning. Thousands of turbulent waves, endless water essence condensed in the high sky, like the vast ocean, and blue waves surging, covering the sky and covering the earth, sweeping towards Xiao Chen. The Sea God King has arrived. The water essence can annihilate the space, and any tangible substance mixed into it will be wiped out. All of this happened in the electric flint flower room. The 5 heavenly kings in the realm of perfection joined forces to besiege and kill Xiao Chen in the center. The unpredictable power shakes Fang Tianyu, with unparalleled madness, shaking the sky and the earth. Kill. Niu Ren, Jin Sanyi, Nilongwang, Yao Yao, Lu Mu and many other masters came forward together, and all of them showed their strongest combat power, attacking the 5 heavenly kings. Clang! Sounded from the sword, and a radiant sword light made the world pale. The Black Dragon King slowly pulled out a holy sword from his spine. The radiance was brilliant, gorgeous and dazzling. Although he hadn't reached the realm of perfection, but when the holy sword of the Dragon Clan came out, it immediately overshadowed the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon were darkened, and it resisted the Thunder God King. Lu Mu, Qinglong King, Shui, and Huo now followed up at the same time, using the Black Dragon King's holy dragon sword as a front. They actually forced the Thunder God King, who had reached the realm of perfection, to retreat, and was besieged by the 5 powerful men in the center. On the other side, another battle group was formed. Back then, Xiao Li Fei Dao slashed gods and demons, known as the #1 sword in Fengyan. The only flying sword refined with painstaking efforts was passed down to the hands of Zhu Dao, making the old magical skills reappear in the world. Yao Yao, Samo, Chen Hengjian, Hai Yuntian and others followed Zhu Dao and surrounded the Sea God King with that shocking sword, separated him from Xiao Chen, and plunged him into another battlefield. Chu Xingquang has 2 parts in his body, and his rare supernatural powers are unparalleled in the world. The demonic energy around the villain is overwhelming, and the billowing dark clouds cover the sky. Shanzi was incomparably holy, his whole body was full of rays of light, and the heavenly Buddha wheel in his hand shook the sky. Like a mountain, it also smashed towards the Earth King. Boom! The King of the Earth was full of yellow hair standing on end, his whole body was shrouded in yellow mist, and the earthy yellow light rushed up under his feet like a stormy wave, instantly crushing the evil sun. But when he went to kill the good sun again, the evil sun revived on the spot and attacked and killed him. Destiny twins, hard to destroy. This surprised even the Earth King, who was in the supreme human realm, and was instantly surrounded by Niu Ren, Jin Sanyi, Nilongwang and others. Kier, a Protoss man, pointed to Queen Yasha, and said to the surrounding clansmen, "That's my wife, brothers and sisters, help me." Binglin, Zooming and even Xiaotiania rushed forward, and the 7 masters of the Protoss headed by Kier fought against Queen Yasha together. It has to be said that Yasha Tiano is very terrifying. Surrounded by the 7 gods, she is still extremely tyrannical, like an unrivaled demon king, with infinite magic fists. It is difficult for the 7 gods to beat her. The 5 heavenly kings in the realm of perfection were separated by various powers, and a fierce battle broke out. Xiao Chen was alone against King Shira, and the pressure was greatly reduced immediately, and he began to unreservedly show the strongest means to beat King Shira. Kill. In the distance, Ma Baoao led the alien king to fight against Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xini, and Kang Hai. But the Golden Lion King is indistinguishable from friend to foe. The red blood spear in his hand is dripping with the blood of the half-ancestor, exuding a terrifying aura. He stands quietly in the sky, watching the battle between the 2 sides. In addition, there is another little guy who did not participate in the battle, and that is Kiki. It really wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Xiao Chen, fearing that it would really provoke the Banzu. The little thing's long eyelashes blinked constantly, and a pair of big eyes closely followed the battle situation, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. There are constantly masters flying in and joining the battle group. In the end, the mighty Battle God King also arrived, and the energy fluctuations were extremely violent. This unfathomable King of Heaven, with purple hair flying, stood still, like a god of war, bringing a strong sense of oppression to everyone. The situation is very bad. Among the several great regiments, the Heavenly King of Supreme Human Realm has an absolute advantage. Lu Mu hit the supernatural power of Space Rift, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Huo now was surrounded by endless divine fire, burning half of the sky red, and the holy sword in the hands of the Black Dragon King made the sky and the earth tremble even more, but several strong men besieged the Thunder God King, and they were still at an absolute disadvantage. The 10,000 Zhong purple thunder and lightning broke all kinds of spells, and suppressed all the magical powers of several people, and the corners of the mouths of Lu Mu and others, who were incomparably violent, were full of blood. But Yao Yao, Samo, Chen Hangjin, Hai Yuntian and others encountered even greater troubles. When facing the Sea God King, all methods were ineffective. Even the bloody flying knife in Zhu Dao's hand was blocked by the heavy blue water spirit curtain and could not penetrate it at all. The turbulent waves swept across the high sky, the Sea God King roared, and the blue waves rushed towards Hai Yuntian, crushing all the blooming sunflowers, and even punched out more than a dozen blood holes in half of Sam's body. This is the power of the ultimate human realm. A simple blow can have earth-shattering power. No matter what your supernatural powers and methods are, it is difficult to compete. However, the most serious situation is the top 7 of the Protoss. The big man Kie has already stepped into the realm of perfection, and with the help of 6 gods such as Binglin and Zooming, he is still unable to compete against the Queen of Heaven. It has to be said that Yasha Tiano is stronger than Yasha Tianwang. Although she is a woman, her immeasurable magic fist shakes the world and is unparalleled in madness. When the magic power of inviolability comes out, it completely makes the 7 gods of the Protoss unable to support it. All fierce attacks are completely ineffective against her. In the end, when Queen Yaksha displayed the magical skill of burning the sky with sword fire, all the top 7 of the Protoss were seriously injured, and they were about to collapse. The situation of the battle is quite unfavorable, and it seems that the heavenly kings who are in the realm of greatness are about to kill all the opponents and get out of trouble. That's all. Thunder God King had a mocking look on his face. It's time to end. The Sea God King was extremely cold, his eyes were bright. It's time to send you on your way. The Earth King was murderous, contemptuous of everyone. I'm going to slaughter each of you. Queen Yasha was almost crazy, full of bloodthirsty expression. Several heavenly kings were almost invincible, and they looked at their opponents contemptuously. Roar. At this moment, King Shira let out an earth-shattering roar, and his whole body was filled with blood. He was completely suppressed by Xiao Chen, and he had reached the critical point of life and death, so he had to fight desperately. But it was too late. Before that, he was seriously injured, and was pierced through the chest by the destructive weapon in the imperial capital. When Xiao Chen accumulated enough power, in the original world of the 8 phases, when the 8 mysterious portals opened together, the 8 violent forces rushed towards King Shira, drowning the endless blood. Boom! The tall body of Shira Heavenly King, who had reached the realm of perfection, shattered into the sky, turning into a cloud of blood, and when the strong wind blew, there was nothing left. Xiao Chen fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds and slaughtered King Shira. This caused a chill in the hearts of all the alien kings who fought against each other. The result of this battle immediately buffered the fierce battle between the various battle groups. Xiao Chen has been paying attention to the surrounding battle situation, not daring to stay at the moment, and rushed to help. The god-killing style, the splitting style, the chaotic style, and the magic-suppressing style were launched together, and they were shot at the King of Thunder, the King of the Sea, the King of the Earth, and the Queen of Yasha. Unable to dodge, the surrounding monuments were as tall as mountains and majestic as mountains, and they even sent the 4 heavenly kings flying together. Chapter 417, The Heavenly King Dies. The 4 heavenly monuments came out at the same time, and the 4 heavenly kings flew out at the same time. There was a majestic coercion in the sky. This powerful energy fluctuation made people palpitate, fear rose in the bottom of the heart, and even the soul trembled. Thousands of feet of purple thunder and lightning danced in the sky, and King Thunder God's whole body was shrouded in purple rays of light, protecting himself tightly to prevent the reappearance of the steel. Surrounding the King of Sea God was even more violent waves, as if it really brought the endless ocean to the sky. The blue light condensed by the essence of water was overwhelming, surging in the surrounding sky. The Earth King is surrounded by a yellow light, and the whole body is covered with yellow stone armor. A vast continent is looming under his feet, and there is a heavy atmosphere circulating. Only Yasha Tiano danced wildly with green hair, did not take any defensive position, and swung her immeasurable magic fist with high fighting spirit. The sky was shaking, and her tyrannical power rushed forward like mountains and seas. She has a slender figure and graceful curves, but the power she wields is so domineering, she can be called a devil-like figure, and she is even braver and invincible than the original Yaksha king. It is hard to imagine that this is the domineering and combat power possessed by a beautiful woman. Bang bang bang. Yasha Tianu's jade-like immeasurable magic fist collided with Xiao Chen's hands continuously, as if thunder broke out in the sky, causing all the masters to ring in their ears. Brush. Lights and shadows swirled, and the two powerful men crossed past each other. Xiao Chen rushed into the air with 8 phases at top speed, avoided the attacking Thunder God King, and distanced himself from the approaching Sea God King and Earth King. Although he has reached the realm of perfection, if he is surrounded by the 4 heavenly kings, he will undoubtedly die. Just now, the 4 great Sanshou hastily attacked and killed the 4 great experts, leaving traces of blood dripping from the corners of 1 or 2 of them, but they did not really threaten their lives. The 4 heavenly kings ignored everyone and only had Xiao Chen in their eyes. They were full of contempt for other masters, and only the one in front of them was the enemy. The two sides confronted each other, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Even Yasha Tiano did not launch any more attacks from Kuangba. She was thinking about how to quickly get rid of Xiao Chen without being counterattacked. There was a sense of oppression in Zhu Cheng's heart, especially the many alien kings in the distance. The heavenly king Shira, who had reached the realm of perfection, was slaughtered in this way, and everyone felt chills running down their spines. Not long ago, Xiao Chen had just killed the Yasha heavenly king, and now beheading a master who is in the realm of perfection, it would make people fearful. Even people can be wiped out, so wouldn't it be easier to deal with ordinary alien kings? A clear whistle came from the far sky. Zhao Chongyang's body was full of rays of light, and all the acupuncture points in his body were emitting bright light beams, sweeping all directions, forcing the alien king to retreat. And Shui Wu at the side took advantage of this opportunity to soar into the sky, break out of the encirclement of the alien kings, and rush to the battle zone where the 4 heavenly kings were flying like a frightened bird. In the rear, Zhao Chongyang, Meng Xinyan, and Kang Hai blocked the battle king Ma Baoao and all the alien kings in that area. Shui Wu rushed to Xiao Chen and immediately eased the crisis in the war zone on their side. Her arrival immediately broke the balance, and the 4 heavenly kings all took action. Shui Wu's white clothes are better than the snow, she is beautiful and moving, but when she gets close to her whole temperament changes drastically, bursting out with a high fighting spirit, and she directly meets Queen Yasha. The temperaments of the 2 women are very similar, they are equally beautiful and have the same fighting spirit, and both have an unspeakable domineering aura of a female emperor, which is simply the tip of the needle. Others were also in action. The top 7 of the Protoss clan and more than a dozen masters including Chen Hangjin, Hai Yuntian, Ah Shui, and Qinglong King fought against the Sea God King at the same time. But Niu Ren, Jin Sinyi, Lu Mu, Chu Xingquang, Samo, Yao Yao, Huo Nao, Zhu Dao, Yu Wenfeng, etc. blocked the Earth King, and all the strong joined forces to suppress the powerful Jurin Heavenly King. The 2 powerhouses, the Black Dragon King and the Nalong King, did not participate in the battle. They paid close attention to the above 2 big groups and were ready to cooperate at any time. Xiao Chen directly confronted the Thunder God King, and launched an earth-shattering duel, which belonged to the battle of the Supreme King. The little beast KK muttered and babbled in a low voice, wanting to rush over to help, but finally heeded Xiao Chen's warning and held back. The Golden Lion King and Fighting God King also watched with cold eyes and did not make a move. The most intense fight should be between Shui Wu and Yasha Tiano. The 2 female powerhouses who climbed to the top showed their supernatural powers and stunts. The mountains and rivers above the earth became their weapons. Several mountain peaks were imprisoned high in the sky by Queen Yaksha, refining them into radiant seals, covering Shui Wu, while Shui Wu raised a canal above the earth to the sky, condensing it into a jade belt, sweeping across the world. Roar! The roar of the sacred dragon resounded all over the field, and the 7-headed behemoths flapped their huge dragon wings and flew from the sky. They were all covered with scales and shining brilliantly. They were the sacred dragons from Pterosaur Island. The 7 sacred dragons are connected together, like a huge cloud, rushing towards with a strong wind. After seeing the situation in front of them clearly, they chose to attack Shui Wu at the same time. Not long ago, they had suffered a big loss from Shui Wu in the ancient ruins. When they saw the Queen Yasha here, they would take revenge if they wanted to. Get out, I don't need your help. The Empress Yaksha didn't appreciate it at all. She was a powerful queen who was fighting with thunder. The 7-headed sacred dragon trembled and almost fell into the sky. Shui Wu has a beautiful face, black hair like a waterfall, 2 cold lightnings shot out from her beautiful eyes, and a howling sound like piercing gold-cracked stones, deafening like rolling thunder. Puff puff. A terrible thing happened. The 7 sacred dragons in the sky were first shocked by Yashatiano, and then they were attacked and killed by Shui Wan's killing skills. They all shattered in the sky in an instant. Kill the holy dragon. The 7 behemoths tore apart in the sky and fell to the sky. This change made many kings of different races gasp, and their eyes on Shui Wu immediately changed. This is an unparalleled woman, worthy of competing with Queen Yasha. Undoubtedly, Shui Wu has reached the realm of perfection, but there is still a gap compared to the Yasha queen. The Yasha clans, invincibility of all laws, and sword fire burning the sky, are rare magical skills, invincible in defense and unmatched in attack. Shui Wu gradually loses. Nilong Wang and Black Dragon King nearby are watching the situation of several battles. Seeing that this battle group Shui Wu is struggling, they attack at the same time, resisting Queen Yasha. On the other side, the top 7 of the Protoss clan, together with Chen Hangjin, Hai Yuntian, Ah Shui, and Qinglong King, joined forces to suppress the Sea God King and gained the upper hand. The main reason is that Kier, a Protoss man, has stepped into the realm of perfection. He is a quasi-human heavenly king. With him as the main attack and other people's assistance, it naturally puts strong pressure on the Sea God King. Except for Xiao Tianya, the other 6 powerhouses of the Protoss also performed extremely powerfully. Even the delicate girls like Binglin and Zooming were equally fierce in a real fierce battle, like 2 sharp swords crisscrossing the sky. Hai Yuntian also had a good performance. Big sunflowers were blooming vigorously in the sky. The golden petals were several meters long, like rounds of golden suns flying in the sky, constantly bombarding the Sea God King. They completely prevailed. On the other side, Niu Ren, Jin Sanyi and others fought against the heavenly king of the earth and gained an advantage. Lu Mu's space supernatural power is the god rule of the same level as the king. Chu Xingquang's destiny twins are rare supernatural powers. Jin Sanyi's assassination skills are obscene and lewd. In this battle group, all the powers have extraordinary and unique supernatural powers, and they have suppressed the mighty Earth King. In the middle of the field, another pair of heavenly kings' duel has reached a fever pitch. Xiao Chen fought against the King of Thunder, and all kinds of supernatural combat skills emerged one after another. The 7 steps against the dragon and the hand of the gods shook the thunder and lightning. 6 pairs of purple lightning wings emerged from the back of the Thunder God King, and the surrounding area was even more dazzling. Thousands of thunderbolts penetrated the sky and the earth, and each lightning beam was as thick as a house, which looked extremely terrifying. It was deafening. The sky where they fought was full of thunder, as if the world of the 9 heavens Thunder God had descended. After hundreds of rounds passed, Xiao Chen finally gathered enough strength to reappear. The god-killing style, the cracking style, the reverse chaos style, and the demon-suppressing style are all released together. As soon as the god-killing form came out, the first huge steel appeared, and around it, thousands of heavenly knives and ancient swords danced horizontally and shattered the sky. As soon as the cracking pattern came out, the second sky monument emerged, and large cracks in the surrounding space spread out, sweeping all directions. As soon as the inverse chaos came out, the endless beams of light surged vertically and horizontally, interweaving into a light network, denser than the thunder and lightning in the sky, surrounding the third sky monument. As soon as the magic-suppressing formula came out, the situation changed, the sky and the earth turned pale, the endless hell palace was looming, and a 4th huge sky tablet appeared in the center of the palace. The 4 major Sanshou are constantly changing, their power is no longer comparable, and the power consumed is even greater. The 4 heavenly monuments appeared at the same time, standing in 4 directions, trapping King Thunder God in the center, and it was impossible for him to escape. Extinction. As Xiao Chen yelled, the 4 stels blasted towards the center at the same time, and the 4 giant stels squeezed towards the Thunder God King. With a loud bang, the Supreme Heavenly King trapped in the center was crushed. The Thunder God King fell. Another master of the Heavenly King was killed by Xiao Chen. Everyone was shocked. He was simply the nemesis of the Heavenly King, and the hearts of all the foreign kings felt chills rising. Xiao Chen's eyes were icy cold, and he scanned the various battle groups, and then he took a step forward and came towards Queen Yasha, ready to get rid of this woman with unparalleled combat power. But at this moment, a roar came from above the clouds. Everyone stop. With just 4 words, the sky trembled, and the clouds in the sky collapsed. A thin and withered old yaksha manifested, glanced at everyone coldly, and finally fixed on Xiao Chen, with undisguised killing intent. This is too short-sighted, Xiao Chen complained. Just when he was about to make a move against Yasha Tiano, this old Yasha appeared. The battle of trials has already begun. The Banzu is not allowed to intervene. Why are we blocking? Xiao Chen has already stood with KK, and the little beast opened the Paradise Lost, ready to take Xiao Chen in at any time. Who said that the trial war has already started? It has already been scheduled for next month. You, old Shira, Yasha Banzu shouted into the void, and a red-haired old Shira manifested. Xiao Chen was startled. Not long after he killed King Shira, the half-ancestor of the clan was brought here by the old Yasha. This is not a good thing. I'll listen to you, tell me. The red-haired old Shira nodded to the Yasha half-ancestor. The war is over. The old Yasha's voice shook the sky, and his loud voice resounded through the sky. The trial war is scheduled for next month. Who changed it to today without authorization? Do you want to provoke a dispute between the half-ancestors? He immediately thought of Tianweishan, and brought old Shira to join forces to kill Tianweishan if necessary. At the same time, he also wanted to get rid of Xiao Chen and the magical little snow-white beast by the way. It's me, someone actually responded, and a huge shadow appeared in the sky, overwhelming the sky with majestic coercion. The half-ancestor Yasha and the old Shira gasped suddenly, and stepped back involuntarily. One can imagine the pressure it caused them. All the kings in the sky were terrified, even Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. Only the little beast Kiki showed a confused look at first, and then was very happy, running forward in the void happily. Chapter 418 Dragon Clan God of War King. A huge shadow emerged, standing high above the sky, like a mountain, overwhelming the world with majestic coercion, sweeping this world, shocking the souls of all the kings. Its momentum is so frightening. In front of it, the huge dragon shadow gradually became clear, emitting a radiant light, floating there like a golden holy mountain. It turned out to be a legendary inheritor of the dragon clan's lineage, the Lion King Dragon. You're not dead. Old Yasha had an incredulous look on his face. The half-ancestor Shira was also fluttering with red hair, and he was extremely shocked. He said, Dragon Island was suppressed back then. Although you opened the escape door for some dragon powerhouses with your unrivaled power, didn't you fall unfortunately in the end? Hearing these words, all the kings in the sky were in an uproar. These words were too shocking and unimaginable. The origin of this giant dragon like a golden mountain is really scary. Because God can't accept me. Lion King Dragon's tone was very flat, but the charm in it was shocking. That kind of coercion was not deliberate but released naturally. All alien kings and human powerhouses were deeply in awe, and many people began to discuss cautiously. Leonosaurus and Tyrannosaurus are both the strongest dragon species under the ancestor dragon. It has reached the state of the half-ancestor, but why does it not have the characteristics of the ancestor dragon? Didn't it evolve towards the ancestor dragon? The mountain-like Lion King Dragon in front of me does not have any characteristics of the ancestor dragon, but it is imposing, with an innate aura of the Supreme King, and the golden light is shining all over its body, as if it is cast from gold. It is hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long. The huge dragon body as majestic as a mountain looks very much like a male lion, but it can never be a lion. Its whole body is covered with glittering yellow dragon scales. The lion-like mane is entirely composed of huge golden spurs tens of meters long, shining golden, extremely majestic and majestic. The four thick and powerful giant claws, like four huge pillars, are hundreds of meters high, and each one needs dozens of people to embrace it. On the whole, except for the gleaming yellow scale armor and the huge crocodile tail, this Lion King Dragon really looks like a huge mountain-like lion. The guardian of the dragon race who was born for war without taking the ancestor dragon as the goal of evolution is known as the war god king of the dragon race. Old Yasha's eyes shone with green light, and he said to himself, it's hard to imagine, you survived and reappeared after being suppressed for endless years. I think it will surprise many people. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Yasha Banzu accidentally revealed a secret. Among the kings of the dragon clan, there is a powerful and invincible god of war king who only evolves with the body and does not target the ancestor dragon. The battle dragon in the legend of the dragon clan is a rare opponent under the ancestor dragon. Yeah, the little beast Kiki had already happily ran up to the guardian of the dragon clan. She was extremely happy, and her soft voice was full of joy, and she shouted, Uncle Wei, you are the uncle who appeared in your sleep. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was petrified, their jaws dropped to the ground, and everyone was completely speechless, stunned, almost stupid. Weird uncle. Thanks to the little guy's name, the incomparably powerful dragon god of war has his own unique way of evolution, has lived for endless years, and is a nearly invincible existence. It is really speechless to be called so by the little guy. At the scene, probably only Xiao Chen understood what was going on. After Kiki was born, She possessed the supernatural power of the dragon clan, but the little guy didn't know how to master it. It wasn't until the past 20 years that it grew rapidly that the mist deep in the little guy's memory gradually dissipated, and a golden dragon king emerged in the sea of memory. When the Dragon Island was sealed, the war god king of the dragon clan did not lose his divinity, and he did not turn into a wild beast. It was he who taught KK the dragon clan's supernatural powers before he was born from the colorful jade shell egg. Brush. The vast golden light converged, and the gigantic lion king dragon turned into a heroic middle-aged man with extremely deep eyes. He stretched out an arm, caught KK, and placed it on his shoulder. It's really Uncle Weird. Kiki was very happy. She blinked her big eyes and looked at the guardian of the dragon clan, and muttered, "Thank you Uncle Weird for teaching me supernatural powers." Everyone was overwhelmed by it, and this little thing was too reckless. Such an unrepentant address to the dragon clan invincible god of war king really made people feel crazy. "After teaching you supernatural powers, I've been in a deep sleep until now." The dragon guardian tapped Kiki's forehead lightly, and anyone could tell that he doted on the little guy. "Uncle Strange, has the ancestor returned to Dragon Island?" Hearing the little beast's question, even the old Yasha and the half-ancestor Shira showed concern. Back then, the old ancestor dragon and Emperor Xuanyuan fought deep in the outer space and never returned, making everyone want to know the final result of that battle. The guardian of the dragon clan shook his head, then turned to the old Yasha, and said, "From now on, put away your killing intent and don't make plans for it." The plain words contained endless coercion. Everyone knew who that it represented, and no one thought that for a small beast, the king of war god of the dragon clan would actually say such words to a powerful half-ancestor. "How can I have the same knowledge as it?" Old Yasha snorted heavily. Everyone was terrified. The Yasha Banzu and Shira Banzu were standing together. Both of them seemed to be jealous of the guardian of the dragon clan. One can imagine how powerful the legendary battle dragon is. Although the old Yasha asked himself to step down, the heroic middle-aged dragon king didn't give any face, and said very flatly, "Didn't you ask who changed the date of the trial battle without authorization?" "It was me." There were two cold rays of light in Yasha Banzu's eyes, obviously a little angry, but he didn't show it in the end. The dragon guardian scanned everyone and said, "I think we can start now." The half-ancestor Shira with red hair like blood found the steps for the old Yasha, and said, "It's okay to open it today, but it's a bit rushed." Yasha Banzu snorted coldly, but did not speak. Hundreds of clans are not in harmony, but how to divide each other and how each clan came to be, I think you should be very clear. The guardian of the dragon clan stared at the old Yasha and the half-ancestor Shira, and said, "Don't forget the big things for your own selfishness. Don't forget the most fundamental purpose. The enemy is not in the Kyushu and the four worlds. Don't kill each other." Shira Banzu nodded, and said, "Naturally, in order to enhance the strength of all potential powerhouses in the trial battle, the top few cultivators who win in the end will be given a holy baptism and have the opportunity to be promoted to Banzu." The guardian of the dragon clan didn't say anything more to the two half-ancestors, but turned to the little beast and said, "Follow me back to Dragon Island." KK looked at Xiao Chen for advice. How could Xiao Chen disagree? The little guy has always wanted to go back and have a look, but the dragon clan has been sealing off the island for so many years and cannot enter. "I'll come back to find you soon." Before the little snow-white beast left, it kept waving its little paws. The dragon guardian took a deep look at the Nalong King, Black Dragon King, and Qinglong King, and then disappeared through space. Only now did everyone think of one thing. The dragon clan has been sealing off the island for more than 20 years, and now I am afraid that it is really unblocked. All kinds of strong dragons are about to leave the island. This is definitely a big event. The dragon clan is one of the strongest races. Nalong King, Black Dragon King, etc. have not reached the realm of perfection. It's not that they are not talented, but their cultivation time is much shorter than that of the 100 clan kings. The trial war begins today, the old Yasha, who was full of anger, solemnly announced, his voice reverberating in the sky. Moreover, he promulgated a series of rules, one of which is very important, that the upper limit for killing enemies together should not exceed 5 people. This rule is very terrible. There are several heavenly kings of different races on the scene. If this method is implemented, Xiao Chen's side is obviously at a disadvantage. If he does not reach the realm of perfection, even 5 strong men can't stop a master of heavenly kings. Brush. The brilliance flashed, Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren came through the space, and the two kept opening the space channel, sending away a human cultivator. The density of strong people here is too high, and they need to be dispersed. What they did made the old Yasha even more dissatisfied, but he quickly calmed down and began to send Zhu Xiang. When Xiao Chen came out of the space passage, he found himself besieged. He was furious in his heart. The old Yasha threw him here, and then sent a team of alien kings here. This is a naked murder. The Sea God King, Earth King, Yasha Heavenly Queen, and Fighting God King were sent here at the same time by the old Yasha. This is a veritable team of heavenly kings. At the same time, there are also foreign kings in Yu realm, a total of 15 people, divided into 3 teams, staring at each other, trapping Xiao Chen in the middle. Yasha Banzu, I greet your grandma. This is simply a dead end. So many people trapped Xiao Chen in the middle of this space, it is completely a deadly situation. Brush. With a flash of light, the war clan King Ma Baoao and 4 alien kings were also teleported, and the 5th clan appeared. Up to now, Xiao Chen completely hated the old Yasha. Isn't it obvious that he wants to kill him, naked and undisguised? Don't worry, we won't break the rules if we go team by team. A foreign king laughed. Let's experience the strength of the Supreme King. Another alien king mocked. I heard that you relied on Wangnatai back then, and no one in the world dared to beat you. Now that you don't have any treasures, I don't know if you can support your moves. The so-called heroes of the past may become bears today. The mocking words of the alien kings at the forefront were very harsh. Xiao Chen was besieged by 5 teams including several supreme kings, and it was impossible to break out of the encirclement. If there was a big battle, he would definitely die. Now, it seems that they can only return to the world of death first. If he didn't have this whole card, he might really be beaten to death by Yasha Banzu. How I was then, how I am now, it's not up to you to come and comment. Xiao Chen's voice was cold. Even though he couldn't hold back so many kings, it was still no problem to kill 1 or 2 before leaving. The original world of the 8 phases emerged, 8 mysterious portals opened at the same time, and the power of the 8 mysterious worlds blasted out, sweeping all directions. At the same time, the 4 major Sancho were also thrown out by him, and the shadow of the mysterious sky monument appeared in the sky, and the majestic pressure enveloped the 10 directions. Puff, puff. The 2 alien kings couldn't dodge in time, they were completely shattered on the spot by the unrivaled magical combat skills, turning into blood mist and floating in the sky. Kill, the alien king yelled, and several teams moved at the same time. At the last moment, Xiao Chen did not return to the world of death, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to break the void and enter the world of longevity. The moment the space passage appeared, he stepped in, and half of the alien kings followed. Xiao Chen sneered, this is what he wants to see. As long as he is not surrounded, he is not afraid of how many people come, and with the 8-phase extreme speed, he has plenty of opportunities to defeat them one by one. This is. Xiao Chen was stunned. The moment he shattered the void and flew out of the space passage, he was shocked to find that there were many practitioners walking with swords in the sky. This is a mountain range full of aura, like a fairyland, filled with clouds and mists, and there are misty fairy palaces on the top of each peak. People who haunt this fairy mountain all control flying swords and magic weapons. Xiao Chen suddenly felt bad. This didn't seem to be the realm of longevity, but rather the legendary realm of self-cultivation. Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, and the alien kings flew out of the space channel one after another, led by Yasha Tiano, Sea God King, Earth King, and Mabao, followed by several kings teams who jumped into the realm of diving. Fighting God King didn't come after him, and his previous appearance was also caused by the teleportation of Yasha Banzu. Even so, Xiao Chen didn't have any chance of winning. He would be absolutely unable to resist the Queen of Yasha and other heavenly kings coming together, not to mention that there were more foreign kings who had leapt into the realm of fish. However, after breaking the void, he was no longer surrounded by people, and could fly away without any hesitation. Xiao Chen flew towards the depths of this fairy mountain. Possessing the 8-phase extreme speed, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in an instant. This is one of his strongest advantages when facing a siege. Many cultivators in this fairy vein looked at this group of people who suddenly appeared in the sky, and they were all very surprised. Chase, don't let him escape. We must get rid of him. ... The king of the foreign race pursued and killed them mightily, and the cultivators in the fairy mountain saw such a group of powerful people and hurriedly avoided them. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen stopped a practitioner to ask questions, and it was finally confirmed that he had come to the realm of cultivation, which was also called the Qi refining realm in ancient times, or the Qi realm for short. Half a day later, there was a scream. An alien king, who was alone, was intercepted by Xiao Chen in the beautiful fairy mountain. 13 shots of God's hand were blasted out in a row, like 13 stormy waves. The kings who heard the screams flew over in an instant. Be vigilant, don't act alone without authorization. War King Mabao loudly transmitted voice, telling the kings to be careful. Xiao Chen laughed in the distance, his voice was a little cold, and said, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to pay the greatest price. The cultivation world will be the burial place for all of you. When Yashatiano, Sea God King, Earth King, and War King led people to kill, Xiao Chen had already fled away. In front of you, there is a beautiful fairy mountain bursting with aura, surrounded by rosy clouds, like a dream. There is a bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, the light is gorgeous, the aura is dense, and the life essence can be felt far away. When Xiao Chen rushed to the front, he found that there were 3 Polygonatum odoratum in the woods. The green bamboo body was crystal clear, covered with blood tear-like lines, very much like the blood tear bamboo, one of the top 10 sacred trees in the legend. And all the brilliant brilliance of the entire bamboo forest is actually emitted by them. Blood tears bamboo, one of the top 10 sacred trees, has grown for more than 10,000 years and can be refined into spiritual treasures. At this moment, such a voice came from the bamboo forest. True is the best divine wood, and the flying sword with wood attribute is the most powerful when it is refined. There are actually several people in the depths of the woods. Suddenly, there was an exclamation, Xiao Chen, are you still alive? Chapter 419. The aura in the bamboo forest is full of aura, and the auspicious colors are lingering. The 3 blood tear bamboos are only more than 3 feet high, as if they were carved from green agate and stained with blood beads. In front of the 3 sacred bamboos, several cultivators were talking. One of them was wearing a moon-white gown, with black hair like waterfalls, sword eyebrows and star eyes, very handsome, with a look of surprise on his face. He said Xiao Chen's name, full of astonishment. Xiao Chen just got rid of the kings and rushed into this bamboo sea, where he met several cultivators. He looked at the slender young man and felt very familiar, he should have seen it a long time ago. Who are you? While Xiao Chen asked, he was ready to fight. Back then, he single-handedly killed 7 or 8 of the 10 strongest masters in the cultivation world, and formed a great grievance with several major sects in this world. It's really you, the handsome young man said with an incredulous look on his face. This is unbelievable. It's you, Wu Ming. Xiao Chen's eyes shot out 2 divine lights, like sharp swords, staring at the person in front of him. This person was one of the 10 young masters in the field of comprehension back then. He once fought a battle with Xiao Chen in Chang'an. Although he was defeated at the same time as several other heroes, what he died was just an incarnation, and his real body never appeared from the beginning to the end. That's right, my name is Wu Ming now. Wu Ming's eyes also shot out 2 divine lights, staring at Xiao Chen, and said, how did you come back to life? The few cultivators around were all shocked. Although they didn't enter the Kyushu back then, they knew everything that happened. Now they all raised their eyes, full of murderous aura. Is that the demon king from back then? What are you still doing? Do it. Several people sacrificed spirit treasures at the same time, colorful, flying in the green bamboo forest, and struck towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen left after-images in the bamboo grove, his hands were as crystal clear as jade, with a little bit of light shining, he shook several spirit treasures, and the sounds of jingle and clang could be heard endlessly, as if he was striking iron. This changed the colors of the few cultivators who made the shot. These powerful spiritual treasures can tear mountains and seas, but now someone has taken them with the palm of their flesh. It is hard to imagine how powerful the flesh and blood can be. A chain of pearls is brilliant, completely carved out of jade, connected together like a jade dragon, dancing and rolling towards Xiao Chen. Even if this kind of spiritual treasure is wrapped around a mountain, it can be crushed to pieces. However, when it was caught by Xiao Chen's hands, there was a sound of shattering, and it was pulled violently by Xiao Chen, breaking into the sky, the brilliance overflowing, and all the accumulated spiritual energy dissipated. Boom! A big emerald green seal fell down like a mountain, and before it touched it, the powerful force directly caused the land under Xiao Chen's feet to sink hundreds of meters deep, and a terrifying deep hole appeared. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. Standing above the deep cave, Xiao Chen directly raised his palm to meet the enemy in a magic-suppressing style. A huge monument shot up to the sky, and with a click, it pierced through the hill like jasper seal. Amid the rumbling sound, the huge divine seal shattered and fell into the bamboo forest. At this point, everyone was shocked. This jasper seal is a rare spiritual treasure, and it was so easily destroyed, which shocked several practitioners. Brush. Xiao Chen rushed over at the speed of the 8 phases, dodged the shining treasures, and was about to attack them, but at this moment Wu Ming, who had not moved, finally made an attack. Bright golden lights shot up into the sky, and the long bells rang out. A golden divine clock was shining brilliantly, like a scorching sun hanging in front of the eyes. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. Wu Ming was protected by a golden divine clock, blocking Xiao Chen's way. When Xiao Chen slapped the golden divine clock with the hand of the gods, the huge bell shook the fairy mountain for a while, and then there was a loud bang, except for the bamboo forest that was preserved, a nearby mountain collapsed. The divine clock of the immortal emperor. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He did not expect to see this spiritual treasure again. When the divine clock was sealed, it showed terrifying power. Now I am afraid that it has been completely unsealed. It is hard to imagine how powerful it is. After all, this is a treasure of the same level as the golden divine halberd and the black iron seal. That's right, it's the immortal emperor's divine bell. Wu Ming stood among the green bamboos and said, "It's the only treasure that I haven't refined into a part of myself." The golden bell body is almost transparent, not only has the characteristics of gold, but also has a jade-like clear luster. It rotates slowly above Wu Ming's head, and the powerful energy fluctuations make people's heart palpitate. Wu Ming's kung fu is extremely special, it's not like an ordinary cultivator who warms and nourishes spiritual treasures. Every time he gets a treasure, he will refine it into a part of his body and condense it into one body, making the flesh a magic weapon among magic weapons. In a sense, when his physical body reaches the ultimate level, it is enough to compete with peerless martial arts. This is definitely a formidable enemy. Wu Ming's incarnation was able to rank among the top 10 young masters in the cultivation world back then. His body is naturally much stronger. Coupled with the fact that he has the immortal emperor's divine clock, it is difficult to estimate his true strength now. I don't know how you came back to life, but today I don't want to face you to the death. Wu Ming showed his deterrent strength, but unexpectedly, he did not fight Xiao Chen in the end, saying, "There is nothing to hide, I am not suitable to fight now, but if you force me, I can also reluctantly accompany you." Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his fighting spirit, and there were still a group of foreign kings chasing and killing him, so he didn't want to cause trouble. "I would like to advise you, leave this fairy mountain as soon as possible, otherwise you may encounter many old enemies." Xiao Chen has already seen that there are many cultivators haunting this fairy mountain, and it seems that something happened. He looked at Wu Ming with some surprise. He didn't believe that the other party would kindly remind him, and asked with a sneer, "Is there a big event happening in this fairy mountain? It has attracted many practitioners to come." That's right, a huge stele appeared in the depths of the fairy mountain, which shocked the entire cultivation world, and many powerful people rushed to this fairy mountain. A huge monument. Xiao Chen was startled. Could it be that there is a monument in the world of cultivation? I feel very similar to the image of the stele you shot just now. Is there any connection between the two? Wu Ming looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. Maybe. Xiao Chen's reaction was very flat, and then he turned and left. The other cultivators were very dissatisfied and complained, "Brother Wu Ming, why did you let him go? You also told him the news." Seeing Xiao Chen's back gradually disappearing into the depths of the fairy mountain, Wu Ming sneered and said, "His skills are definitely related to the Tianbei. I revealed this news, and he will definitely go to the Sky Burial Valley. There is my great enemy there, and Xiao Chen is not only my enemy, but also that person's enemy. Wouldn't it be better for them to meet? To drive tigers and devour wolves, Brother Wu Ming treats him like a knife. Since he has come to the realm of comprehension, there is no need for us to take action. Naturally, many people want to entertain him." Wu Ming showed a faint smile, then looked at the 3 sacred bamboos of blood and tears, and said, "This spiritual root is one of the top 10 sacred trees in the world. It contains the spirit of wood. I finally found the spirit of wood attribute. As long as I collect all the spirits of the 5 elements and refine them into my body, I will be able to achieve perfection." 3 half-waist-high blood-tear bamboos make the whole bamboo sea colorful and sparkling, and the concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than that of other places in Shanshan Mountain. It is worthy of the name of sacred tree. He's back again. Wu Ming looked back at each other, and found that Xiao Chen had gone and returned, and came quickly through the air. "Forget one thing, I like to collect spirit trees very much, and I want to take a blood-tears bamboo." Xiao Chen landed down, walked up to him, and talked with the few people present without any notice, looking familiar. "Don't push yourself too hard, we don't stand against you for life and death, yet you still want to ask for our sacred tree, don't go too far." A practitioner beside Wu Ming shouted coldly. It's easy to discuss. Xiao Chen didn't turn his face, but smiled instead. At this moment, powerful energy fluctuations came. Yasha Tiano, Sea God King, Earth King, Ma Baoao, etc. led many alien kings to kill them. After seeing Xiao Chen's figure, they bombarded them without saying anything. Boom! The earth collapsed on the spot, and all the bamboo and wood except the blood and tears bamboo were wiped out. Several cultivators were furious. Although the blood tears bamboo is a sacred tree and has not been destroyed, there is still a great risk of being blasted out by such a violent force. Blood tears bamboo. Earth King was stunned, and then laughed loudly. I just need this kind of sacred tree. The Earth King attacked first, and other alien kings also attacked one after another, all of them shot. You are looking for death, how dare you snatch our sacred tree? A cultivator was furious, driving the magic weapon soaring into the sky, and a radiant divine net was like a colorful cloud, spreading continuously towards the sky. However, this powerful spirit treasure was torn to pieces by the kings on the spot. At that moment, including Wu Ming, several cultivators all changed their colors. The group of masters in front of them was beyond their imagination, and their strength was terrifying. Hee. The heavenly king of earth sneered, and threw out a fist, and the misty yellow light fell down, smashing the cultivator who had sacrificed his net but had not had time to retreat on the spot, and his body and spirit were destroyed on the spot. Where did the group of strong men come from? Several cultivators were shocked and angry, but they couldn't allow them to think too much, and the kings rushed forward. When the immortal emperor's divine bell was brilliantly radiant, and the long bell resounded through the heavens and the earth. Terrifying bell waves vibrated out, turning a foreign king who had killed him into a blood mist on the spot. The terrifying divine bell was extremely powerful. Let's go. Wu Ming's face changed suddenly, and he immediately knew what kind of powerhouse this was. It was unimaginable that such a group of people would gather together. Start breaking out first. However, the kings had already set their sights on him, and the power of the divine bell surprised them all. How could such a treasure be in front of them? How could they let it go? And the Earth King even rushed to take the 3 ***** bamboos. Let's break out. Although Xiao Chen yelled like this, he was not in a hurry to run for his life. The 4 great Sanshou attacked with all their strength, killed a foreign king, and then seriously injured 2 people. When the sound of the long bell shook the world, and the moment the bell sounded, several mountains in the distance collapsed and turned into dust. Zhang Bo, the immortal god of heaven, had unrivaled power, and Zhang Bo killed another alien king. At the same time, Wu Ming and the Earth King confronted each other and launched a terrifying battle. The other cultivators didn't have Wu Ming's terrifying cultivation, let alone his treasures, they couldn't break through the siege at all. In an instant, one person was beaten to death, and the magic weapon of cultivation was shattered in the air. Xiao Chen didn't fight recklessly, his figure was like a dreamy empty flower, and the 8-phase speed allowed him to do a job with ease. He rushed to Wu Ming not far away, and shouted to several practitioners, brothers, let's work together to break through. As long as one of them rushes out to report the letter, then none of them will be able to escape. Several cultivators all had the urge to scold their mothers. Isn't this forcing this group of terrifying evil gods to silence them? Sure enough, the Sea God Heavenly King ordered, since we have already made a move, let's kill them all. This is the cultivation world. If you provoke a powerful sect to retaliate, the situation will be very bad. Yasha Tiano did it herself. As soon as the Infinity Demon Fist came out, it immediately smashed several magic weapons of cultivation, and with a bang, it smashed the 2 practitioners to pieces. At the same time, the Battle King Mabao also tore apart a cultivator, and the Sea God King had already wiped out the body and spirit of the second opponent. Except for Wu Ming, the other 2 cultivators were almost instantly submerged in the violent attacks of the alien kings. With so many kings making moves, no matter whether it was spirit treasures or physical bodies, there was not even a single residue left. When the immortal emperor heavenly bell trembled violently, and the golden light made the mountain gorgeous. At the moment when the Earth King was knocked back, Wu Ming severely wounded the 2 alien kings and vomited blood. Seeing Yasha King, Sea God King, and Ma Baoao attacking at the same time, Xiao Chen left without further delay. Wu Ming, brother, I'll take a step first. If you're heroic, here, I will avenge you. Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed is really an escape skill. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the mountains in front of him in the blink of an eye. Dang dang dang. The immortal emperor's divine clock continued to make loud noises, and the surrounding forests were instantly wiped out, and several mountains collapsed silently, turning into dust. Wu Ming was surrounded by the bell of the gods, resisting dozens of heavy blows from the Earth King and nearly 10 foreign kings, soaring into the sky and breaking out of the encirclement. Glancing at the kings for the last time, he said bitterly to himself, "The god of the sea and the god of the earth, their souls are the spirits of the 5 elements I need." Relying on his familiarity with this mountain, Wu Ming quickly got rid of the crowd and disappeared into the mountains. In the eastern region of the cultivation world, there are hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains, where many blessed places are located. Among them, there is a peerless and fierce place in the deepest part of the 100,000 immortal mountains, called the Sky Burial Valley. Throughout the ages, of all the cultivators who entered the Sky Burial Valley, none of them were able to walk out alive. Their reputation has spread far and wide, and it has long become synonymous with death. But just recently, a strange phenomenon occurred in this vicious place. A huge hazy shadow of a monument emerged, and bursts of rays of light shone out of the misty Sky Burial Valley. At this moment, Xiao Chen has come to a peak less than 10 miles away from the Sky Burial Valley, and is watching from a distance. From time to time, practitioners can be seen driving various flying swords and spirit treasures through the air, flying towards the Sky Burial Valley ahead, leaving streaks of light in the sky. What is the origin of Burial Valley this day? How could the image of the steel appear? While Xiao Chen was watching, 4 or 5 elderly cultivators flew past in Lingbao, seeming to deliberately slow down, not very fast, talking softly. It's been said that the Sky Burial Valley suppressed an ancestor god. I don't know if it's true or not. Some people also say that it is not people who are suppressed here, or that they are not people from Kyushu and the 4 worlds. It seems to be related to the prehistoric world. Chapter 420 Sky Burial Valley. Ancestral god, people who are not from Kyushu and the 4 worlds. Is it related to the prehistoric world? Standing on a mountain peak filled with fairy mist, Xiao Chen could clearly hear the conversations of several cultivators flying past in the sky. Most of the Sky Burial Valley was beyond imagination. He couldn't help frowning. Instead of continuing to move forward, he began to think carefully. On the banks of the Yellow River, the ancestor dragon of Tianbei Town. On Long Island, the dead city of Tianbei Town. Under the Devil's Deep Prison, Tianbei Town Lost Paradise. What will appear in today's Burial Valley? There was a soft laugh like a silver bell, and several delicate and beautiful women flew from afar, driving spirit treasures, and it was obvious that their target was also the Sky Burial Valley. Sister Yi Jing's cultivation base has been greatly improved, and she has been refined into the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. She will definitely be able to get rid of Wu Ming and take back the Yi family's immortal emperor's divine bell. It's all because of Yi Tian's incompetence. He was born holding the bell, but he couldn't keep the treasure. He lost the face of the Yi family in the human world. In the end, the bell was broken and everyone died. The bell was lost in the hands of Wu Ming, the master of crafting. A group of female monks full of youthful spirit flew across the sky. The woman in white at the head was beautiful and moving, but she did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. Obviously, after the major sects in the comprehension world got the news, they sent their masters to the 100,000 Immortals mountain, and this place became a meeting place. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, and also flew towards the Sky Burial Valley. He was not sure whether he could enter the Sky Burial Valley smoothly, but right now there are many experts here, but they can be used, and maybe they can catch all the alien kings chasing him. Surrounding the Sky Burial Valley, there are endless mountains, forming a huge valley here. The mist is hazy, covering the valley with a mysterious veil. Around the Sky Burial Valley, there are no birds or animals at all, and the mountains look lifeless. In the 100,000 Immortals mountain, there are very few places where no vegetation grows, and this place is not only bare, but also bursts of heart-pounding breaths are constantly surging out of the valley. The clouds and mist in the valley surged, as if it was a world of its own, and none of the cultivators who walked into it throughout the ages walked out alive, and no one dared to approach it for a long time. Everyone was watching from a distance, and there were figures everywhere in the nearby woodland. Xiao Chen landed in the forest, looking at the bare mountains and the mysterious Death Valley in front of him. He felt a majestic pressure, like a sleeping beast crawling there, making people feel a chill involuntarily. However, he didn't find any trace of the celestial monument, and it was hazy in the Sky Burial Valley, only clouds and mist could be seen. Xiao Chen humbly asked 2 cultivators for advice in the forest, but was told that the giant shadow of the steel of the sky will only manifest at midnight these days, and there is a faint tendency to rise from the ground. After turning around and understanding the situation here in detail, Xiao Chen turned into a stream of light and flew towards the far sky. Not long after, he met Queen Yasha, Sea God King, Mabao and others, and a big battle inevitably broke out. Of course, he retreated while fighting, fleeing all the way to the Sky Burial Valley, leading all the alien kings here. It has already triggered a battle between the alien king and Wu Ming and other cultivators. If it is unrealistic to borrow again, the Sea God King, Ma Baoao and others will definitely not easily quarrel with the cultivators. However, Xiao Chen didn't expect to be able to kill people with a knife like this. It was enough for him to lead a group of alien kings here. I believe that after they get the information of the Tianbei, they will definitely pay more attention to this place. If there is a real treasure born at that time, or if the Tianbei flies away, they can enter the Sky Burial Valley, which will definitely trigger a war. At that time, the king of the foreign race will not be able to stay out of it. The night is full of stars, but the surroundings of the Sky Burial Valley are extremely oppressive, and a large number of cultivators have gathered. At midnight, there was a loud bang, and the 100,000 Immortal Mountain was shaking, and a huge monument shot up from the valley, as if it was about to reach into the starry sky. The immense coercion is like the ocean fluctuating, slowly moving towards the 10 directions, and it seems that a world is shaking. Boom! Black clouds soared into the sky, covering all the stars and the moon in the sky. The Sky Burial Valley was full of demonic energy, and a huge ancient monument appeared in reality instead of a shadow. It is higher than all the fairy mountains, like a magic mountain sent into the sky, shocking people's souls. Ribbon-like black mist overlapped and lingered around the huge celestial monument, pressing down all the nearby mountains. My God, the Tianbei really appeared. It's no longer a phantom. Could it be that there will be a big change in the Sky Burial Valley that has been silent for endless years? All the cultivators were attracted, even Yashatiano and others. The Tianbei was famous all over the world. If they were lucky enough, there might be extraordinary opportunities here, and they naturally didn't want to miss it. Rumble. It was as if the sound of dull thunder was ringing, and the ground was shaking violently. Everyone felt fear in their hearts. The huge monument rose slowly from the sky, unexpectedly rising from the Sky Burial Valley into the sky. The black mist in the Sky Burial Valley has lightened a lot, and some of the scenery inside can be seen dimly. There are many magnificent palaces standing in the vast valley nearby. The vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere are rushing forward, while the fog is still surging in the distance, making it hard to see clearly. The majestic palace, could it be the legendary heavenly palace? There may be treasures left by ancient immortals in such intact ruins. I think this should be the palace of the ancestor god, and there will be no shortage of Lingbao. Many people were discussing, and their eyes were full of fiery light. The sound of rumbling was endless, and the huge sky monument rose to the sky like a big mountain, and then stood quietly among the clouds. Endless black clouds blocked the stars and moon, flowing slowly around it, surging out a palpitating coercion. The ancient steel really flew up to the sky, and the Sky Burial Valley will no longer be a forbidden place. But the Tianbei did not fly away. It is still high in the sky. Can we enter the valley? Many cultivators were both delighted and frightened, staring hesitantly at the Tianbei and the celestial burial valley. Ah! A wolf howled, and a cultivator rushed out of the forest with a flying sword, and then threw a captured wild wolf into the valley with shaking hands. The wild wolf landed in the Sky Burial Valley. Its eyes gleamed with green light. It scanned the surroundings, walked around for a while, and then ran out from the entrance of the valley. It didn't die. Sky Burial Valley is no longer a Jedi of death. The spell of hoodoo is broken. Some cultivators shouted excitedly, and those who acted faster had already rushed over with magic weapons and entered the Sky Burial Valley, hoping to find ancient treasures in this most mysterious Jedi in the cultivation world. But neither the prudent person nor the powerful cultivator moved, and watched quietly as a group of juniors rushed into the Sky Burial Valley. Ah! Came an exclamation. There are countless bones here. The cultivators who rushed into the valley all screamed out, because they saw the bones in the valley, and suddenly became cautious. Nothing happened, and everyone rushed into the palace complex stepping on dead bones. Soon there were cheers. Someone really discovered the ancient treasure, and bursts of rays of light shone in the valley. When several cultivators walked out of the Sky Burial Valley safely, the people outside the valley couldn't bear it anymore, and they all started rushing towards the Sky Burial Valley. The dead and silent valley in the past suddenly became lively at this moment, and people were finally convinced that the threat of death seemed to have disappeared. Seeing that there were no accidents, even the most prudent cultivator couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't go in, I'm afraid the opportunity would be taken by others, and there would be nothing left. In the middle of the night, even those old cultivators no longer hesitated to enter the Sky Burial Valley. And Yashatiano, Sea God King, Mabao and others also rushed towards the vast valley together. This ancient land, which has been sealed for endless years, is no longer peaceful in the middle of the night, and a large number of cultivators poured in. When the valley became quiet, Xiao Chen looked at the giant monument in the sky, then at the sky burial valley, and was the last one to go inside. Although he felt unsafe in his heart, he felt that even if there was a danger, he could return to the world of death immediately. There are countless dry bones under the feet, all of which were left after the death of the cultivators who strayed into the valley in the past endless years. Ahead, the magnificent giant palace stretches into stretches, and many cultivators are searching inside. When entering the ancient palace, Xiao Chen immediately knew what the so-called ancient treasures were. It was obvious that there had been a great war here in the distant past. There were many white bones in every corner of the palace, and there were many broken magic treasures left behind. Even if some of the ancient treasures have been broken, their fragments still have great power. This is an ancient treasure from the ancient times. The method of sacrificial refining has long been lost. If we can find out the method from these fragments of the spiritual treasure, it will be an inestimable wealth. Many practitioners were extremely excited. I don't know how heavy the magnificent palace is. Xiao Chen walked at the end and followed the crowd. He has passed through the 19th hall continuously, but he still hasn't reached the end. Discordant things finally happened, and some people started to kill people and seize treasures. Xiao Chen, who was walking at the end, keenly felt the uneasiness, as if something bad had happened. He felt a chill rising in the palace. I don't know why, he felt a creepy feeling, turned his head abruptly, and saw a huge shadow flashing past in the huge palace behind, which immediately sent a cold chill in his heart. The sky burial valley is very special. It is impossible to leave the sky seems to be imprisoned, and you can only go back along the original path, but if you do this, you will inevitably encounter the eerie giant shadow that suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen took a deep look back, and without looking back, he strode towards the crowd in front of him. After going through 37 layers of giant palaces in a row, it still hasn't reached the end. During this period, conflicts occurred from time to time, and many practitioners have died. Xiao Chen, who was at the end, finally discovered that all the blood of the dead cultivators would flow out and seep into the underground of the palace, and within a short period of time, all flesh and blood would disappear, leaving only bones. The people in front obviously also noticed this problem. The riot broke out, and many people started to walk back, fearing that something bad would happen. Dozens of people screamed at the same time. The first group of people who fled back seemed to be terrified, but the screams stopped abruptly. Jedi, a place of great viciousness, retreat quickly. Ghost, everyone panicked, and many people fled in terror. But in the direction of the exit, screams continued, and inexplicable monsters blocked everyone. At the same time, in the huge palaces, from time to time, cultivators fell silently, and the dead either had their hearts cut out, or 5-finger holes were pierced through their skulls. Silently, Xiao Chen suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and without raising his head, he struck upwards with his palm. A black shadow was like a ghost, and its sharp claws collided with his palm, shattered into the void, and the shadow quickly faded away. When the sound of the long bell came from the front, and the bell wave vibrated in 10 directions. It was the sound of the immortal bell, but the ancient palace was not damaged by the bell wave. Xiao Chen rushed over quickly, and in the 42 palace, he found Wu Ming, who had just shattered a humanoid devil covered in scales. The emperor is immortal. I live forever. What can you evil things do to me? He scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The chilly atmosphere in the palace was getting heavier and heavier, and everyone felt chills on their backs. From time to time, inexplicable monsters shot out, causing many practitioners to die unexpectedly, and they didn't know what those shadows were. Damn it, what is this place? The Sea God King's angry voice came from ahead, and many alien kings were attacked. Although those monsters could hardly hurt their lives, but after a long time, who can guarantee that there will be no danger? They wanted to return along the original road, but the back road seemed to be cut off, the fog was hazy, and the giant palace behind became more and more ethereal, as if getting farther and farther away, unable to approach. When, with the melodious sound of the bell, Wu Ming turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the 43rd palace. The divine bell was radiant, like a comet hitting the earth, hitting the Sea God King. In the violent collision, the Sea God King was blasted out and hit a huge stone pillar in the palace, with traces of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The palace is unimaginably strong, and there has never been the slightest crack. It's you. You're looking for death. The Sea God King was furious, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Wu Ming. At the same time, other kings of other races also rushed forward together. Wu Ming retreated with one blow, and the immortal emperor's divine bell made a deafening sound, turning into a brilliant golden beam and rushing towards the 44th main hall. At the moment of breaking through, Wu Ming launched the strongest blow with the immortal emperor's divine bell, which shattered a foreign king. Before leaving, he stared at the Sea God King and the Earth King, and said, "Your spirits are the spirits of the 5 elements that I need, and they will die in my hands." When Wu Ming was so provocative, the faces of the 2 heavenly kings were extremely gloomy. The brilliance was brilliant, the spirit treasures were flying, and there were other cultivators who attacked the king of the alien race, but Yashatiano shot the sky with a sword and killed more than a dozen people. The cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill and seize the treasure retreated quickly. In the Sky Burial Valley, there was chaos, panic was spreading, unknown dangers were approaching, and an ominous feeling surged in everyone's hearts. From time to time, death incidents occurred, there were attacks from unknown monsters, and there were also assassinations among practitioners, and the fear spread and spread. Not long after, the people at the front finally rushed out of the palace complex, and there was a total of 49, a very special number, which easily reminds people of Dion's number is 50, and its use is 49. Walking out of this majestic giant palace, the endless fog shrouded in front of it, it is difficult to see exactly what kind of place it is. And under a cliff near the 49-story ancient palace, 3 huge black holes can be seen vaguely. There is a devil in the black hole. I saw it just now, a huge beast claw sticks out. Several cultivators paled and pointed to the 3 huge black holes under the cliff. It was eerie and terrifying, as if connected to the abyss of hell. "Look, there is a shadow flashing in the huge hole on the left," someone exclaimed. Xiao Chen was stunned. He saw 3 snow-white skeletons peeping out from the huge hole on the left in a funny way. He felt very familiar, so, it looked like King Qin Guang, King Yama, and King Reincarnation who had been separated for many years. Are they really them? "Ah, woman, peerless beauty," someone exclaimed again. With a bang in Xiao Chen's mind, he actually saw Qingqing. In the huge black hole at the very center, there is a woman of peerless beauty, wearing a multicolored crown and colorful jade robes. Her powerful aura makes one's heart tremble. She is actually the same as Qingqing's appearance. Xiao Chen couldn't believe his eyes, and before he could recover, the exclamation sounded again. From the 3rd huge black hole, a giant devil's claw was protruded, covered with purple scales. It was as big as a house, and a monstrous evil spirit surged out. Make an advertisement for others. Extreme Pupil Art. The DeLuca family, who has the talent of blood sacrifice of aliens, has opened up the talent of pupil art, which has been handed down since ancient times.